All in.
There's the shove and a call.
Not much, but better.
Yeah, I'll say it's better. We are not behind.
Nice hand.
Bernius has 4 deuce.
Well, I was wrong, but this time it's in a good way.
Yeah, I don't get it either, guys.
You better tell your boy to Geel out.
Well, the turn is a 7. That means Bernius is drawing dead.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Ivanovic doubles up and reclaims the chip lead.
I think Bernier's lack of experience is starting to show.
Come on, 4 deuce.
Love the attitude, though. You're going to be rich either way.
At least everybody knows now that I'm fish, you know?
Don't worry, dude. Dzmitry's a 20-year-old millionaire. He thinks everybody's a fish.
My name is Dzmitry Ivanovic. I am 20. I live in Poland. I think I'm in good form right now. Won 4 side events at Malta. 3 times in a row final table at Super High Rollers, at Monte Carlo, Barcelona and Prague. Being EPT Player of the Year is like very, very good. Before I was unknown and now people know me in the poker world. It's kind of strange, but I guess I like that. My game is good. When you run good, you believe. Winning this event is going to be way better than all of the rest because it's more prestigious, it's main event, it's the biggest competition, I guess. So it's my goal.
Hold your horses there, buddy. Bernier's is an EDM DJ, so you know he's used to laying down some sick beats.
Well, Gilles has got deuces here.
You saw what he did with 4 deuce. What about deuce?
He raises to 300,000. King tray of diamonds for Ivanovic. That's a call. The flop.
Get it together, guy. You know, I've been biting my tongue all day.
Ace 9-6.
Sorry. Deuce is good still.
And Bernius will make a C bet of 300,000.
Continuing. I wonder if he'll just blast off again.
Ivanovic calls.
King high would be beating plenty.
The turn card is the deuce of diamonds, a set for Bernius.
Check it.
And Ivanovic has picked up a flush draw.
Well, I suppose Bernier's will be blasting off now, or blasting on. I don't know what you want to call it.
Roughly half pot, 600,000.
Well, now Dzmitry's got the nut flush draw. What is he going to do? Nothing. You got to call it. You got to support the troops. You got to call it, and you have the nut flush draw.
Throws in 6 100k chips as we go to the river.
Sven, you're going to want to see this.
It's red, but it's a heart, leaving Dzmitry with just king high.
Whiffer, whiffer, chicken sniffer.
He checks.
Pretty safe board to go for value with a set of deuces.
And go for value, he will. To the tune of 1.1 million.
Now, the best indicator of future behavior is past behavior, meaning Gilles might just be punting here again as far as Dzmitry's concerned. I hear you, brah. I think Dzmitry might just be overthinking this, though. He's only got king high.
We saw Gilles make a bad hero call earlier. Is Dzmitry going to follow in his footsteps? Yes! King high, no good.
Oh, I love turning a set.
And Bernius is back in this thing.
This one's for you, Sven. Ah, he looked at me.
That's a big loss for Ivanovic. And the stacks are almost level. The tables have turned again in this duel in Dublin, with Dzmitry Ivanovic losing the chip lead to amateur player Gilles Berniers. The Polish pro will need to stay focused to avoid another heads-up defeat on the PokerStars.com EPT.
Urbanovic lost heads up to Eric Seidel on a super high roller after having a massive chip lead. He did not take it well. I think mostly because he wasn't over the fact that Zane had left one direction.
Blinds are up to 60,000, 120,000 with a 20,000 ante. Gilles, the German qualifier, has ace-10.
Oh, we raising it. We California raising it. I heard it through the grapevine.
Gotta breathe a bit first, though. $300,000. Ivanovic with 4-3 of clubs, calls. The flop is Jack-5 deuce, so Ivanovic is up and down. He's checked the action to Berniers, who checks behind. So Berniers pairs his 10 on the turn. Ivanovic now has a flush draw to go with his straight draw.
That was his only live pair he could hit.
Ivanovic leads for 400,000.
Trying to win this with a semi-bluff.
How's Berniers going to respond with second pair top kicker? He raises to $1 million.
Don't know that I would have raised there, but in this exact instance, he's picked a good spot to charge Dzmitry to draw.
Ivanovic calls the raise. We're going to see another card. The river is the 5 of hearts pairing the board.
Such a brick, the third little pig could have built a house with it.
Well, he semi-bluffed the turn. It's a pure bluff on the river. And quite a small bet, 425,000.
You think Berniers is going to huff and puff and blow the house down? Seems like a pretty easy just call.
All in.
Wow, he shoves on Ivanovic.
Dangerous shove. What if he had it?
He didn't have it, and he folded.
Show one.
You will see.
Show now.
Nice try, you lovable little scamp, you.
Well, after winning that pot, Berniers has increased his advantage over the pro. 11.8 million plays 6.3 million.
He's made a few mistakes, but luckily he hasn't stepped in it too badly yet.
Six, 4 of diamonds. And just a call. Ivanovic with ace tray. Checks.
He gets to under-rep his hand now. He looks a little vexed.
Well, how about this for a flop? Trips for Ivanovic. Flush draw for Berniers. Dzmitry leads for 150,000.
I think this lead will get a lot of folds, but Berniers has a draw he can't fold.
He calls. The turn card. The 10 of spades. Ivanovic now a huge favorite. He's 84% to win this hand.
He both loves his hand and is in love with his hand.
Fires again, 415,000. Berniers still playing his draw. And he's going to semi-bluff with it. He raises to 1.4 million.
He is really banking on Dzmitry not having an ace. Probably wonders why Dzmitry would lead the flop and not just check.
Ivanovic responds with a 3-bet. 2.4 million.
Not really sure what's going on here, but we know Bernier is not afraid to get it in, and I think Dzmitry is trying to induce him to do just that. Sven, hold on to your potatoes.
All in.
There's the shove and the call. Showdown with one card to come.
Call.
Yeah.
Berniers has 7 outs. 7 cards he can hit to win the EPT Dublin main event.
It's a nice spot to be in, but generally when you are in this spot, you do want a better than 16% chance of getting there.
Ivanovic set for the double up, unless Berniers hits a diamond. Crucially, not the 3 of diamonds or the 10 of diamonds. The river card is a diamond, but it pairs the board.
Honestly, it fooled me too.
A full house for Ivanovic.
Aye. Nice answer. Ah,
Nice river.
yeah.
What a waste of making a flush. And it seems like Sven is the only one who truly understands the gravity of this situation.
Yeah, Ivanovic is in command of this tournament once again. Much to the delight of the Polish rail.
Bet these guys wouldn't accidentally celebrate.
Ivanovic now monster chip leader as the blinds go up to 80,000, 160,000 with a 25k ante. Bernier is on the button with Queen 7.
All in.
He shoves,
I call.
and Ivanovic calls.
Just kings.
Berniers has run into kings.
The shove from Bernier is probably fine, but it's pretty close mathematically.
Też tak myślę.
Now it's Ivanovic who's on the verge of winning this tournament. There's an 88% chance it happens.
Team be kind. Das ist machen.
Now, I'm not sure how much more of this Sven can take. A rare, real smile.
To spokojnie.
The flop has a 7 on it.
He's got outs.
No.
Queen of spade.
Queen of space, let's go.
5 outs for Berniers.
Right, just king can finish.
The turn card is a 9. She'll need a queen or a 7. Ivanovic on the verge of victory. The river card is a 9. He's done it!
Good game.
Very good play.
The EPT 11 Player of the Year wins his first main event title here in Dublin.
And Gilles can finally breathe a sigh of relief.
It was an incredibly entertaining heads-up battle. Unlucky to the online qualifiers, Gilles Berniers, but still an incredible result for him. And a very deserving winner in Dzmitry Ivanovic.
Dzmitry Ivanovic, it feels like we've been waiting for you to win a main event forever, but you've been on the scene for like a minute. Has it seemed like a long time to you?
For me, it's like 2 years, because I was dreaming to be the youngest EPT winner, and it took me like 2 years to do it. So, I mean, it's not the worst case scenario for me.
You made a ridiculous comeback in this heads up, and it seemed like, from what we've seen before, we've seen you have some pretty big losses heads up. It seemed like you had a little bit to prove this time around.
Not really. I just did a side style, and that's it. I learned from him and what I was doing here tonight at heads up.
Well, guys, let's get a big round of applause for EPT 12 Dublin champion Dzmitry Ivanovic.
Dublin will have a special place in my heart. I'm pretty happy I got the title. I got the plane in 6 hours, so I got like 4 or 5 hours to celebrate and party.
What do you think about even chop?
No. I play for fun.
You play for fun. Okay. Let's have some fun.
EPT Dublin Dublin main event champion, Dzmitry Ivanovic.
I'm really, really happy. Finally won it. Dreams come true, you know.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the Irish Poker Open 2023. First time in conjunction with Paddy Power Poker, brought to you by PokerStars. Live coverage of Day 1C from the Royal Dublin Society continues. Brand new feature table coming at you, headlined by the reigning champion of this event, Ireland's own Steve O'Dwyer. And if you look at the rest of those names there, most of those players hailing from Ireland, with the exception of John Bradley, and that's it. The only non-Irish player at the table. Bradley with 30,000 in chips. D'Souza with 30,000 in chips. My guess is they bought in during the dinner break, have just been added to the table. But what is going on here with Paul Lagan? 140,000 chips, nearly 5 starting stacks. Nick Walsh, what is going on?
I have no idea. That's a lot of chips, Joe.
He's getting mic'd up.
There's 2 people. He hasn't been mic'd up.
Joe Stapleton, Nicholas Walsh coming at you.
Like, they shouldn't have said shuffle up and deal for the rest of the tournament until everybody here was ready.
I mean, surely they should wait for us, no?
Yeah, they should have waited for us.
Yeah,
and also, we have to wait for him. It's not his fault he was last in line.
Are they all running 6 minutes already?
Steve O'Dwyer and his lucky chair. You can see Steve sitting slightly lower than everyone else. Steve takes that chair with him wherever he goes. At the Irish Poker Open, at least. They let him take it from table to table last year, and he brought it with him this year. I don't know how that works on an airplane. I guess he checked it.
That's a card reader, isn't it?
I mean, if it worked for him last time, Joe, maybe it'll work for him this time.
Obviously, it's the chair.
It's always the chair.
One straight.
Into the space asked, was it with Lufthansa? Great question.
Side by side.
So blinds now 100-300 with a 300 big blind ante. Lagan limping in with queen 5 suited. If this is the strategy Lagan has employed, even more interesting that he's got 140,000. O'Dwyer with ace 10 offsuit in the small blind. Reedy made the call with ace 9 suited on the button.
Yep, and I think if you're going to be playing this kind of a strategy with O'Dwyer on your table, you're asking for trouble, a.k.a. I'm raising it up with ace 10 from the small blind. That's how little I respect this limp.
And because James Hardigan did make it to the dinner break, there will be a $10,000 free roll starting at the top of the hour. Password coming at you in just a few. So we are going 3 ways to this flop, it appears.
Yeah, the old limp call with queen 5 of spades, UTG +2. Dwyer still with the best hand on 8 deuce jack rainbow.
Ariel Baptiste on Twitch asks, password? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Password. Even better.
And it checks through to the river, where ace-10 will show down and scoop.
Does Lagan.
Ace high.
Ace high.
Yeah, ace high is good.
Have me there.
It's good here.
So, despite the fact that Lagan did opt to limp call with queen 5 of spades, does not take the opportunity to bluff. In fairness to Reed, he has a pretty reasonable hand, but also kind of has this similar kind of showdown to O'Dwyer, and therefore chose not to as well, which is much more understandable. In any case, O'Dwyer, first pot.
No surprise.
No surprises here, but watching a player of this caliber playing against individuals who are limping hands like queen 5 of spades is going to be real interesting viewing. I'm loving this day 1 action, Joe.
Me too. I like day 1 coverage.
I really do.
I like
really,
that
really
we
do.
started off 4-handed. That was kind of cool.
Yep.
I like that we slowly got to see the table fill up.
Hey, Joe, what's that top left?
It might be today's free roll password.
Welcome to the pass world. A place where there's passwords. Jimmy, all caps, top left. You guys know what to do.
Sorry, I forgot how much you have.
And y'all are lucky. They put the password up a little bit earlier than I would have. And if you're on Twitch and asking how to find the tournament, Tom has put it in the chat, the tournament ID number.
Got Control-T, guys. If you're in your client, Control-T, and then the number, copy and paste it in there. That's the fastest way to make sure that you're going to get into that bad boy.
And if you want to look for it by keyword, turn off filters and just type the word free roll. And keep in mind, you got to be in a place that is in a shared global liquidity market. If you're in a place where you're not part of the overall world player pool, you're probably not going to find it. And that is a lot of outs for Steve O'Dwyer. Usually we don't display every single one of them like that, but O'Dwyer folds.
Infinity. At some point, you stop counting, Joe, and you just go, infinity.
22 outs twice.
Would you move a little bit on the left side to be just in front of your box, please?
Excuse me. I got change. Sure.
Can I get some more change, my friend?
These chairs are a lot more comfy.
Okay, I'm ready.
Way there.
You need to move just a little. I think it's on that side.
Cards are so stiff, aren't they? The cards are so stiff, aren't they? Oh, I need like look at them.
Yeah, that's perfect. Apparently.
No bother. No bother.
Yeah, as Joe pointed out here, lots of Irish players around this table.
Your cards in a box, please.
Yeah.
Apart from John Bradley, it seems. And you can hear it. The accent is noticeable. Big fan of the Irish accent, though.
Now, you may not be able to register the tournament yet because we gave the password a little earlier than we had originally announced, so it wasn't supposed to open for registration until quarter till. And we still got another 30 seconds for that. If you're searching for it, the name of the tournament is James Hardigan Challenge Free Roll. You can search for James or Hardigan, but make sure your filters are turned off. And if you don't see that, then you're probably not in a place where the free roll is available.
Oh, Dwyer with the best of it on this flop. King does have a straight draw and a backdoor heart draw. So a bet and a call. King obviously chasing that straight draw. Will not be finding a backdoor hard draw, though. 5 of diamonds on the turn, not an improver.
And I don't want to take away from the actual poker happening, but the registration is now open on the free roll.
Yep, there you go. Oh, Dwyer now with the best hand, of course, on the river. Production staff were a little bit kind with the early password, Joe?
Yeah.
Giving you guys a little bit of an extra heads up.
People in chat asking for the password. Do not tell them. If you can't figure this out, maybe poker's not the game for you. That's all I'm going to say.
I've said it many times.
But Dwyer with the best of it. Contemplating a check back or a bet.
So 4.4 in there.
Yeah, 24.
24, something around half pot. Be so cool if King just found a check raise here. That would be extremely spicy. Seems a little bit left field, and that's the fold. O'Dwyer picks up another pot. This is a real treat, you guys. O'Dwyer, obviously an incredibly accomplished player, true end boss of the game of No Limit Texas Hold'em.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that we, people in poker, overuse the term GOAT. It can literally only mean the greatest of all time.
Right.
Steve O'Dwyer should be in that conversation, though, as far as tournament players are concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, with us doing so much live coverage recently, Joe, I mean, obviously Bahamas and now Paris as well already this year alone, we've had some real treats to see behind the veil. You know, really get a chance to watch these guys play from their perspective, and I think you learn a lot in these situations. All right. Again, does decide to come along with the Jack-6 of hearts multi-way. Seems good in the big blind.
King 9-4. Top pair for Riordan. It's like if Riordan wasn't Irish enough, we're going to put a little O apostrophe in front of it.
Oh, Riordan. Oh, Riordan. Not sure I'm doing it right.
It's like pouring Guinness on your Lucky Charms.
Perfect. Guess what I'm having for breakfast tomorrow, guys?
It is quite milky.
That could definitely be a new cocktail, I'm sure of it.
I wonder if the people at this table are as intimidated as they should be to be playing against Steve O'Dwyer.
Well, I mean, earlier on we had an individual join the table who didn't recognize James Hardigan, so I'm sure that there's going to be plenty of others in that same boat who are going to be like, "Oh yeah, sure, nice to meet you, bro. Do you play poker often? You ever play any cards there, Steve?"
Race for 8.
This here is Declan Wallace. making it 800. Action now on Callum Go Off King, who folds. Wallace is going to win it with a race on the cutoff. No contention. If you guys type in the password exactly as it's on screen, it will work for you. You know, it's because they don't teach these kids grammar and spelling anymore. Do people know the difference between capital and lowercase letters in this generation?
Google it.
Google it.
Okay.
Dan Man Harris writes me and says, it's pronounced O'Riordan. It's also pronounced Yaband. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you for coming.
Bradley v. O'Riordan. Blind on blind. Top pair for O'Riordan, but a flopped flush for Bradley.
That is not a bad flop for 2 diamonds. Queen 10 does actually have a hand that can continue here. In fact, probably should every single time, I'd imagine, especially blind v blind. I think a call is good here. Yep, makes a call. Bradley's usually going to be fearing some diamonds. I say fearing, usually you just don't want the diamonds to come so you don't lose any value. You don't want any action killers on later streets. 4 of clubs, very clean. Continue the aggression here, please, sir. 1,000. I think you can almost always afford to go a little bit bigger than this, though, if you're in Bradley's shoes. If you get an action on the flop, you usually can get called for significantly more than just the 1K into 1,500. Called Jack of Hearts, nice and clean. Diamond's going to be the best hand a lot of the time.
Are you advocating a big flop bet when you flop the flush there? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think the flop bet was fine. I think the turn size is, I think, where you can go, especially when you're this deep. Because, of course, the deeper you are, the more incentivized your opponents are to call to get lucky when they have the flush draws, etc. Generally speaking, that's the case when you're looking at turn bet sizings.
Oh boy. Well, I've got some news from the field when this hand is over. As O'Riordan contemplates this bet with second pair. Okay, kicker. Really seems reluctant to pass this. Pair of tens makes the call. And if you're going to be beat, it'll be crushed, right? I mean, at least it wasn't just a jack.
Yeah, I feel his pain there. It can be tricky to find a bluff, though, in that situation. Being out of position, 2 barrels, maybe 3 barrels on the 3-diamond board feels pretty strong, but every once in a while you'll catch him there, no problem at all. Nice pot there for our friend, John Bradley.
Well, speaking of getting caught, breaking news from the field. Stat trick, don't shoot the messenger. James Hardigan has unfortunately been eliminated. Got it in on the turn with trips and ran himself into Mitch Johnson's full house, leaving us at 770 players. But wait a second, is that James Hardigan's music I'm hearing right now? James Hardigan is back in the field. The secret bullet, number 2, we didn't tell you about. Hope springs eternal. Entrant number 771. James is back in the mix. Gonna try to make it through the day to get you a second free roll. But honestly, the trouble y'all are having entering the word Jimmy in the password box is making me really regret this.
If you guys can't spell Jimmy, you should not be playing poker.
That's right, Petrov. Hardigan 2 for the win.
Amen. That is how dedicated we are to getting you guys a second free roll, so keep your eyes peeled. He needs to survive a lot longer now.
And Van Hampu says, I will fight forever that this qualifies us for a second free roll if he doesn't insta-bust again. James Hardigan did not insta-bust. He played about 6 hours. 5 hours, I guess. So, you banned. Thank you for your comment.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, Nick, but I myself have even had to enter a second time before.
So have I.
Even giants like me and you.
Yeah, even behemoths of the game.
When you went insanely deep in the Sunday Million 17th anniversary, moments ago, practically, you were not on your first bullet.
In fact, it was my second.
Wait, hold on. Your second bullet.
Yeah.
Well, say no more.
I mean, what else is there? Yeah, I mean, from rags to riches, second bullet.
Go off, King. Pocket eights. He's going to run into a little trouble here. He's going to run into O'Riordan.
Rio for short. That's what his friends call him.
Sorry, how much can I see? Can I see the red chips? That's fine. Cheers, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, a bit of a funny one developing here, guys. Souza, obviously, with an opportunity to find that 4-bet. I really like a 4-bet in this spot. I just feel like you do so well here.
I mean, you're going to fold out the eights almost always.
If you make it like
5-7,
you're going to get rid of the tens a significant portion of the
oh,
time
yeah.
as well. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, exactly. You really put...
You got to size it well, though.
Yeah, if you're on a table full of capable players as well, Joe, they're going to be 3-bet bluffing and stuff in this spot, too.
Right.
So you pick that up at non-showdown. No variance required. The size is perfect. I was literally about to suggest something just shy of 6K, especially as you're out of position. If you're in position, you want to make this closer to 2.5, the 3-bet size, something like that. But as played, D'Souza, yeah, keeping it chill, 5.7. Yes, I approve.
You like the sizing?
I do like the sizing. We are very deep, though, still, guys. Blinds are still 100, 300. So it's not completely outside the realms of possibility to make a call here with tens. The issue is, how often is your opponent really going to be cold 4-bet bluffing here? I'm not sure if we're at that stage of the tournament where that becomes too frequent, Joe. So really, I think they're going to be pretty honest here a lot of the time. For example, if I had ace-5 of spades into Sousa's spot here, that might be a real juicy cold 4-bet opportunity. Doesn't come up that often.
You feel so bad folding tens.
Yeah, makes a call. I think that's reasonable. I don't think it's that wild. I do think your opponent's going to basically have ace-king, queens plus, though, in many cases, unless you really think they got game. So you're not doing that fantastic against that particular range. On a king-high board, you're really not having a good time at all, Joe, for lots of different reasons. So the continuation here in a cold 4-bet pot should be something in the region of 1/4, because you do actually want to have some bluffs here once in a while, too. You do want to be able to fold out hands like pocket 10s, pocket 9s, pocket 7s, that kind of thing, even if you have a hand like ace-queen suited, or indeed ace-5 of spades, as previously suggested. So 12.5 in the middle. What's it going to be, buddy?
3,000.
3,000. Like it a lot. Playing it by the book. This is exactly the kind of size as well where you can keep pocket tens, pocket jacks around a little bit longer.
And we do have the free roll kicking off in 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, everyone. Late registration open for 15 minutes, and I can finally put this to bed for the night. Because honestly, Nick, I'm livid. I'm livid. By the way, if your first time chat in our Twitch channel is pass pliz, insta-ban.
Password only.
And I might get in trouble for that, but I don't care. It should not be the first thing you say in our chat, begging for the password, which, by the way, is clearly visible. I think that, Nick, you call here pre-flop, right? Thinking to yourself, okay, I could be up against ace-king. And then the king hits. And you're like, you gotta go. You gotta go. It's time to go.
Yeah, puts it in the bin. But then again, you have to ask yourself, Joe, is he just calling to set mime?
It could be set miming. I don't know. I mean, obviously, that's best case scenario.
Yeah, I really like the play there from D'Souza, though. Massively approve.
And D'Souza, Devin D'Souza, now third in chips at this feature table, behind only O'Dwyer and Lagan. Lagan has 455 big blinds. You love to see it.
Yeah, that's a lot of chips. This early as well. So much game to come.
Scab says, I assume us Ontario peasants can't play this free roll. That would be correct. Not that you're peasants, but you are not eligible for the free roll. I was having a perfectly good day today until this free roll nonsense started. And now I want to bonk everyone's heads together. Bradley calling the raise from Lagan. Lagan, remember, is the chip leader, and I guess this is why. Raised, hits the ace, and eights are in no man's land, 6% equity. Yes, Clutch McGee, the only places available for the free roll are places where you can play real money.
Indeed. Because real money is what you're playing for. As well as some added value. Bradley, with the opportunity to fold, does take his option. He's going to show one, though. He's an honest guy. Looking very, very Irish. Clovers abound.
Cheers. Thanks. I'm not sure why things aren't working out for the free roll in Denmark. I think that they might have a special thing where they don't allow free rolls, even though it's a real money. I'm not saying that all real money places are eligible for the free roll. I'm just saying if you're not eligible for real money, you are not eligible for the free roll. Does that make sense?
Correct.
Does that make sense?
Correct.
Do I have to bonk your heads together again to make it go in? You know what's bad when Nick's irritated? I have a short fuse. I have a hair trigger. Nick loves you. Nick absolutely loves you people. And yes, I do mean you people.
Wasn't going to say anything.
Devin D'Souza opening ace-king. Pocket jacks for Steve O'Dwyer. Look, everyone knows there's no right way to play jacks, but if anyone has got it figured out, it's Steve O'Dwyer. Watch and learn, my babies.
Yep, here it comes. There is a 3-bet. D'Souza has the ace-king again. Big slick. Big blind. Definitely getting out of the way there. No problem at all. Queen 4 off. All right, you guys, you are extremely deep here.
Famous too.
Again, sorry?
Is he famous too? The one at the very top. Is it? Look, he looks like a poker player.
D'Souza going nowhere. Much like the people in chat asking for the password.
See if he takes my advice about the 4-bet size here. Very good.
Wow.
Very good. Yes, sir, in position.
Assuming you're right, it's very good.
Well, right, yeah, exactly. So it's, yes, he's reading from the same hymn sheet at least.
That's right,
so, yeah.
yes.
So obviously the 4-bet size here, smaller in position, as we previously discussed when we saw him cold forward betting from out. O'Dwyer all in.
Uh-oh. Steve O'Dwyer just punched your ticket to Flipsville. Are you going to hitch a ride, or are you going to wait for the next train?
Wow, that's a big ship, Joe.
D'Souza asking for a count. O'Dwyer has got him covered.
Yep, that's pretty much all of it. Like the little triangle we get there next to O'Dwyer, though. That's cool. Should be green, though. Oh, man, honestly, it's a lot of chips, you guys. He's shaking visibly. I would be, too. Really, really sympathize for D'Souza.
How inaccurate is this statement? I'm blocking aces and kings. I've committed a bunch of my chips. You got to win a flip to win a poker tournament. I'm all in.
Let me just run something past you. Of all the players at this table most likely to 5-bet bluff ace-5 of spades, who do you think it is?
Steve O'Dwyer.
Yep, snap call, ace-king. We're getting in. Let's gamble.
Yeah. And he just knows he can put so much pressure on you and maybe get you to fold ace-king.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, take your time, buddy. I really feel his nerves here.
Of course.
I sympathize with this. I think I'd be in the same boat.
I mean, of course we're saying this because we can see Steve does not have aces or kings. And if he didn't, if he had aces or kings, I might be going, look, you've just been 5-bet all in. You got to let this go. But
yeah, I don't know. Against a player of this caliber, I think you got to call. It's just one of those spots. The fact that he even will have hands like ace-5 of spades here immediately means it has to be a call. Players that don't, you can really sweat it, right? If we were playing one of our tighter opponents from the previous feature table, you could really consider putting this one away. Imagine if this was a Della situation.
Della?
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Oh, what's a Della situation?
Della Jones.
Oh, right. D'Souza makes the call.
Yep, he's going to be happy to see that. That's no problem at all. Flips are okay here, even though it's for a ton of chips.
Like Steve O'Dwyer versus James Hardigan, one of these two very Irish things has a slight mathematical advantage. Ace on the flop, looking very, very good for D'Souza.
Always an ace on the desk.
Turn card is the 8 of diamonds. River is the king. 2 pair for D'Souza.
Very slightly more than you.
That is going to leave Steve O'Dwyer with very few chips and a lucky chair.
Yep, huge flip. I think D'Souza's done the right thing there. Obviously, it's not easy. Fatmer's in the chat says, so much tanking pre-flop. Yeah, it's for your tournament life in 250 big blinds, my man. You're allowed to tank in these situations. You're banned. You're banned. I'm sorry.
Why don't we make sure that person tanks for the next 10 minutes? cool off.
Yeah, what's so awkward, like the stack size, like, you know.
Yeah. So Steve O'Dwyer going to be left with about 7 big blinds after that. Steve, I wanted to do a quick game of Johnny Lawton Thinks with Nick Walsh as the brain.
Oh, dear.
Now, Nick, I want you to write down a number for me. How many flips do you think that Steve O'Dwyer has been involved in lifetime?
Oh, my God.
Lifetime, how many flips? Nobody answer in chat yet, because I'm not going to read it until Nick writes down his answer.
Can I get a pen?
Someone stole the pen that wasn't even mine.
Somebody stole it back.
I owe it to someone else. Oh, wait a second. It's way over there.
Thank you.
Nick, I want you to write down, how many flips has Steve O'Dwyer been involved in lifetime?
All right, I got to do some math here.
And this isn't going to be for a prize, because I don't know what the rules are for prizes here, but just for pride. Petrov asked, does Steve know? I'm sure he doesn't know the exact number, but he's going to have probably a better guess than Nick. This is not the right answer, by the way. The way this game works is, how many flips does Nick think? So, Nick, the way this game works is that whatever Nick says is the correct answer.
How many years do you think he's been in the game total?
That's up to you, but I want to say, I mean, he's been around since at least 06, I want to say.
Yeah.
We do have action here between Wallace and Hoffman. Hoffman with an overpair to the board. Relatively short compared to the rest of the table, other than O'Dwyer. Wallace with a gut shot. Hoffman bets 1,000 here. Three minutes left to register the free roll.
Max?
No, just yellow. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
And is that the straight on the turn? No, it's just a pair of fours. No one with a spade. Hoffman can't be too upset. Still with an overpair. You don't love the flush draw coming in, obviously. You don't love another little card coming in against the big blind. Excuse me, against the small blind. No, against the big blind, like I said.
2,000. 2,000.
Hoffman now betting 2,000 out of a stack of 6,000. Does not have a pot size bet left behind. I can't wait for the free roll to be closed. This guy's screaming password, please. Unbelievable how thick these people are.
May I take it back? I think it may take it back.
And Wallace raises Hoffman all in. And Hoffman in a great spot to double up.
Yeah.
Has to fade.
Didn't we try that in the small range?
Yeah, true.
Fives and threes.
All right, I have a number.
7, no good. I don't know why fours weren't included there, right? Another 4 would have been good too. Oh, that's good for Wallace, that's why. What am I talking about? Anyway, a little confused now. Different graphics package than what I'm used to. All right, we're going to get to the brain question here.
Yeah.
One announcement first. After buying in twice yesterday, Ben Spragg bought in again today during the dinner break and busted within the first 40 minutes. He is now on his second bullet today, 4 overall. It's just like when he sailed off for 5 bullets in the super high roller.
Yeah, you remember that?
$500,000.
Wow.
Down the drain.
Yeah.
Classic Spraggy.
Classic.
All right, so here we go. The question to Nick was, How many flips has Steve O'Dwyer been involved in lifetime? I see Nick's answer. Go ahead, start writing in chat what you guys think.
Have a guess. I think somebody already got really close to my number.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't count.
It's got to be the exact number.
Not the exact number. I said do not answer until
I won't answer.
Nick has written it down. No. I just mean the people.
Oh, I see.
I saw one pretty close answer. I saw someone was only off by no hints. All right, late registration over in the free roll. Good luck, everyone. This hand, Lagan versus Bradley. Lagan, remember, the overwhelming chip leader at this table. For the record, I think Nick's number is very high, but I'm curious as to how he came to the answer, which after we say the answer. Bradley gets a fold from Lagan with top pair, top kicker. All right, so I'm seeing some answers here. I'll read some out. 5,450,000, 9,600, 1.77 million, 42,000, 22, 7,777, 50,000, 6,028, 376,980, 9,001. Remember, it doesn't matter what the real answer is. The only thing we're going for is how many Nick thinks Steve has had.
Croaks. Nick probably didn't take into account that O'Dwyer is an MTT player, as Nick himself is a spin player who wins flip multiple times in every single game. He registers exactly. But except you said win. That's weird.
Involved in flips. I agree with. Winning. 555,000, 133,200. 17,892, 19,620, 454,335, and I'm going to call it right there because that's the closest we've had that has been under. And the closest we've had that's been over, I think, was 475,000, someone said. Nick Walsh, how many flips do you think Steve O'Dwyer has been a part of in his lifetime?
468,000 lifetime.
468,000 lifetime, and I'd like to hear the rationale behind that in a moment. We do have Steve all in here for 2,200. D'Souza with action on him still, and Steve does not have the best of it. This is not really a flip at the moment. However, the side action could potentially save Steve if somehow the eights fold and the overcards brick. But Steve is going to more than quadruple up if he happens to win this hand. It's going to be tough at this point, I think. Ace, Jack, 4, 2 clubs, top pair for D'Souza. A lot of folks in chat enacting the always coming 7 meme for O'Dwyer. I got to admit, I would like to see Steve continue on in this tournament. I wonder if this chair is going to go flying across the room. It certainly won't be his lucky chair anymore.
Still more bullets, Joe.
Oh, that's right. More bullets, of course. Steve's not going to be out of this tournament forever. And it checks around to the Jack on the river. So I guess King 10 would have to bluff Ace 6 out, and then O'Dwyer can still win this pot, right? And Lagan looks like he might go for it. This would be quite the turn of events if Lagan just bombs it here. D'Souza folds top pair, and O'Dwyer wins with pocket sevens. There's still a path to victory. Lagan does not go for it. D'Souza's gonna showdown top pair. And that will be enough to eliminate O'Dwyer.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't want Steve to go broke there, but I do kind of want to see him awkwardly drag this chair away. Please tell me he does it.
Yeah.
D'Souza did most of the damage, finishes the job with ace-6 off. Steve knows the drill by now, taking the microphone off.
Oh, there you go. Packaging it nicely.
He's right on the rail, and backpack, jacket, and the chair.
The chair.
Yes. Fantastic.
Yes, he hits.
Oh, goodness. I absolutely love Steve O'Dwyer.
That was last year's winner.
I was a, yeah.
Wasn't it?
I don't know.
He was last year's winner, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go, Joe. Confirmation. They weren't really sure who he was.
Really?
Yeah, a couple of them saying, "No, it's not last year's winner."
I didn't tell her there.
Oh, Lord.
Is that him?
Oh, Lord. You got to love the Irish Poker Open.
Oh, I love it so much. Really. Unironically, I say that. I love it to death.
800. 8.
Raise 800. Hold.
Whoa. Snap focus.
Hold.
So, by the way, so we just had that Spraggy update. And I'm told that Spraggy is already quite short. Extremely short. On his second bullet today. So... Rhymes with Orange says, O'Dwyer putting the chair with Stapes' hotel TV. Those of you who remember that story, remember my first time ever working with Hardigan, I got accused of stealing the TV out of my hotel room. Pretty great.
So you want to hear the breakdown here, Joe? For the number of flips played by Steve O'Dwyer?
Yeah, give me 1 second
That's
here.
all right. Stacking up those chips. On to the next hand now.
All right, Nick, lay it on me. Lay down the rationale for Steve O'Dwyer seeing 468,000 flips in his lifetime. Not seeing, but being a participant in.
All right, so level with me. So I assume we were including online.
Yes, of course.
Of which now, I don't know if Steve still plays a ton, but, you know, back in the day.
Sure, of course.
No doubt about
there
it.
would have been a time that he was definitely grinding.
And obviously, at that time in his life, grinding a lot online. That's definitely where he certainly developed plenty of his skills. So level with me here, chat. Tell me if you think this one works. Let's say he's playing on average 30 games a day, around 5 times a week. Yeah. 52 weeks a year. That's an average.
Okay.
All right.
We have a huge cooler shaping up here, by the way.
Okay, let's watch this one first.
O'Riordan versus Wallace, both flop trips. Yes, Sullen Skins, you were very close with your 475,000. I think you were the closest.
Yeah, I think so too.
Did that flop go check, both players trapping?
Yeah, even the player in position missing a bet there, I think, is very suspicious. But regardless, going to get the action that they desire. 700 is the bet.
The big sigh. I love the big sigh. I don't want people to stop doing the big sigh because it's one of the only reads I can make at the table, but it is a dead giveaway, the big sigh. The big sigh and the call. River's a queen, so ace-king does hold. No disastrous eights for Wallace. And now you go for the pot size bet after checking, betting small. By the way, I'm not positive it went check on the flop, but I'm pretty sure it did. And yeah, here we go. Was that 20,000? Okay, 2,000. And Nick, is there an argument to raise here with King 8, or is this always just a call?
So it's Wallace to act last, right?
Yeah.
You mean with Ace King?
Oh, excuse me. You're right. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm still getting used to these graphics.
I think that probably very likely you should be raising.
Re-raising, yes. With Ace King, yes.
I mean, because really, I mean, King Queen's obviously going to be a concern some of the time here. But there's an argument that King Queen might have played their hand slightly differently pre-flop.
When you don't get snapped, you're good.
You're not going to run into pocket jacks or queens here too often because that usually 3-bets pre, right? So you're really not losing to a whole lot apart from maybe exactly King Jack or exactly King Queen, both of which are very difficult for your opponent to have.
Are you ever losing to Ace 10 the way the hand's played?
Potentially, especially with the check on the flop. You might be right, Joe. But then again, if it goes check on the flop and you have Ace 10, you probably just check the turn as well. I don't think you have to lead a hand like Ace 10 into Jack, King, King, Deuce too often, especially when there's no flush draw available. But yeah, I think you want to be raising here. Sometimes you run into deuces. I suppose that one actually probably makes sense given the check flop.
Very rarely though, but yeah, sure.
Yep.
But with the King 8 here, this is obviously this is not like a shrug call situation, is it? You know,
no.
Like if I'm beat. Like you're beat here not pretty often, but like a significant amount of the time.
So speaking of Ace 10, Joe, when it goes check on the flop, I feel like the player in position is going to have a hand like Ace 10 quite often, a lot more often than the player out, if that makes sense. So yeah, this is definitely a really tricky one. I feel like you're just going to run into like, yeah, jacks, queens, maybe deuces once in a while. Definitely better kings all the time. Ace 10 might be in there if they're the kind of person that misses the flop bet with Ace 10, and we've definitely seen crazier happen today, no doubt about it.
For sure.
And this is for his tournament life. Don't forget, guys. So, yeah, this is ugly. I guess I'm just not seeing that many bluffs here. It's really hard for Wallace to have a bluff in this situation, I think, given the fact he didn't just bet flop. If he was bluffing, he'd just bet King, King, Jack, right? Easiest board to see bet bluff ever.
Yeah, agreed. Poppin' Bucket says, I really hope he finds the fold. That was cards going in, right? And not chips?
I think it was chips.
It was chips.
Yeah, that's RIP, mate. Yeah, no good. Unlucky, sir. That is a real cooler. I think you got to find the fold, though.
Poker in the front, liquor in the O'Riordan. Ross O'Riordan eliminated.
Tough spot with the king.
He's been on my table all day, so he's very slow and conservative, and all this here. And he takes his time. He's very
Fair enough.
Oh yeah, but he wasn't very
Declan
aggressive.
Wallace wins a nice pot.
Some very few raises.
300.
Lagan still leading D'Souza, second in chips at this table, followed by Bradley King. Wallace, who just jumped up a little bit there. Still below starting stack, but such big stacks they started with that even 2/3 of your starting stack is still around 70 big blinds. 50 bigs for Hoffman and 53 for Hoffman and 50 for Reedy.
Wouldn't do you like that. Something's wrong in here. Something's not right. Where are you from?
Yeah,
Back to the board, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's behind them. Yeah.
How about you?
I'm from up near Belfast.
Oh yeah.
Hot Karl Marx brother says, I wonder when the queen comes and it makes it look like people would want to rep Ace 10 all of a sudden, so you cry and call with the king rather than worry about your kicker exclusively. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a factor.
Have you never?
No.
Welcome to Ireland. When did you come?
Yesterday.
Okay. 2 days ago.
Yeah.
for my mum and dad's 50th wedding anniversary, so we came for that. 7. Sorry. My wife's pregnant. She's with us. She's due on Monday.
Really?
So I have no phone.
Oh God.
It could happen.
It could happen indeed. Paul
I've asked the baby to wait until after Monday.
Lagan just mentioning his wife is due on Monday, Joe.
Hopefully you will.
That would be a funny final table.
Yeah, sure would be.
Yeah, Croaks. I mean, I was doing this based on expectation, and I didn't have. Unfortunately, I'm doing a professional production. I didn't shark scope O'Dwyer beforehand before I figured out what my number is, and also, I don't think you were listening to the rules of this game. Whatever I say goes. My answer is correct. Without that information you provided me, I'd ban you if I could. Nice sword. Anyway, guys, Reedy actually having a lot of equity in this pot. 64% with Jack 10, top pair, and the best club draw.
Yeah, the only. Excuse me, you're right. The best club draw. Pair 8s and the 7 of clubs might be a little tempting to withstand some heat, but Lagan was the aggressor. D'Souza calling with a gut shot. Would be the nut straight if it hits. And it does hit. Wow.
Wow.
What a level for D'Souza, assuming that this straight holds.
The offsuit 9 gives him the nutto straighto.
Did I catch a 9er in there?
9er. Bet the Hitman Shard says, Croaks versus Nick boxing match for charity. Okay, I'm in.
That's 1,500, 1.5.
It reminds me, I can't do it to Croaks. I can't do it to Croaks. He's too nice of a guy.
You say that.
Remind me of another time to tell you about the Geralibos Vulgaris 50-50 rule. Oh, there's the club in the river, so the straight does not hold. It goes check, check. And we still have Lagan to act behind, who does have the 7 high flush.
Check.
Flush
Checks
wins.
around. Reedy's flush wins.
Don't think I was going to get either of them to fold.
No, you certainly weren't going to get the jack of clubs to fold, I don't think.
I can't get any of those two to fold.
Don't break those chips.
Those cards are expensive.
Cards are expensive.
Did you,
I thought one of you was flushing anyway.
Ah,
I knew one of you was on a flush, so.
400 and empty is 400. You have any winners, no?
Lagan.
Thank you very much.
He's not folding. He's not folding.
No, not really, no.
He's not folding the turn.
No, of course not.
I know that.
Did you take one of the flop to flush?
I
didn't want to clip it.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
I've been happy with anything apart from a club in the end. 6 are doing good.
Main event dealers and players. Blinds are up, which means it's time to reintroduce one of this week's co-commentators, one of this week's reigning Irish Poker Open champions. Griffin Benger, welcome back.
What an intro. Worthy of a champion.
Raise 1,000.
Bradley, 2.5x. Packet 5s.
Yes, again.
Always miss them.
You missed them twice today.
Loving the table talk today. Looks like a call from where I'm sitting. Yeah. King 10 gonna see a flop. It's a classic flip, Griff.
Oh my God.
Queen, Queen 4, King 10 not improving. Pocket 5's the best of it. You're gonna see bet Queen, Queen 4 pretty much 100%.
6.
I didn't check.
Oh, sorry.
I was just laughing at him, going.
Awkward.
Check.
Find the check raise now.
Sousa light on the cards, buddy.
Yeah,
Jeez.
Queen 4.
I
couldn't guess.
to do a show here.
Which I did. How are you getting on? All right.
UTG +1 now. King's got ace-4 of clubs. Blinds are obviously 200, 400 now in this new level. Still the big blind ante. 400 as well.
Hoffman playing about 40 big blinds. Going to be happy to complete there with the ace-10.
Yes, sir. Pretty early open there. I think it's pretty nice just to have a flat there. 7-9-9. Both players with ace high. The 10 still playing for Hoffman.
You don't want that seat.
I don't want that seat. Watch me already.
Am I having it? Money joking.
I think it went check on the flop here.
Yeah, King really susceptible to facing some check raises sometimes from the big blind range here. It's nice to just check back this ace high and maybe call down on certain bricks. I think your opponent could be betting some draws and the like. Ace high, good enough showdown value, especially with that 3 turn.
So Griff, would you say if you're gonna check back ace-4 here and you see the 3 of spades and your opponent starts leading, you probably need to look them up on most occasions if you do have that check on flop?
Yeah, I mean, you can react based off, you can kind of be a little unbalanced, I think, in your approach to it based off your opponent and the size. You know, if a really good player decides to overbet this turn, you know, I'm jumping ship. But you know, if I deduce my opponent might, you know, bet something like a 10-8 and just smallish or something and not really know how to bluff twice, then I'm pretty happy to continue.
Are you famous for poker or famous for something else?
Quite right.
Not thrilled by that fold from the ace-10 there.
From like online.
Poker online?
It's actually a pretty small bet. It was actually a sort of a blocker with the ace high there to try to deny equity from a hand that might just make a pair on the river, and instead ace-10 folding the best hand.
Shout out to Elliot Hackney in the chat. Mikola. Obviously, quite a few of our friends out there in the field have already bagged for day 2. Really looking forward to seeing them make it to our feature. Going to have a lot of really cool action to follow throughout the weekend, guys. So lock in. Plenty more to come here from Irish Poker Open 2023.
1,000. Only 1 chip left now.
McIlroy. Huh? How's Rory doing in the golf?
Quadrupled up already.
I haven't been keeping up with it today.
You'll have to miss the match tomorrow if you make day 2.
I'm missing it anyway. My flight's
Oh, are you?
for the same time.
Speaking of Makola, seat 9, ladies and gentlemen, the man himself has joined us. Raksh in the chat saying, Rory.
United never did.
Yes, indeed.
You play for one of them, or?
No. Social media star.
Ah, okay.
Something like that.
Instagram.
People hate us on YouTube.
I don't. I like them.
What is it? Social media in relation to what? For poker or?
No, for Man United.
Oh, for United?
Yeah.
Social media? Okay.
You just do United content, United channel, and then a general one.
So raising a call, Makola wants to play with this suited ace.
He's really big into Man United. Would he recognize you?
Possibly.
King of the big blind. I think it's totally reasonable for him to gamble with this hand. Trying to see a flop. Does make the call.
Maybe later I'll take a wee photo.
Diamonds are forever.
Diamonds are forever. How many left in the deck? Get your guesses in the chat now. Oh, I thought we were going to have a real funny one there. Makola does have the best of it, but only very, very slightly. Still got to fade some cards, but does have the best hand with middle pair. I think probably this is going to work most of the time.
I was gonna say this 8 of diamonds, if before the 5-7 suited folded, that would have been just great.
Yep. Jack 9 of diamonds, recognizing they will have some backdoor draws here. Full straights and flushes, does make the call.
And that is an overbet to the tune of about 1.7x. So clearly by design from Bradley. This puts a lot of pressure on, you know, something like pocket 7s, 2 9s, certainly something like ace 6 that wasn't ace 6 of diamonds, but of course not going to work against the nut flush draw. And this river is going to be very, very interesting, especially if it's a diamond.
Ooh, nice and clean for the 6, but do we see the third barrel, or a barrel on the river, I should say, from Bradley? Slow down. I think McCullough is quite happy to get to showdown here.
Check.
Yep.
You got it.
Show him the good news. He's got it. So McCullough just scooped that pot. But guys, I have some really, really bad news. Griff, do you want to hear the bad news? I mean, nobody wants to hear bad news, but I'm going to tell you anyway. You ready for this?
No, give me good news first.
James Hardigan has just announced there will be no free roll tomorrow. He got 75 big blinds all in pre with aces against 10s.
No.
And there was a 10 on the river in his second bullet attempt. Absolute tears in the chat. Can we get some claps for the man himself, James Hardigan?
Wowza.
Honestly, I felt like he played very solid all day long, and I feel like aces against 10s is a good spot. What do you think, Griff?
Yeah, it doesn't get much better.
75 bigs as well. That's a lot of chips at this stage.
Very telling that he was prepared to rebuy as well after getting coolered for that first bullet after dinner. So I think it goes to show, got very comfortable, was really enjoying playing, you know, maybe away from the bright lights a little, and got it in pretty much the best you can, and got very, very unlucky. And I'll be hearing about it now for the rest of the trip.
Yep, commiserations to James. Sorry about the no free roll situation, gang, but that does mean you will be getting commentary from an award-winning broadcaster moving forward. Pocket 10s, still the best hand on Jack 4-6. What a bummer. Alan in Dublin says, go and enjoy your spice bag, James. I mean, that's how I get over a bad beat here in Dublin. You're not wrong.
Another strong bet from Bradley here, and if Lagan had tens with no spade or Jack X no spade, this would be very, very difficult to continue, especially against the under the gun range. Because Lagan has that 10 of spades, I would like to see it continue. Got a lot of chips back there as well. 2 hands in a row now, we've seen Bradley betting big on the turn, praying for a fold.
Yep.
And it's going to be tough to fire the third barrel, but I have a feeling Bradley is also going to be aware that Lagan would call twice with something like this, more likely leaning towards the Jack X with the spade. But of course, you don't even have a blocker with that ace-4, and he is going to go for it. Good for him. That's a green trip. That's a couple of yellow chips, and I don't think that that's a bet that Lagan is going to be able to call. So really impressive 3-barrel work here. Take notes, chat.
Yeah, this is really, really nice. Oh, let's get it.
Hey, and listen.
I think you've got that one as well.
Listen, if you don't get your hand caught in the cookie jar sometimes, you're not bluffing enough. And
yeah.
Bradley, I mean, we have a very small sample size, so it might seem like he's bluffing too much, but I didn't mind either of those spots.
No. I was literally about to say I applaud the bluff on both counts there.
Yeah.
I think Bradley's picking good spots, just finding some really – it's really unfortunate turns where they had flush draws, right, both of them, where the second barrel probably works, let alone the third, and obviously does slow down at the right time against McCullough as well.
The irony, of course, is, you know, had he found that third barrel, the river bet in the ace-6, jack-9 hand, which almost surely would have worked, but they're a sticky opponent, an under-repped pocket tens, and very quickly snapped off. So impressive call there from Lagan in the big blind with the 2 tens.
Golden Jaguar in the chat says, wait a minute, a James O. Hardigan has just bought in Incognito James.
What?
James O. Hardigan has just registered for the main event.
How do we know?
I'm just kidding. It was just a chat pro, but it was. I thought that was kind of funny. Can you imagine if he just snuck in there, he just put in a third bullet, but couldn't stand the shame of registering as James Hardigan?
Yeah, and that's his spy name?
James O. Hardigan.
James O. Hardigan.
Double O. Hardigan.
Oh, I get it. It's an Irish joke. Okay, yeah. I'm all caught up. Thanks.
Thanks, mate. Cheers for the support.
D'Souza finding the open with the Queen 4 suited. A bit too loose from this spot, I'd say, but sometimes when you have a bit of a read on your table and you're not getting a lot of pressure back, it's okay to sort of mix things up and go a little wider than maybe you should, but already getting punished here by King on the button with the King-Jack of spades. Now Bradley. It looks like Bradley is committing an effective all-in here and making it 9,000, playing 14,000 total. Aware both of perhaps D'Souza's wide opening range and King's capability of 3-betting light. And King now has to call 26 big blinds, basically, to find this flip. And, you know, you feel like you're not doing very well against that cold 4-bet range. And, you know, the rebuy aspect of this, too, I think, has to be considered, you know, where Bradley, I think, very prepared to, you know, take that spot there and sometimes be absolutely crushed, sometimes be flipping, and sometimes get a fold. Because you can still rebuy in the event.
Absolutely. We did see O'Dwyer getting it all in jacks for his ace-king, quite happily taking that flip, knowing, of course, he's got more bullets to come.
Did he win it or lose it?
He lost it. He lost it. He was exited very, very soon after, but obviously can put another bullet into this level, sorry, this run, and then, of course, the turbo flight later on tonight as well. Max bullets, just win it, no problem, easy game. D'Souza UTG +1. First to act. That's not D'Souza. To his right is D'Souza. Yeah, he's going to open it up. Hoffman folds.
Cool. Check. Check.
Pretty boring hand. Which will happen sometimes. That's the game. That's the name of the game.
1.5.
Fold.
Mikola rocking that pink shirt today, looking cool. Big fan of Mikola's wardrobe. Pretty fly. For that Mikola guy. Ace high, still the best of it on the river. D'Souza checking quickly. It looks like he's really, really pleased to get to showdown.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled by Lagan being in this hand with this holding. And with the spades missing and all those straight draw combinations, D'Souza definitely going to find a call a good percentage of the time, but seems quite frustrated. Like it feels too obvious to be a bluff, you know? Like I'm just getting valued here by a 9. Like this couldn't possibly be a bluff. It's not even a half pot bet, but it is. You're getting the price, D'Souza. Come on.
Yeah, so far
impress your friends and family. Impress me.
So far, D'Souza have been playing really good, in my opinion. Thus
Really well.
far. Really well. Real good.
Proper English. Come on.
Real gooder than some of the others. But no, I think he's been playing very well and does make the call.
That's a fold.
I think Griffiths picked up on a really.
That's a fold, eh?
Was it?
Oh yeah.
Oh, never mind. I thought he was throwing his chips. I stand corrected. I think Griffin picks up on a good point. You know, sometimes you're playing against somebody and you don't really know where you stand with them.
Yes.
And they make a bet and you're like, this would never be a bluff. This would be a stupid spot to bluff. And you level yourself into the fold. Obviously, on that board, if you're playing unknowns, can be very tricky to gauge where you're at. And does indeed find a fold.
I would have called.
I would have called too.
I would have called for sure. For sure. I just become Donald Trump whenever I'm being an idiot.
Fishy.
We would have found the call. Would have been excellent. We would have had more chips.
Finn says we need Rory and McCall on the same table. I applaud that concept, but we need to let it happen organically. Of course, this is still a regular table, although it is the feature table. So we need to keep everybody
Gotta
in
make
rotation
calls
as
like that.
normal. Gotta make
In order, you got to acquire chips. Once you acquire chips, you build a wall. You build a wall of chips.
Wall of chips. Man, these graphics are wild. D'Souza raises. Looks like Reedy wants to play the big blind, though. Again, in the cutoff with the call for the 5-4. Getting in the mix. Does now have a
play the rush, baby.
Pair of fours.
Maybe you know what a pair of fours can turn into? A pair of trips on the turn. Look at that snarp call.
Rory Jennings in the chat. I was sat next to Adam yesterday. Couldn't believe it. He won an all-in against me as well. The Liberty Taker. That could be his new nickname, Rory. Mikola, the Liberty Taker. Adam, the Liberty
we'll
Taker.
Workshop it.
Mikola.
We'll work on it.
2.5.
One for the workshop.
Two, was it?
2.5.
2.5, right.
Two players.
And would you look at that? Would you look at that as the club's brick? And Reedy might think, well, Lagan's been off the wall here. He could have 7-8, 8-9, 9-7. Any club combo that doesn't include a 5. I got to have the best hand here with my top pair. Lagan's been all over the place. Well, guess what? Lagan's got the 5-4 off because it's the cutoff. And sometimes you just got a good feeling.
Sometimes you're in the cutoff with the 5-4 off and you go, yeah, sure, I'm going to play this one.
Pretty strong bet.
Was it?
9,000.
How do you have a 5?
Yeah,
Said
exactly.
Reedy to himself, contemplating for over half his stack.
Exactly.
I called.
Wow, that's a big call.
Call. Strip.
So, That is a straight, and that is a call, and Rady is not happy, sitting now with just under 20 big blinds. So there has been a question in the chat, which we have, you know, we have talked about it already, but we may as well use this as an opportunity to reiterate. From Vino Land, what is the crack with Hardigan? And the crack is aces getting cracked. Am I right?
Yeah, cracked indeed.
Cracked aces.
Cracked being the key word here.
Just sick. 10 on the river against pocket tens.
No rules.
Couldn't have played it better if you ran the sim a million times.
A little bit of back and forth here about the call of 5-4.
Lagan, all smiles. Am I going to win this event?
I'd be smiling too if I just spiked the straight there.
Oh, wait, sorry.
Isn't the hand Lagan's looking at right now? He doesn't like being raised with the suited Quevin from the hijack.
Suited Quevin.
D'Souza with the 7-5.
You don't get these chairs over there, do you?
I will say,
I know. It's only saying that.
D'Souza is really dramatic. I like it.
I don't mind sitting on these.
Back was ruined over there.
Camera's on him, decisions on him. It's like, whew.
He's really invested. D'Souza
Even the hand when he was ready to check fold to a 20% pot, he was like, I didn't check yet. This is kind of my moment. So if you could just wait your turn.
Got a hashtag fun
I am
fact.
here for it.
Oh, wait a sec, guys. Let's take a look at those chip counts. 403 big blinds for Lagan. 161,000 chips. This guy just can't lose every pot that he's in. Currently Reedy now after calling with that
James
queen
Hardigan
10 down to 18 big blinds. So hashtag fun fact really quick, guys. Lagan told us before dinner break that he's going to win it.
Yeah, we got him.
As he mentioned earlier, he does have a child due this week, and his parents' anniversary this week as well.
Oh my gosh.
So confidence is sky high.
He's got the baby bump energy?
He's got, and she's due on Monday.
Oh my goodness.
Can you imagine that
and
final
he has
table?
confidence. What else do you need?
That's all you need in life.
Baby run good. Confidence. Jack 6 suited. I mean, what else do you really need?
Exactly.
How much is it? Like 8?
7-4.
7,400.
Quick maths, that.
Quick maths. Reedy is all in with the sevens. Does have the best of it. In fact, way out in front right now.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
1, 2, 4. Thank you.
Hi.
Laggy in the chat said, Lagan is my dad.
A bank over there.
It's a silly joke.
I bust the main yesterday.
Look at that beautiful
And I was going to play
graphic screen thing.
Cancelled,
so green, much Irish.
We ended me in yesterday, yeah.
Yeah.
I had a good stack in the first hour, like 90,000 first hour, and then I got 2 pocket aces and lost all my chips for the pocket aces.
That's how Rory went out.
And had the chips in before the action, like we had the chips in.
1100.
Okay, so pass.
Mikola popping things up with the ace-9 of hearts. It's D'Souza's moment. The drama. Just a call. Ooh. The Hoff.
Big, slick, suiting.
About 33 big blinds here. Have a little room to 3-bet it, but sometimes at this stack depth, maybe you just want to find the shove. But yeah, I do prefer, because you could do this light.
Yeah, exactly. I think at this particular stack depth, Griff, I think I like the non-all-in.
Yeah.
Maybe ace-king off you always ship. Ace-king suited, you 3-bet a little bit. Non-all-in more.
Yeah.
And obviously, you got to remember those big blind antes do considerably alter the way you're going to play these situations, because there is basically an additional big blind in the middle, which is a lot when you've only got 30 of them.
See? Look at the drama. I love D'Souza. Bad hand, and he sticks his tongue out like Jordan. Loving it. Loving the vibes from D'Souza.
The guy's 900.
Oh. Get ace king suited. You can get aces.
Cross.
And you're just hoping this guy gets something.
Wow. Oof. Queen 4 off. Gross.
That ain't it, dog.
Nah, dog.
Oh, show it. Come on. You're supposed to show it. Oh, my gosh. This guy's like a robot. How don't you show it?
What is it?
Yeah.
Oh, Lagan's there. Oh, you missed it, Lagan. You missed your big blind. I thought you were taking this seriously.
Probably.
Nice sprint. Showing some athleticism.
Probably calling his very pregnant wife and being all supportive. Idiot. That's how you miss big blinds. You wait for the breaks.
You know how you show your support? You come home with 300,000 euros.
Yeah, maybe 400. We're not sure the total turnout yet. Could be more. could be flirting with a $500,000. No, probably not that much.
She wouldn't have had to even throw that last one that we got back.
It's frustrating that when you get back, see your cards and you're still gone.
He's missed the assist twice.
You're catching him up now.
Vinolan asks, hey commentators, what's your honest take in Ireland so far? Well, funny you ask. I've actually been to Ireland before.
Me too.
I was here in 2017 and won the Irish Poker Open for 200,000
Wait,
euro.
really?
Really?
It's the first I've heard of it. Wow,
Yeah.
incredible stuff.
Yeah. So I've
I had no
been
idea.
here before. Love this place. Yeah. Great craftsmanship on the trophies. Wood carved.
Yeah, just fantastic stuff.
Yeah, great place.
No, I've been many
good
times
beer,
also.
good people, good times.
If I'm really honest with you, if I'm really brutally honest.
No, here we go.
I
have the
absolutely
classic
love it.
Nick Walsh take. Oh my God! Wow,
Honestly,
that was actually genuine. I thought we were just doing like baseline BS for the viewers, but you really meant that. That was. I'm actually a little uncomfortable. That was a bit vulnerable. I don't know if I want.
I can't stress enough how much I love playing poker in Ireland, and also the Irish are just the salt of the earth.
Makes us look good.
All right.
Justifies our bad
Shout out
plays.
to our taxi driver who picked us up from the airport. Maurice.
Yes.
Honestly, what a guy.
Yeah.
So many stories. Lovely human being. Just a little taster.
The one I gave a big tip to tell you that I was wasted coming off the plane and that I smelled of booze.
That's it. As soon as Arj goes, I was supposed to prank you, but I'm not going to do it.
Oh, no, really?
He didn't do it.
Oh,
yeah.
the coward.
He goes, I was really psyching myself up, but I couldn't do it. You seemed like a nice guy.
Emails and everything.
You seemed like a nice guy, and I just couldn't do it to you.
Oh, Maurice. I'm going to send him. Should I send him a sternly worded email right now? I gave you a $20 US tip, and this is how you pay me back? That was supposed to be a bribe. You were supposed to do my bidding, Maurice.
Some people call him the Space Cowboy. How have we not thought of that yet? Nice work, buddy.
You do know that, right?
Trip 9's now for Bradley.
I didn't know that.
But the spade flush for Reedy. He's had a couple
there we
tricky
go.
spots, but now he's got it.
I'm not bothered. All right.
And Bradley, of course, going to be betting. And I think Bradley's smart enough to find a fold facing a shove here, even for the. What? Wait. Sorry. I'm sorry. Did Reedy not realize he had a flush? Oh, Reedy.
Wait, what?
Oh,
whoa.
you misreaded the board, my friend. No, go back. Rewind. Give him his cards back. Oh, no, Reedy.
Tournament info.
Gosh.
Day 1 seed, 1,006 entries. Total entries thus far, 1,982.
I think we need to focus on the hand. I know this is a graphic where we're supposed to talk about how exciting the entries are, but that person just folded a queen-high flush.
That was.
And it definitely accidentally.
That was
and
outrageous.
the chat's going mad, so the chat doesn't care how many entrants there are right this second. They care about that hand. And that hand was just, oh, Reedy, baby. Oh, you don't even realize it. Yo, Reedy. Oh, you're just like, another day. It hasn't been going well, but I'm turning things around. I just folded queen-high. No, you folded a flush.
Yeah, not ideal there. So just for some context, guys, I think Griff's absolutely right. That really was the focus of that situation. But the previous day 1 seed record was only 820. The previous total entry record was 2,040. So we're getting extremely close to breaking that record.
And we still have
a whole nother flight to come.
Cool.
Yeah, and I expect a big turnout for that. A full flight, if you will.
Ooh,
a lot of people stuck in the middle seats.
Do not make a habit of folding queen-high flushes, buddy. That's not ideal.
Golden Jaguar 66 says, too many Guinnesses. No such thing. Irish whiskey hits different. A lot of booze jokes, which I guess is...
The plural of Guinness is Guinea.
No. So would someone that drinks too much Guinness be a Guinea pig?
I laughed way too hard at that. Nice work. Another zinger.
Right. 2,800.
Man, a lot of players in this pot. I think definitely, especially on day 1, Griff, we see a lot of these multi-way situations here in Ireland. So much action.
It's a very action-heavy board.
Yes, indeed.
And Hoffman with the queen 10 of spades giving me some PTSD. It's a bit soon, okay? The guy just folded that hand when it was a flush. I can't be seeing this stuff. So interesting comment here. Talking about the Guinness tasting different here. I've never been a Guinness guy, so maybe I should have one out here.
I'll buy you one. It's absolutely lovely.
Well, I don't want your charity, but thanks.
I don't want your charity.
And taking it down. Multi-way pot.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to see if we're going to break that record. Stick around, guys. Stay tuned. Still so much action to come. This is just day 1C.
Okay, so I have a question.
Crazy.
While I was
They go past last
I was gone there in that first half level after dinner.
and in the morning you can
Were there
bring it in
any
as well, like, so.
Oh, yeah,
chopped
still in day
pots?
2, isn't it?
Yeah,
There were absolutely no. We haven't done.
We haven't had a single chopped pot.
I haven't seen a chop pot just yet.
After all that amazing workshopping we did in the last stream together.
I know.
We're perfectly synced up.
Exactly. You're quite right. If we can do it from across Notion, imagine how within milliseconds here
I
live.
can't imagine.
Cool.
Oops. Thank you.
I mean, all bets are off over here, okay? People are folding flushes. I don't know if, you know, these people are chopping up any pots.
I don't need to deliberate.
People just muck their cards out of turn with a chop on board.
Yeah.
They're just not going to give us the opportunity.
Yeah, we're going to need Broadway on board, baby.
Should have judged it up for the cameras and thought about it.
Excuse me. Have some change.
Yeah. So dog raise or
give me half and half.
I mean, beggars can't be choosers over there.
Right. Spot on.
Nine.
Okay, it's 9. Toss. 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 Toss.
King 4, yes. King Deuce, no. For our table chip leader, Lagan. All the way to D'Souza. Time for his moment. Always an expression. Love the drama.
And it's one way to do it.
Toss. 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 Okay, it's 1.
Cool.
Call.
All in.
All in.
Yeah, we're missing some graphics here, guys, but
This is our first hour, second hour on this table. Are we off it after 2 uppers?
A little graphical issue here, but so I'm just going to guess the holding. I'm going to say Bradley's opening the ace-9 suited. Nope. 2 10s.
I just said
2 10s. I'm going to put them on.
McCullough had 8-9.
Against the ace-queen. Look at that.
Played it differently every time.
And now we have Bradley and Reedy.
That was really quick. The way that the hands all. It was like the graphics were apologizing to us for falling behind there. It was just like, here, the ace-7 suited. They're all cut up.
So Reedy is
Classic
the one at risk.
Races.
He's got to improve with his ace-queen. Queen on the flop.
9 for a sweat. It's always more fun for everyone if there are more outs on the turn.
And the turn is
a Johnny.
6 of hearts.
Boo.
Yeah, no sweat. It's just going to have to be a 10 for Bradley to take this one down. 6 of spades, no improvement. Reedy doubles. Despite the fact he folded a queen high flush just now, does find a way to get back.
Baby.
$7,800. $8,000.
All right, take a look at the chip counts after that. Reedy now third from the bottom, 44 big blinds, very playable stack, up to 17,600 chips. Lagan at the top, though, 396 big blinds, still our feature table chip leader.
Joe, can you come from the commentator booth and get me a Guinness, please?
I think that was Mikola speaking directly into his mic.
That's funny.
Nice play, nice play. He's not even doing comms right now, bro.
Should we tell Joe? I mean, he's not doing anything.
We could tell Joe.
Mikola just asked you to bring him a Guinness.
He just leaned into his mic and just said, Joe, can you come from the commentary and bring me a beer? He is on break right now. He doesn't understand how delays work. Bless him.
Yeah, don't even bother. What an idiot.
That's a good shot, though. Well played, Mikola. All right, we got another hand brewing here, guys. King opens UTG with the nueves. Hoffman in the small blind. Another bit of it's another tricky one. I don't completely hate seeing a flat here. I don't know how you feel, Griff.
Yeah, love a flat here.
Love a flat.
I live off flats in the small blind here. It's my bread and butter.
So I take it if you play online, you can't do this thing with the chips either then, can you not?
Not so well, no.
Okay.
Maybe about that many.
Can you?
That's about it.
Do more than me.
Okay, Hoffman
I got my head around it.
agreeing with us in the small blind, does make the call.
See people doing all sorts.
I like the one
I
with
can
the
do this.
spin it on the side.
That's about it.
I'm studying people, like I'm really studying people doing it, watching them, going, right, okay, they're doing it over and over again.
Distraction tactic.
Doesn't improve, however, does have
Hypnotize you a bit.
some cards to spike now. Any ace, any queen, any jack, most notably.
3 minutes left on the break. You are more than welcome to take your seats.
1,300.
About 1,300. Yeah, 1.3.
Yep.
Kind of tough to play against this strong small blind flat range because it includes a lot of these Broadway type hands, your ace queens and ace jacks, but also the ones, of course, that are paired up, the king queens, the king jack suiteds, the 10 queen, 10 jack suited. So I'm not thrilled about having nines here. And I reckon king is going to be pretty aware of how that board does favor Hoffman, but wasn't afraid to bet it anyway. And going to be a bit easier to play on this king turn as long as Hoffman doesn't start leading or anything like that, which we wouldn't expect from ace-queen. Makes it less likely that Hoffman has a king, more likely that he's weighted more to the straight draws and the 10x's.
I could do a new t-shirt. I could do a new t-shirt.
Check, check on the turn. 4 of clubs, inconsequential, but Hoffman's in one of those weird situations now. Like, do I turn my hand into a bluff, or do I try and get to showdown?
The problem is you know, you do have too much showdown value with the ace queen.
I would agree.
You're beating all the other aces. You're even beating ace jack, which is another hand that would bet the flop and check the turn.
Sure.
So you're really just hoping to get a give up here and not be against. But you know what? Is going to come out firing with a bet of about 55% pot. And we could see a call here from king.
Yeah, I think there's quite a few. You can think of a few combos.
I don't hate it because you would hate to lose to 2 5s here or something, right?
Yeah, or
but
maybe,
you know,
maybe like a jack 9 suited, maybe like a queen jack situation.
The problem is you're repping quite thin. Would you bet 2,700 here with, you know, jack 10?
Yep, exactly.
So you're kind of just repping a king, 2 6s, 2 10s. So it makes it a bit easier to bluff catch. You know, 9s do block some of the straight draws, but not many. You know, the jack 9 suiteds Might be calling from the small blind here. And does believe him.
Nice. Very good from Hoffman there. Getting the 9s to fold. Very cool.
Good change.
So a nice hand there. Finding a way to win in a spot that I think a lot of players would simply not bet the river.
You got change down there? Yep.
Can I have some like reds and singles as well?
Yep. 2 reds. And then do you want to break that one?
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
You got singles somewhere else?
You can give me some singles. Yeah, cheers.
Okay.
Pass.
Mr. Wallace. Small blind action, does make the call. I think I'd like to see a raise here from the Jack-9 in position. Blind v blind. I think you're going to do really, really well just raising and playing in position here. Absolute position against the small blind. Plus you can get the folds pre-flop too. Feels great.
Yeah, I think it's just, it is a little bit player dependent.
Sure.
I think if you're playing against Mustafa Kanit, you might want to just check back that Jack-9 because it has such great playability, and he might just limp raise you.
Did you just call him a nit?
Mustafa Kanit.
Mustafa Kanit.
Kanit. How do we pronounce Kanit? Kanit?
I think I say Kanit, but I knew he meant.
Okay. Well, you know what I want to do with your joke? I want to throw it in the garbage. I want to can it.
I think I was wrong.
I thought you were just going to leave it there.
No.
I want to throw it in the garbage. Full stop.
Can I change some of them?
Yeah, do you want all blacks?
Whatever is good with you, red and some black's fine.
Hey, Nick, have I ever told you my rainbow joke?
Yeah.
Quite possibly.
Thank you.
Would you like to tell it again?
900.
Where do bad rainbows go?
Over the rainbow?
Prism. But don't worry, guys.
Joe just darted out of the room because he couldn't hear it one more time.
It's a light sentence.
Very good.
Raise 3,200.
Oh, hello. It's a bit more like it. Mr. Wallace coming in with the 3-bet from the after the cutoff open from Hoffman, King Queen of Clubs.
Yeah, 2-4 here. You really only have one option at this stack depth, and that's to call, to play this as a flat. Far too many chips to just shove in the 50 to 60 big blinds, and you don't want a 4-bet fold. Hoffman almost thinking about folding, but hopefully not. Too strong, my friend.
We haven't really
I don't like the cut of Hoffman's jib right now. I feel like he's thinking, oh, come on, you don't get king queen suited very often.
That is.
This guy's got the ace-7. He's got the spraggy.
This is very tight. Now, okay, what I will say though is, Griff, we haven't seen too much action from Wallace yet.
Doesn't matter.
It does.
King queen, no, it doesn't. It does not matter. It does not matter. You're deep enough. It's a 3x 3-bet.
Okay.
Your opponent could just.
I'm not saying you should fold. I'm not saying you should fold. All I'm saying is it's a consideration and perhaps one of the reasons why he's opted for what is an incredibly tight fold.
Wrong.
Wrong.
I'm so childish, aren't I?
Just absolutely defaults to Trump every single time.
Come on, man. Listen, suited king queens don't grow on trees. Listen, if your opponent even has ace king, you have the kind of playability with king queen suited. An opponent like this might not be prepared to see bet every flop. It could come 9-10-3 with one club, and he might just check back ace king, and you can just bet. There's so many ways to win not just, you know, stop being worried about the one situation when he has aces or eight. You know, it's just you gotta play. You gotta play, baby. Gotta play. Thank you, Vin Nolan. King Queen suited flops too good.
Listen. I agree with you, buddy.
No, you don't. You said that you want to consider folding. That's what you said.
I said
you said
that perhaps there was a consideration that we hadn't seen too much from Wallace yet, and he might be tighter than your average bear. But
Doesn't
I agree,
matter.
you should still be
Doesn't
calling
matter.
against tighter players.
You know what?
Not too long to wait to see what
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Wrong. You're wrong.
You were meant to see what he said.
Got some more blindy blind action.
The glitch. So I was watching it earlier, and there was a good few times where people didn't put them down, so you couldn't see the cards.
Stop. You definitely put them down. Now.
I mean, look. Part of the reason I'm so disappointed and so adamant about talking about this hand is because every other indication from Hoffman is that he's a pretty solid player. But I think that that's my insistence comes from a place of protection. I want to let Hoffman know that that is a leak. He can't just be folding that hand, 60 big blinds deep in late position. I don't care who it's against. King queen off, you can do whatever you want. You can open fold that if you want. You shouldn't, but I would be more okay with that than folding king queen suited.
Hand on lane. I remember reading years ago. I remember Queen 7. I remember reading it was like the most long time ago. It was like the most improved hand when you're playing on lane or something. Queen 7.
Oh, what like
I wonder if we're still here after the break.
Oh, might be.
I thought they
like
would
the
have
middle,
right?
What? The computer hand.
Computer hand, Queen 7.
On lane. It's on lane.
It's 2 hours here, I think.
What's mine?
I don't know.
Like it's good with the RNG or something. That'd be cool.
I know it.
It was a gross spot when he 5-bet jammed, wasn't it? It was a gross spot when he 5-bet jammed. Ace king off, like. You have to go.
Call. Check. Three players.
Well, like, he's capable of 5-bet shoving bluffing as well, the odd time, like.
Not bluffing.
He's never bluffed.
He would be capable of it. I'm not saying he is there.
You just have to work out, like, I don't know.
Checked round on 9-8-6. Queen on the turn. Bradley now with the best of it.
Steve O'Dwyer.
Bet 12. Toss. Call. 2 players.
Lagan finding himself in a pot that he really has no business being in. And by all accounts, based off what we've seen, not one to give up in a spot. But now facing this bet might just have to realize, hey, maybe I can't win every single pot.
It's got to be it's going to be a real shock to the system at this point. My guy's winning it all.
Yeah, you hate to see it, but Lagan, don't do it.
It's been real sticky throughout this tournament thus far, and it's been paying off, but I'm not sure if ace high is going to be good enough here, often enough to make this a good call.
Don't you do it.
That's the plan, isn't it?
That's the dream.
He believes him that time, and he was right as well. Great fold there. Bradley picking up another pot. Did very recently lose a flip to Reedy, so I'm sure those chips will be greatly, greatly desired at this stage.
Had a gut shot with an ace high.
Yeah, what's that?
Had a gut shot and an ace high, so it was worth 1,200.
Was it?
Bogey hand.
Pass.
Series of
I
folds.
did the World Series a long time ago.
Hoffman folds the queen deuce of spades.
Pass. Pass.
I'm not playing it.
All the way around. Bradley on the button. Jack 9 off.
Raise 800.
Call.
Call.
Quick call from Mikola with the dominating Jack. Reedy again with a very pretty hand to continue in the big blind. Looks like we're going threads up. Flop.
3 players.
And it is Jack high, but 2 spades, Griffin.
Little slice for everyone.
Bet 12.
And Mikola gonna lead out.
Call.
Don't fold the flush this time, Reedy, if you get there. Oh man, Bradley's like, this is an interesting situation. Probably not going to get away from top pair at this point, but got to be concerned about his kicker and obviously what's to come.
Gotta continue here.
Hands like 4-5 obviously might be concerned. Spades obviously coming as well. 9 on the turn.
Oh baby.
Oh dear, this is
also
not good.
gives middle pair to Reedy more incentive to continue, and the worst hand Mikola is going to bet. And I actually don't mind this bet from Mikola. It's not too big. You think you're going to be ahead still enough of the time. You're really setting the price. If you get raised here, you can just fold.
Yeah.
But just getting a little unlucky there with Bradley turning the 2 pair, and I think Bradley's going to be heard from here now, and which should make Mikola's decision quite easy. But the question is, how will Reedy proceed? We do know he likes to fold spades.
Raise.
Mikola knows it right away. Just like, oh gosh.
11,000.
Yep, makes it pretty much full pot. Leaves himself with very little behind. It is an effective all-in.
Yeah, I think so. I wonder if we can just go. I'd say so. Huh? I'd say we can just go.
Sounds as though this is going to be the last hand of the break.
Yeah,
Yes, indeed.
The other table. The blinds go up.
Might be the last hand of this level, which means we are going on another break.
And Reedy with the, can rebuy it if it decides just wants to take the equity here. If you reckon you're up against something like Ace-Jack or what have you.
Makes the
No,
fold.
you got to let it go, yeah.
Bradley takes this one down.
We come back here.
Yeah, I'd say so.
And that will be the final hand of this level. So we're going to go on a short break. And as the players go on their break, let's take a look at the leaderboard. Let's take a look at those chip counts. Again, still way out in front, 392 big blinds. Reedy has done some work to get some more back. Don't go anywhere, guys. We will be back very shortly with more coverage from the Irish Poker Open in Dublin, brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker.
I will say that the Irish Open is maybe the only tournament series in the entire world where when you get knocked out, it somewhat feels like a win.
We played some poker last night. How did you get on in the Hendon Mob Championship?
Got knocked out within 25 minutes of sitting down, but I will say that the Irish Open is maybe the only tournament series in the entire world where when you get knocked out, it somewhat feels like a win.
Okay, I'm just going to cut straight to the chase. Everyone bangs on about the fact that the Irish Open is an event like no other, that it is a unique poker festival. Can you pinpoint What makes it so different? What makes it so special? What makes it unique? And is the answer Guinness?
The answer is always Guinness, no matter what the question is. But I couldn't pinpoint it exactly. It does somewhat feel to me as if it is the poker player's Christmas party. The buy-ins aren't as, say, extreme as if you were playing an EPT or at the PSPC with the super high rollers, and it has more back of a throwback community feel, not too dissimilar to what the UK IPT would have felt like.
Yeah.
So people can play. Like last night, myself and Joe were playing in a €250 tournament. I don't even know if there's a €250 tournament on the EPT schedule. I'm pretty sure that you're not going to go one.
Not just a €250 tournament, a €250 freeze out. You might find a $250, €250 events in lots of places, maybe not necessarily on the EPT, but they're all unlimited re-entry or 2 re-entries per day type of things, where, because obviously people like big guarantees, and this wasn't about that. This was like, we're going to play a €250 tournament and it's going to end when it ends. One day. And from what I understand is it ended around 6:30 in the morning last year. I haven't gotten word yet when it ended this year.
Going.
Yeah, there were 100 more runners this year than they had last year. So
incredible.
Who knows? I will say that I was max annoyed because as I was leaving the dinner break, Finton and GJ were like hanging out, having beers on the patio, and I lasted just long enough to miss that. I was like, I'll either bust real quick or I'll cash, and neither of those things happened. Hooray!
Oh, Joe. Obviously, we did talk briefly, Finton, about the Irish Open when you came on the stream, and obviously we talked about it when we saw you in the Bahamas. And I know that from the moment that PokerStars announced that they were co-sponsoring alongside Paddy Power, there was a lot of excitement about this. And knowing that the numbers were going to be boosted this year by people qualifying via Stars as well as Paddy, and what Joe said just now is clearly proving true, there's a lot of bums on seats. There's a lot of feet on the ground. This looks like it's going to be a big series.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited to have such a prestigious tournament sponsored by PokerStars, as you mentioned previously, so close to my house, being able to walk down to it. But
I mean, do you literally live next door? Can you describe? I mean, are you exaggerating? Is it like kind of like a half-hour walk? Is it like a 5-minute bus ride?
It's 1.2 kilometers, so
that's nothing.
Like
yeah,
15-minute walk or so. It's like bang in the middle of the city centre. I think it's great that Ireland is getting an opportunity for a big tournament like this, because obviously being so close to London, and then Europe has a lot of the main tournaments, it's hard to justify coming to Ireland for a big series. But I think anytime it happens, it's received so well, and the Irish people are so welcoming of people coming over to play, and they're just excited to like meet the likes of Sprague or whoever else will be coming over. So there's just a great feel around it. I can't pinpoint exactly why it feels so much fun, but it just does. As Joe said, like yesterday already, everyone's just sitting there catching up. I can't. I wish I could explain it better, but I just can't.
So is whatever amount of rent you're paying to live in central Dublin worth it finally for you to be able to walk to this event?
It's impossible to say that the rent in the city centre in Dublin is ever worth it. I'm very lucky that I'm able to live so close to the city centre, but it's. Yeah, I just feel very lucky to have it in Dublin.
A more serious question is having the event right down the road from your house better or worse for you? Because I know when poker comes to town, or used to come to town to where I lived, I didn't like it that much. It was almost easier for me to travel to like totally be immersed in poker. Going home every night was kind of a ball ache. So how do you think that's going to work out for you?
It's a kind of tricky balance. The lads want me to be out every single night until the early hours, but I do have a newborn child, and if I was off at a poker stop and Hannah wasn't there and my baby wasn't there, then I wouldn't be expected to be at home. But
right,
it's a little bit different. But I think that the good far outweighs the bad for me. Like, I lived in Malta for quite some time, so I wasn't here even when the Irish Open was on. So to have such a big tournament, and to basically have a lot of my like friends and colleagues flying in and being able to go for food in my local spots and have my coffee in the morning, like I would love if every single poker tournament was in Dublin. I would love if they just had EPT Dublin 6 times a year. And honestly, I don't think it would be a bad idea, personally.
And the blinds are up as 7-handed action gets underway. 2,000, 4,000.
Nice
jack.
to see our
One blind of 4,000. Ram raises to 12,000. And immediately.
So we get the open from Crazy Horse and the shove from Bad Girl.
All three bad girls right here.
It's for the round to Ram, and Suyan takes the pot.
And even back in 2004, it was common knowledge that you don't call an all-in with Kojak.
You say that.
Overplay King Jack.
Joe, you can hold that over me if at a future final table or later on in this show we see someone call an all-in with King Jack. Make a note of it.
The good news is I won't remember, but I'll write it down.
That's why I told you to write it down. I'm trying to help you here.
I'm going to write it down on my mouse pad, a.k.a. a big green envelope.
Ajax for Sean Donaldson. Ace Jack of clubs, Ace 9 for Ram Vaswani.
Keeping with the theme, James, to write that down, I used a pen.
And also the big blind.
Wow.
Yeah.
Up comes queen, deuce, queen.
Are you LARPing, Joe? Is that what it is?
Yes, I'm method commentating.
Yes, he refuses to break character.
And Ram passes, and the money goes to Sean.
Have some more points, sir.
The money goes to Sean.
Yeah. Again, we talked about the lack of consistency in the buy-ins, the payouts, the structure, whether they're chips, points, or money. A lot of stuff still had to be sorted, and I think by about season 3 or 4, that's when everyone starts to get their act together.
At what point did they ditch the table shaped like a bedpan?
I think you've got a few more years of that to come. A gift from pagan events to the poker world.
14,000. Comes back to Rory in the small blind. And Rory calls 14,000. Big blind folds. Flop comes 10, check, 9, 2 diamonds. Rory's first. He checks.
This is top set for Liffey.
And Ram checks. Turn card. Is it 8?
Oh, if only Joe had been around in 2004 to tell Rory Liffey that you've got to always bet your set.
Always bet your set.
3.
Well, finally, a not terrible card comes off.
Check from Rory and check from Ram.
Another check and another check.
Wow, so little value.
Pair of checks. There's trips of checks for Rory. Slow play.
4-liner on the board, difficult to navigate. Check, 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 check. He could have had a straight. You don't know.
Is that real or has that been added?
No, that's real. I mean, you've got Irish players at the final table of the first ever EPT held in Ireland with a mostly Irish rail. What did you expect?
And this is still pre-Finton Hand's infamous Dublin Rail EPT appearance.
I think it was the London EPT where he made an appearance on the rail.
Oh, okay.
It's just more echoey, I guess, because they held it here at the Dublin Aquarium.
Race puts in 14,000.
I am in favour of having an aquarium-like arena for a poker event, a bit like the Aquadome in Rocket League. I think it'd be quite cool to play poker while sharks and stingray go past.
I think, isn't there... That sounds like a job for PokerStars VR.
And he calls. We have an all-in.
Undersea base, yes. Classic race, ladies and gentlemen. Ace-King against Jacks.
Ace-King. We see a flop.
And Julian is the player at risk with the Jacks.
Flop is 8, 8, 4. checks on front.
So far, so good. Now a 3-1 favourite.
Here's an ace.
Oh, ace on the turn.
He has 2 outs here. He needs.
And Julian is going to need a jack on the river.
Last card, king.
Instead, it's a king.
So keep a nice hand for Julian.
And Jamie Drummond eliminates Julian Thu, who cashes out in 7th place for 6,200 euros. We will be seeing him again. And that's the weird thing. Nowadays, you get a final table right, and confirmation, by the way, that in this case, 2 pairs, jacks and 8s, although being a 3-star hand, are not as good as aces, kings and 8s, which is also a 3-star hand, but because it's 3 pair, is slightly better.
Bye, Julian. Theathune.
Yeah, I was just saying that what is strange about the early years of the EPT is you are going to see a lot of the same players again and again making these final tables. The fields were smaller.
European Poker Tour, the Marion Casino, no limit Texas Hold'em tournament.
And yes, they are playing No Limit Texas Hold'em. Thank you, Thomas.
It's forward around to the big blinds. A call from Ellen on the button, 4,000.
Alan Vincent has opened here with Queen 9. He's just called. He's just limped with the Queen 9.
12,000 more.
And Crazy Horse says, I'm going to raise you with Kojak.
Ram and Ellen. We see the flop.
Vincent calls, and we get a King Jack 5 flop. Top 2 for Ram. Gut shot for Vincent.
He checks. Ellen checks. Turn card. Another check.
Oh, hello. 7-star hand alert.
He checks.
Swanee playing for the big trap. His hand is a lock on the turn. Alan Vincent making the bluff with a straight draw.
And Ram announces all in.
Have some of them apples.
And he takes the pot. And he shows king check in a full house.
He weren't a good flop.
The dealer button looks like a giant mint.
It looks like a potato. I mean, you know, like a... Ah, forget it.
I've forgotten what they look like, Joe.
Well, Geno suggested it looks like a urinal cake.
First position from Rory.
That's more accurate. I didn't think I could get away with saying that. I should have just said that.
16. Ellen makes it 16,000 to play.
Rory Liffey limp with the 5s. Alan Vincent aggressively raises with the 6s, makes it 16,000.
Suyen is already in for 4,000.
And Bad Girl is going to call. What is it with people calling with Queen 8 in 2004?
Suited.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what happens if the flop comes down 9-10 jack? Who's laughing then, huh?
I grant you that is a combination that could appear.
3 players.
What's the math on that, Benjamin?
Who knows? It's 2004. Nobody knows the math.
That's
I
a
don't
very
know
good
the
point.
maths.
Good point.
52,000. We see a flop. Flop comes 3.
Okay, you weren't far off. Jack 9-3.
But not being far off is still so far off.
Checked all the way. Turn card. Another is a 4. 3-9. Check 4 is the board. Suyen checks. Rory checks and Ellen. River card.
Everyone checks.
5 of cards.
6 is still the best hand.
Suyen bets 20,000.
Oh no, Liffey made a set of 5s. How did I miss that? Probably because the percentages disappeared at a key moment in this hand.
40 in a race. $60,000. 40,000 more to Suyen's bet.
So Bad Girl bet 20,000 on the river. Rory Liffey makes it 60,000.
Suyen folds and Rory takes it right. Pot of 132,000 to Rory Liffey. First to act is Suyen. She now is all in. Rory folds, Jamie and Ellen fold. Comes back to small blind from Sean. It's about 70,000, 74,000. Call? Sean announces call. Suyen shows ace 4. All right, we see a flop. Flop comes ace, check 3. Both have a pair of aces, but Sean has a better kicker, king. Turn card. Here's a king, and there are no more rights for Suyen. Suyen is out. Give me a round of applause. Suyen down. And then raises to 15,000. Sean announces re-raised 50,000. Small blind, big blind folds, comes back to Ellen. He says all in. And Sean announces call. We see Ellen is all in, shows a pair of queens. And ace queen for Sean. We see the flop. Flop is 10, deuce, 4 with 2 diamonds. Turn cards, another 10. Last card, 4. And doubles up.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Dublin and the 2023 Irish Poker Open, brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. I am James Hardigan, and yes, the fact that you can hear my voice would dictate that I am no longer playing day 1C of the main event, which means I am back in the booth alongside my friends and colleagues Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my baby.
And Griffin Bencher.
Hello, James.
And a new feature table. Mixing things up again, a new lineup coming to the main stage. Pray tell, Joseph, who is headlining this new FT?
Probably maybe a name that represents the Irish Poker Open more than any other.
I'm right here.
No, not Griffin Bencher. No, not Steve O'Dwyer, but Padraig Parkinson. I mean, come on. It doesn't get any more Irish Poker Open than that.
Actually.
a genuine, bona fide Irish poker legend in the one seat at our new feature table. And Porrig playing an 88 big blind stack right now, 44,000 with the blinds at 200, 500 with a 500 big blind ante.
Look how small my arms are.
Now, James, before we get too deep into the action here, we're going to have to hear what happened.
Here we go.
Well, I summarized it perfectly in a tweet, Joe. Second bullet, managed to play a total of 2 hands.
Okay.
Won a hand with ace-king when I rivered a flush. And then button versus small blind. Got it in pre-flop for 75 bigs with aces against tens. Was a 95% favorite on the turn, but there was a 10 on the river.
James, but you have to count it from where the money went in, where you were only an 80%
I know, I'm
favorite.
sorry.
Sure.
Only a 4-1 favorite when the money went in.
But your previous bullet bust out was a very interesting hand.
It was, and as I think I said again on Twitter, the Poker News hand history did not capture any of the betting action, which I think informs why it was such a weird spot and how I couldn't really avoid going broke. Again, I don't necessarily want to get into all the detail, but I did talk to Griffin and Nick about the hand during the break, and as played, I think you agreed, Griffin, that because there was a misunderstanding by one of the players about the fact that I'd raised rather than called, it kind of made it a very awkward dynamic and made it impossible for me to fold trips.
Well, I can go into the details. I remember every single one. James playing about 40 big blinds, raised the hijack with the 7-6 suited, mixing things up. Got 3 callers, including the button and the blinds. And it came queen 6-3 with 2 clubs, checked around, turn 6. He had the 7-6 of hearts.
No, I'm laughing because you are recalling this with spectacular detail.
He has got nothing wrong so far.
Queen 6-3, 2 clubs. Checked around, turn 6. Gin, 3 of a kind, under-repped. Big blind leads out for 1,500. And it comes to James, who throws out a 5K chip and says 4. Unfortunately, the dealer heard that as call, and it got very confusing because then the small blind tried to raise over the perceived call of James Hardigan, and then it got all weird, kind of messy, because it's like then other players were saying
that player underraised.
Underraised, yes, thinking he was check raising to, let's just say 550, 500, something like that. So it's very confusing because, this small blind player could have just been thinking, oh, I can pretend I have a 6 here. So James put the rest of the money in, and the small blind had pocket 3s. And that was the end of James Hardigan's bullet 1. Very unfortunate turn of events for our great leader.
I kind of feel that the end of bullet 2 is worse, and I'll be honest with you.
It feels worse, surely.
That's never happened to me in anything this major, so obviously it felt really bad, and it made me feel that this is why I kind of prefer being this side of things. I prefer just watching it happen to other people.
Yeah, the only way you get bad beat in commentary is if lightning strikes the building.
Which has happened.
Yes, that 1% chance. So,
Probably should stop talking on the feature table.
what's supposed to happen now is that there's no free roll tomorrow, right? It was, we got the free roll today because James made the dinner break. The deal was supposed to be if James makes day 2, then we have a 15K free roll tomorrow. And as of now, that free roll is off.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad because I know that there are a lot of people counting on me for that free roll and that 15K in value, but I would remind you, 95% on the turn to have 150 plus big blinds and cruise into day 2.
So we did ahead of time know that James was going to be able to fire a second time. And no plans were made for James to fire a third time. I'm going to say that right now. However, I'm working on it. I'm working on something. I can't promise it's going to happen. But I would like for everyone to stick with us tomorrow. If you're only here for the free roll, I like I said, I have limited juice.
You're almost out of juice. Yeah.
I expelled a lot of juice.
Yeah.
On bullets 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Because what happened was I fought for Hardigan to get to play this event, and then I was like, well, we gotta give him a second bullet.
Yeah,
They were like,
life's all about second chances. Yeah.
Exactly. And they were like, ah.
But then there's that other expression, third time's a charm. You can still use that one. That's the great thing.
And so I'm working on a plan, but there's a lot of moving pieces that need to come together for this to work. And if even one part of it doesn't, the whole thing falls apart. So
beside me was doing.
James literally has no idea what I'm talking about yet again.
No, again, as I
you
said
almost
earlier
don't
this week,
want me to do it, do you?
Number one, I don't like it when stuff is going on behind the scenes that I'm not involved in or party to.
That's how Griffin got hired.
I'm just not used to it. I'm used to keeping you out of the loop of stuff. But yeah, part of me has suffered enough pain for one Easter weekend.
Shout out to the early hands, by the way, being played at this table, which are clearly uneventful, or we would have noticed.
Let's hope
there were a lot of things we wanted to get to.
I have a bad beat story of my own I wanted to tell about today.
Oh, please, yes. This is what this is for now.
I was in desperate need of a snack moments ago, and I went out to the bar and bought some biscuits. And the bartender handed me the biscuits and then also handed me some coins as change. And I dropped the coins in the tip jar. And then when I went to pop a biscuit in my mouth, I forgot that I still had a €2 coin in my hand, and I put a €2 coin in my mouth instead of the biscuit. And I feel like I'm going to die.
How could you confuse the
It clacked on my teeth and everything. I feel so sick right now.
You are getting a little like you're white a bit. White and green.
I feel green, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, you'll get to the action of this table in just a moment. One key thing to tell you as we look at the chip counts of the players at this new feature table is that during that last break, we're looking now at 1,026 entries currently for day 1C, for flight 1C. So just to be clear, this had a million guarantee. It would have exceeded that guarantee on this flight alone. This is going to be a record-breaking edition of the Irish Open main event. Make no mistake about it. And we're looking at a prize pool now in excess of €2 million.
Yeah, and I got to say, I know I've been calling back to my win in 2017, but there was under 1,200 players in that one. And, I think it was close to 2,000 last year. So this is a tournament as prestigious as it already was in the lore about the Irish Open. It's getting more and more popular, and people are really coming here from all over the world to experience this very special event. I mean, the vibes here are so good. The food is good. Everything is just, the Guinness is flowing. It's a grand old time.
I haven't had a Guinness yet. And
you know what? I was just saying this actually before. Neither have I, and I don't particularly like Guinness, but I read something in the chat saying it tastes much better here, so I'm prepared to give it a go with you.
Only half of them can be right.
I think last session of the night, I'm going to need a Guinness to get through the last 2 hours of the day.
We're playing four-handed for about...
Does anyone know what happened to Porrig's left arm and why it is in a cast? I mean, yes, obviously that means he broke it, but obviously there's a story behind what happened and how it happened. So if anyone happens to know, we have the live chat on YouTube. We have the live chat on Twitch. You can use the hashtag PokerStarsTV if you want to tweet at us.
How many of them are wrong? I mean, probably 50% of the field would be better off playing a turbo.
Yes, feel free to tweet at us. And I will say, Joe will almost always respond to you. He loves the attention. He loves engaging.
That's all true.
You're a tweet machine.
Absolutely true.
Solid maths.
By the way,
he might be dead soon after this.
I'm more likely to reply on Twitter than I am to my own girlfriend.
It's true, yes.
Detective Petumonks seems Hardigan ain't in anymore.
That's correct. Yes. Well spotted.
Yes. Check out the big brains on Brett.
And you're banned.
Yes, sometimes my old lady's got to tweet at me if she wants to reply.
That's hilarious.
Old Legacy Blue over there.
The other fella that was sitting in his seat didn't think he could win it.
No, he just participated for a bit.
I tried to write Legacy Verified, and it wouldn't let me.
Wow. Oh, there we go. A hand from earlier has just been tweeted by PokerStars Live. It's my hand against Ben Vincent, ace-5 versus ace-queen. Domination rotation. domination re-implementation. I would like to point out that I bet when I was ahead and I folded when I was behind.
It's true. It's funny, we were saying the exact opposite.
I only played it because of the blimmin' meme.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys noticed that, but I realized that someone was coming over there to adjust the mic, but I thought that they were just applying the sunglasses down his shirt. So just like, yeah, that's a good angle, yeah. Like he has an assistant that makes sure his sunglasses
sets them straight.
Sorry, Oltan, can we just make sure that, you know, the sponsor's brand on the frame is clearly visible to the camera?
Sponsored by Oakley's.
Tom, yes, I did hear Adam McCullough talking to his mic, asking to leave the booth and bring him a Guinness, but genius that he is.
Yeah, doesn't understand the concept of
with
time.
a 30-minute delay, he was not at the table.
It was rigged in the last hand before the feature table.
Yeah, that was rigged. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a good one for the feature table. Yeah. Off the
Oh, you know what would have been so meta?
Well, I mean,
if 30 minutes, like right now, you showed up with the Guinness.
To his seat.
Yeah.
Just like, you know, this German guy in like the 9th seat is like, have a Guinness.
I could have left it at the empty table, I guess.
And then sent him a picture on Twitter.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Hey, Brady.
Yeah, this is David Brady, one of the locals, one of the Irish players in the field.
Yeah. Bottom range Brady, Queen 7 suited hijack.
His deuce is minimum there.
I love it, to be honest. And not just because everyone folded.
Minimum, huh? So obviously the
Well, he has found a customer, Stephen Foster, in the big blind.
No,
he folded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More microphone issues being resolved.
Likely. Do you want to put a tenner on it? Sick, isn't it? That's a sick bet.
Thank you, Mark Prash, and I appreciate the kind words on YouTube.
Depends on where you're looking at it from.
There were a couple of times where you kind of get lulled into a false sense of security and you do forget that you're on camera and that you're mic'd up and you start talking about stuff and you're like, I probably shouldn't be discussing this, or maybe I shouldn't be saying this.
I felt that in Bahamas when I was on the secondary feature, because it doesn't really feel like it's just you're just talking to someone and your entire conversation is recorded. When I was chatting with Spraggy.
Dompree, have they cleaned up the table yet from that spillage you had at the start of the day? It was a few drops of water, Dompree, and it dried very quickly.
Classicist of races coming up here.
All I'm going to say, by the way, is that packaging may be 88% plant-based and 88% recycled materials. It's a bugger to open.
Yeah. This looks like...
Oh, yes, the sickest and classicist coming up.
Oakley-sponsored Carolan.
Oh,
going to have to put this in. Look at that, exactly 50-50. I just feel like that's crazy that it's exact.
Block. Good luck, Golden.
I guess it's accounting for the blockers of things folded and stuff. Love that stuff. You really see the 50-50.
Like Shamrocks versus Blarney Stones. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
I like that nod between them. Instead of like the good luck, it was like, good luck to me.
Yep. We both know what we're thinking.
Well, the King of Spades is in Carolan's hand. Immediate outs, aces, kings, 6 of them. Running spade would work as well.
Yep. I was going to say
no
king.
Spade on the turn. Instead, the King of Hearts. And now Brady is going to need a queen on the river to eliminate Carolan, who is the at-risk player in this hand, but is set for a double up. 90% chance that happens, and it does happen.
I love it when the best beard wins.
Like this beard versus that beard. One of these two
turned
beards.
to king.
One of these two beards has a slight mathematical advantage.
We're all in trouble now. Oops. That was too small.
Pretty loose open as well.
So it is Stephen Foster who is the table chip leader with a 126 big blind stack. The shorty is Nikolai Mamut with 21 bigs. And an all-Ireland table with the exception of Reinhold Damash and the aforementioned Nikolai Mamut.
Just want to give a shout-out to La Sauce 101 with a very, very sweet, long paragraph of kind words for us here at the broadcast.
I think you'll find, Griffin, that the original poster of that comment was all in
Oh, it's one of those chainmail things. What do we call these things?
copy pastas.
Copy pastas.
I love it. One of these chainmail things. What is this, 1983?
Or the 1500s.
Why'd you fall?
Camera in my face.
You know, Johnny, I can't remember.
Thanks. Think you'll be watching. He's panicking here.
All 74 people could see it.
That's all it's online right now.
You don't even know the channel.
That's probably it.
It's on RTE, they say.
It's amazing how much you talk when there's no headphones in your ears.
I'm bored now.
At the final table of the Irish Open live on
Do you think any of these people could explain to me what happened in the Banshees of Inisherin?
12 or 14 years ago.
Because I have no idea.
There was Americans over for it, wasn't there? Lots of Americans over.
Oh,
yeah.
It was shocking.
And they, yeah.
I mean, there was people looking forward to the ads. And they were all hamming it up for the table.
I actually liked that movie way less than I thought I was going to, but my dad loved it.
One green.
I think it's a big old man movie. Not quite.
I actually really enjoyed the premise and the beginning of it, and the more it went on, the more I was like, I have no idea what this movie's about.
Exactly. That's how I felt.
I have no idea what's happening.
Yeah.
I need to check it out. It's on Disney Plus, right?
Yeah.
Maybe for you guys.
Yeah.
19 outs?
That's just impressive. How many cards are there? Like 31?
Hang on. Why do you need 19 outs when you're ahead?
That's kind of cool, though, to show the outs of your hand still remaining ahead. This is a new thing, I think. No?
I was quite confused by one of the outs things earlier.
Graphics team trying something, trying to reinvent the wheel, just shut down by the boss.
So it was Gareth McMahon who was the pre-flop aggressor, raised the button, and Mamut defended the big blind. Mamut's still ahead right now with a pair of sevens. McMahon betting 1,500 on the turn.
Yeah, and it's really targeting this exact range that needs to fold, so nice result for McMahon. McMahon's like, oh man, I just bluffed on TV. It's pretty sick.
That's right, Tom. James does not like calling for outs while ahead, does not like showing outs when the player is ahead either. By the way, do you know what the ultimate sign that this is a huge event and this is a huge starting flight is? The fact that all the players have literally broken the gents' toilets.
Yeah, I noticed that.
I felt bad for the folks that had to clean that up. I slipped them a couple of bucks.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that. I only destroyed 2 of the stalls myself.
You know it's bad when they have to clean it up with bed sheets.
Oh, Christ alive.
They all said Clayton Hotel on it, too, which was weird.
So
one of them had guacamole on it.
we're seeing the legend in action here. Porrick Parkinson opening in relatively early position here with King 3 of diamonds. And raise and take it.
You know what I noticed? A lot of Irish players on this table.
It's a little weird, yeah.
Yeah. Like, almost all of them.
All bar 2.
Did they not even do a random draw?
Yeah, we put all of them on the same table and one German guy. Tom214 says, Joe Staves has me worried about giving Ted Lasso a try after his Season 3 opinion. Never worry about Ted Lasso. You'll always get exactly, you know, it's just a light, warm hug. Just, you know, a couple cheap laughs.
The more I hear about this show, the more I realize it plays better on the other side of the Atlantic. I think North Americans have a much better view of it than Brits.
I find the character very likable. Like, he's great, and Jason Sudeikis is amazing, but the things he says are so forced.
They're a bit cringy sometimes.
Yeah.
Smell the walks.
He's like, I'm like a cat in a litter box just pawing around out there. And you're like, what?
You can't help himself. Can't help yourself.
Good hand. He 10-7 suited probably.
Razor 307 says, is the guy still in for the free rolls? No, that guy is not still in.
Players playing today.
Sorry.
I get stuck at the table with you two.
He had his chance and he blew it.
He blew it. Yeah, blew it.
Yeah. Lovely. What are the odds of that like?
Evens, I told you earlier. Don't keep asking.
Even money.
I told you earlier.
Oh, yes, I love a good Irish accent. Like out loud.
Come on, Porrick, under the gun raise, 6-3 offsuit. Let's go.
James. I was on this last year, on bubbled the 5K tournament. It's great. Got to see myself lose. five away from the money or something.
Oh, did you punt it off?
He thinks I did. I don't know. Race.
Good fold there from Tick.
He's probably right.
Not going to try to pronounce his whole name.
So Gareth McMahon
5 was worthy of the whole tank going in.
raises with King Queen.
So we're just waiting for kings.
No, I'm on your side.
And looks like everyone else has folded, including Reinhold Domash in the big blind.
Love to write one says, James, you did a great job.
Oh, yeah.
And there's Spraggy. Out in the field. What bullet is Spraggy on?
4. But it looks like he actually has chips this time. I heard he was extremely short on the 4th bullet, but it looks like he's bounced back from that.
Did he have it?
What?
Well, whatever hand he was...
He said he was gambling with 10.
You know, you throw enough darts at the dartboard, one of them's going to hit bullseye eventually.
He's gambling, all right.
Rag have 99 is James Hartigan out. Yes!
James, you did a great job, and your table chat was epic. Hart, I loved seeing you play. From Love to Write 1.
Thank you very much.
I surely thought
a lot of love out there for James.
5 cards there.
Well, there should be,
yeah.
Look, Joe knows I was not looking forward to playing on the feature table at all, but actually, dare I say, I quite enjoyed it after a while. But I've said this multiple times, so apologies if I'm repeating myself, but I think it was the fact that I had a nice table. There were good people. I really enjoyed talking to them.
Very nice, polite, good conversation. A great ambassador you were up there.
Bless you. Oh, I mean, obviously, you know, I know Ben. We're colleagues, and obviously he was a reg on the EPT for many years. I had the delightful Della from Oklahoma to my direct left.
Yeah, Della was awesome. So Della had been previewed to me by another Canadian player in the bar a couple nights ago. She's like, I brought my friend Della. She's awesome. She's
that's who it is?
Firecracker
I was
from
there
Oklahoma.
for that.
Yes.
Okay. Amazing.
Yeah. That's the Della we heard
Oh,
about.
great story.
I can't believe there's more than one Della from Oklahoma playing in the Irish Open. I know it's a huge event. I know it's a huge field, but come on, that'd be pushing things.
I just want to say, I know you say nice things about Vincent, but did 3-bet you with Jack-8 off pre-ante, which I thought was a little out of line. It was a little out of line.
That's because he's a good player and he knows I'm going to fold most of my hands in that spot.
I mean, I would have folded ace-5 too.
So what show did Porg Parkinson used to host? Was it late night poker?
Host? I mean, no, he's
commentator.
Sorry,
yeah.
he's done commentary. He's done commentary for some of the Sky Sports programs.
Something that was on in America because I know.
Oh, really?
Oh, no. I think it was late night poker.
Was he? I mean, Late Night Poker had so many commentators over the years, and yes, he and Jesse may have worked together a lot, so that wouldn't surprise me. But I mean, there was a time, and I'm talking like 2005, 2006, where there was poker on TV in the UK every single night, and those 6 max shootout formats.
Yes.
And I think that there was...
It was like a very dark set, black curtains with like sort of little sparkles on them.
And he, and again, it was often Porrick and Jesse May, and they sounded like they were having an absolute whale of a time.
Yes. Because when I used to date Christy Gazes, she had been flown over to be on that show. It was like made me watch it one night, and I remember that was my introduction to Porrick Parkinson.
Who's commentating, actually? Anybody know who's commentating?
I have no idea.
Come on.
Don't you know who I am?
Last year it was Finton.
Finton Gavin?
Yeah.
No, it's that stars.
Finton Hand.
There's only one Finton in my book.
Joe Staple. Yeah.
Oh, must be. Yeah.
Oh, must be him. So disappointed. Oh, my God. That was incredible. Somebody clip that. That was incredible. I've never heard someone so disappointed.
Even your dad?
Well, I mean, he doesn't call me Joe Stapleton. Joe Stapleton.
Nice to get it in live.
Ace Queen for PP.
That was amazing.
Oh. Jeez, another walk. Must be some amount of walks. Like.
He was looking very well tugged out, Finton, earlier, so it probably is doing the commentary.
When the one-armed guy over 60 at the table raises, you can probably just fold, right?
Lunchtime.
Oh, I didn't see him.
He's not going to be raising too light. There it is. Record's been broken.
There we go. We have hit 2,042 total entries. So this is officially the biggest Irish Open main event of all time. I would like to remind everyone that registration is still open for this flight. There is the turbo flight, day 1D, which starts in around 40 minutes' time. Plus, registration remains open until the start of day 2. That number is going to keep going up.
I kind of feel like an idiot because earlier I was like, we might hit 2,000 entries. And we hit 2,000 entries in this flight.
Yeah.
Before, with like 4 hours to go still.
Thanks, Braggy. I mean, you know, I contributed two to that. So, at my second table, which obviously you guys didn't see, 2 to my left was the guy who we met in Paris. Do you remember the guy at breakfast who had the Cartier Santos?
Yes,
the
I
PVD,
do, yes.
which he's still wearing.
The American fellow.
Yep, who we then saw survive the bubble in the Paris main event. So he was at my table. I think he was on his 5th or 6th bullet in this.
Wow.
Because he'd fired 2 on day 1A, 2 on day 1B. He was on his 5th bullet on day 1C, and he had got eliminated shortly before I did and was contemplating coming back in.
He's on his, like, 8th bullet in 1D and then doesn't have the watch anymore.
By the way, can I just say you guys were saved? Because the second table I was at, we had a 30-minute conversation about watches.
Caroline getting way out of line with this click-back 3-bet by King 3 suited against the Under the Gun Open, and then quite a small sizing on the flop. And I think this is just Carter having a bit of a funeral for his hand, because you don't really make this expression and then call But the sizing is very suspect. Do you want to see? Oh, it's
Aces.
oh, here we go. Aces.
Oh.
It's like, oh, look how sick I am. Oh, I got the king 3.
All king 3.
My favourite hand.
It had to be one or the other.
We could have gone with a few hearts on the flop.
Mm-hmm.
That definitely wasn't getting.
Bit of fun from Caroline. Giving him a hard time, but
that's it.
you know, nice to have that gear every once in a while.
For the lads, they can all criticise it later on.
I'll criticize it right now,
No,
Caroline.
we're the same group of friends, like everyone can criticise us now.
I was close to finding the
That's a good bit of crack.
Did Carol Ann travel with Della from Oklahoma?
I mean, Caroline does sound like the way an Irish person would say Caroline, right?
You got bluffed on TV.
Carolyn.
You don't like that.
No, he won't like that.
Head's about
But I'm going to remind him about it every single time we meet.
Head is about to go big time.
Gasket's gone.
11.
Don't take it out on Porrick now.
So, Porrick Parkinson opening with Jack 8 of diamonds. The 3-bet from Shane Carter and the fold from Porrick. I don't know what's happened on YouTube, Joe. I'm frightened to ask.
What's that?
I'm just seeing your...
I mean, I can run it down if you want. A fella said, hey, Stapes, say something funny, eh? And I gave him a bit of a timeout. When he came back from the timeout, he said, who gave me the timeout? Would you explain yourself? And I said, yeah. You demanded I say something funny in kind of a rude and arrogant way, so I gave you a timeout. And he goes, oh, sorry, didn't mean to do that. And I said, no worries. I actually forgot about it till right now. All good. And then he went back and like doubled down on how he wasn't being rude and I was the one being rude. And
oh, I thought this was going to have a happy ending at first.
No,
Like, oh, everybody, oh, they just talk
anyway,
things through.
Yada yada yada. You banned.
yeah.
Cut to your band.
McMahon, 6-3 suited on the button. Is it bad to fold 6-3 suited on the button?
No. You can do it. A lot of players do it.
Okay, good. Now is calling 6-3 suited on the button now for 2,500 bad. Oh, wait, he already did. Never mind. Don't answer. Don't answer that.
I think at this stack depth, and first of all, Carter's sizing's a bit too small. You know, once you've already put out 1,200, and then you're only at 3-bet, basically 3x. You know, you can mix in some calls with a hand. This is obviously the worst hand you'll ever consider calling, but I don't mind mixing it in. You know, you're in position. But yeah, you shouldn't make a habit of raise calling 6-3 suited. But sizing, position, you know, obviously this is...
They made it too good. They made the price too good. I had to call.
Yeah.
Well, I had a terrible hand.
He was supposed to fold that one free, but he didn't because the cameras were on.
I just thought you had.
Just wanted to hold on, you know, for the light.
He wanted to dog you alive.
I had a very doggable hand. It was woofing when pre-flop, so it was. Bag of spanners.
Bag of spanners. Great expression.
Punt here.
Sounds like you, all right.
You needed the 4-5 flop.
You needed the pocket fives there. Stick it in pre.
Yeah, it always works. We've already established. Well,
I meant to think that. I didn't mean to say that out loud.
Often works.
Often works. You said always, and you changed it to often.
Okay, sometimes.
Le Keeper on YouTube says lots of smartwatches on the feature table. How come? I've not seen a single smartwatch yet.
Maybe they mean watches that look smart.
Oh, I see. Lots of nice watches. People are allowed to wear nice watches.
Like a smartly dressed individual.
Yeah.
Woo! Tree of a kind.
That's a good hand, but
not that good if a deuce comes, right, Hardigan?
yeah, thanks. Thanks for the memories.
Picture. Or better picture.
Oh, yeah, right.
That's right, Le Keeper. Smartwatches are forbidden on RFID tables, but I have not spotted any of the players on the main stage right now wearing a smartwatch. If one has slipped through the net, obviously we'll do our best to remove it, but I can't see anyone wearing a smartwatch.
Not thrilled by this spot.
Yeah, get us back on track, Griffin.
For Teak and McMahon, but of course, hard to put your opponent on a 3.
Where did that Nightbot prompt come from about what watch I'm wearing?
Oh, because people were asking too much, and I was like, can we just get a command for it? I answered it twice, and then I was like, I'm done.
Yeah, we got to automate this thing.
It was twice in the span of like 3 minutes.
We got to outsource this work.
Yeah, I'll just address this question again. I'll do it at the end of the night, but Failman asking James, are you playing tomorrow again? As of now, no. I honestly don't know that we're going to be able to make this work, but I have a plan that, like I said, it has a lot of moving parts to it. It basically has
Thank you.
13 or 14 moving parts to it. It's like an Ocean's 11 type of situation.
6 tree of spades, what I call it.
And I don't know that I'm going to be able to pull it off. I shouldn't even really be talking about it because I was told not to. But I figure if I put it out there, maybe it'll have to happen.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
Okay, nice hand. You had the best hand. Anyway.
It is a scheme. Yes, Naga Sandwich. We can call it a scheme. I've got a scheme, a plan.
A plot.
A plot. All right, Porg Parkinson with the clangers.
Is this something that you need to convince people at PokerStars to do?
That's one of 13 parts, yes.
Okay. Can I suggest you put it in a PowerPoint deck?
You can suggest it. One of the best things about my job is that I've never had to make a PowerPoint.
You need to get something done at Stars, dude. You've got to put it in a PowerPoint deck.
Can I start with Webster's definition of poker?
Mammoet in big trouble here against Parkinson.
Yeah, especially with the ace folded there.
But Brady taking pause, and this appears to be something like 2 jacks.
Jacks, 10s.
Maybe 10s, ace-queen suited, ace-king off. You know, considering calling off the 7400.
Whoa,
yeah,
queens maybe?
Yeah, that looks like 10s, ace-queen suited plus to me. Could be aces too, but
Porg all in now. And
Mammoet's like, what am I doing in here?
What a great spot.
Brady has to let it go now. All right, so we're back to 10s, 9s.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. That's what I feel.
And we'll never know
You have 8s.
I like this line
You'll
from the long
never
con.
know.
It says, Mammoet about to be kaput.
Oh, Jesus, someone's
5
joking.
stars.
Jesus Christ.
Just a stab in the
Kings
dark.
again.
Jesus.
Well,
Queen again.
it's a
Little help.
queen on the flop, absolutely. Aces and queens now working for Mammoet, who
Hard-handed
is the at-risk player here and is going to need to hit to survive and is going to need to hit on the river.
Really.
Does not. And so we lose one of the 2 non-Irish players at this feature table. Nikolai Mammoet eliminated.
It's your hand today.
Well, I'm thinking of taking it up for life.
And I see that StatTrick very conveniently provided us with an update on some members of Team PokerStars Pro. Spraggy currently around 70k
Jiggities.
after being down under 10k during the last break. Finton playing around 45k. Tonka, alas, has busted both bullets today.
He'll be back. By the way, I don't know if you heard, but Brady just there said jiggities, which I believe is Irish for
80 big blinds.
jacks.
80 big blind jam.
Audrey, can you teach me how to get kings twice in one tournament?
Well,
That is a skill.
It comes with experience and experience only,
And
my
get all
friend.
in both times.
And get a free AK as well.
I'm having some glorious internet issues at the moment.
Yeah, I can see James is glitching. So we've got some limps here. Porig limps under the gun with 9-8 suited, gets away with it. Caroline and Dumbash. It sounds like dumbass. This guy's a real dumbash.
Oh,
No
Joe.
bad beat stories, Porridge.
I'm not going to tell any bad beat stories. But seeing as you asked.
I mean, I feel like if you raise under the gun there, you can c-bet this and win it a lot, right? Right. So we didn't c-bet.
So have you seen?
He didn't win it.
Have you seen Mark Prashen's question, Joe? Which PokerStars Pro would make the best grease man for Joe's scheme?
What is a grease man? The killer? The guy who greases people?
No, greases the wheels, makes it happen.
The driver.
I guess.
I'm the grease man. I make it happen.
Home, you are the worst it hurts.
If I had to pick a ride or die of the Team
The
Pros,
further you are away from home,
it would probably be Spraggy.
And the fact that that's your selection says a lot about the rest of them.
I've been playing tournaments.
Nick
far from
also
home.
is incredibly loyal
He's
and
allowed to play
supportive
GSM.
and
That
would
is
probably
true.
do
On the way back.
anything for me if I asked him also. Spraggy would make a face, but do it. I got Spraggy to give me 5,000 pounds with almost no questions asked a couple months ago.
Less, sir. Come on.
Yeah, the bad beats you can take, but
Yeah. What is this?
1,000.
What?
1,000 to you.
Porig has the dominating hand here with King 10 and will defend his big blind to the opening raise from Ultan Carolan.
Doesn't like the box.
Jesus.
Porig still ahead.
The older you get,
Still ahead, but you're not loving it.
I don't like that box.
And no longer ahead as Caroline pairs his jiggities.
The rotation has occurred. And Porig gets away from it
is that all?
with a bet of 900 on the turn.
Kings again.
Hold on, Griffin. About, I want to say, 40 seconds ago, I glanced over to my left, and there was a good 55% of a sandwich on that plate. I look back, and all that's left is barely 2%.
Listen.
How did you manage to eat that much sandwich in such a short space of time?
I'm an efficient eater, and you know when I'm power snacking to sneak in some food, but, you know between spiels, I can be very efficient.
The best is when he puts his vape inside the sandwich and pretends to be eating it. But he's really vaping.
I can only assume that you are going to have chronic indigestion for the rest of the season.
I'm built like a tank, man.
And chronic popcorn lung.
Yeah.
Around the pot limit Omaha, is it?
Pot limit Omaha.
Oh, well, that's right. The grease man in Ocean's 11 was the stunt guy, the acrobat. Do we need someone like that to make this scheme happen? Do you need to lock someone in a box?
Someone need to be crammed into a small space.
Excuse me.
I mean, I guess if I was going to have someone hide out in like the buy-in cage to add your name to the registry tomorrow. Brandon's small enough to fit, I think.
He's not a member of Team PokerStars Pro.
No.
The question specifically relates to Team Pro. Who is the smallest, most agile member of Team Pro?
GJ?
Yes, good shout.
Yeah, GJ probably. Although I'm not sure the hair would fit. That hair is going to take up a lot of space in the box.
Well, if she's taking the heist seriously, we can get rid of the hair.
Right. GJ, we're going to need you to just get crammed into a box overnight, and you got to shave your head.
Domash with the 3-bet takedown with the ace-king, and gotta say, you know, the flag might say German, he might look German, but he sounded pretty Irish when he 3-bet.
Domash, more like the machine.
Speaking of, the machine looks pretty cool.
Yeah, that looks fun.
I don't like the bit, but the movie looks awesome. The movie looks really cool.
I haven't heard the bit. What about the bit?
That movie's based on a bit he does in his stand-up act.
But it's a real story, right? Or he claims it's
allegedly, yeah.
I got no idea what you're talking about.
It's from Bert Kreischer.
Kreischer. Do you know Bert Kreischer, the
Nope.
comedian?
He does stand-up with his shirt off.
Yeah, Two Bears podcast, or two men and a bear in a cave.
Nope.
And
Sorry.
Oh, JD 630 is heads up in the free roll right now.
Go JD. TID. That's short for take it down, by the way, Griffin. That's what the kids are saying now. He's gone back to his sandwich.
He's gone off now.
He's old school, so.
Is he allowed to walk off with his mic? Oh my gosh. Surely they won't connect with it. He's gone to the jacks with his mic on.
He's in the bar, maybe. I don't know if I want to hear either conversation, whether he's in the bar or the jacks.
There you go. Mash.
Oh, I gave him what? 8. There you go.
Jack 7 suited walk from the small blind. Boo! Boo!
Not every hand can be a setup, Griffin.
Boo! No, you just limp it in or raise it. Play it. Don't give the 5-3 off a walk.
5 of the sand.
The ace jack of hearts.
Oh, Joe Stapleton says in the Twitch chat regarding Bert, not my fave. Having flashbacks to that time you said that about a meme I sent. It just tortured me for weeks. Not my fave.
I probably gave you the full not my favorite.
Yeah, I just I did a whole spiel after too. I did a whole bit. Oh yeah. You don't
What
like
am I
it?
supposed to do if I don't like what you sent me? Just not say anything?
It was good. It was a comic strip. It was funny. I'm gonna put it in the chat here if I can find it. So if we talk too much, I'll never find it. Ah, damn you, friendship.
Top pair,
Jack
top
9-7.
kicker. That's
Yep.
that's the dream.
It's really warm.
Yeah, welcome to the bright lights of stardom. Get used to it, pal. Keep flopping top pairs.
Absolutely.
You're gonna be a star.
Whoa, JD made $981 in the free roll, James. Thanks to you. As JD put it.
Come on.
Considering you made it all the way to lunch.
Very wide defend, he said.
I just realized that my Twitch chat froze about like 20 minutes ago and hasn't been refreshing. So let me just.
How delightful for you.
I don't know what is wrong with my internet.
But you go in and
Very,
watch the
very
stream.
frustrating.
Maybe some of that toilet water spilled on your computer.
Oh. Come on and pop out the chat, pop out the chat. Doom, doom. Pop out the chat, pop out the chat. There we go.
Oh, and Andre Malinovsky in YouTube chat says, thanks for surviving the lunch break. He finished third in the free roll.
What I love here is that we've got people who are genuine viewers of the stream who are making the final table and having decent scores in that free roll. That's great to hear.
Hell yeah. $700 for Andre.
Nice.
That's so sick.
And to think there'd be a free roll worth 1.5 times that if you are able to get 14 moving pieces to work together.
First of all, I don't know why this is falling on me. It was James's job to make it to day 2.
I made it to the lunch break. The
Dude,
fact that I lost
the
2
lunch
bullets
break.
after that.
Dude could have bought in directly to day 2, but he was feeling it. He was feeling the juice.
Yeah, there was juice involved.
95% favorite on the turn.
You know we don't count it like that. You can just say 80% pre-flop.
Yeah,
It
but I
doesn't
was
sound that much worse.
on the turn was when I was thinking about the fact that I'm going to have 150 big blinds and I'm going to cruise into day 2. That was the problem.
There's your problem right there. JD follows up with James Hardigan is a hero.
By the way, when they started playing music in the room, could you hear that on the stream?
I don't think so, no.
When they suddenly started playing Bonnie Tyler?
Total eclipse of my shirt?
No. I'm holding out for Hero.
Oh, no. No, they did not. Were they playing for you?
Wait, from Shrek?
From Shrek.
Jesus Christ, Griffin.
From who's Harry Crumb?
As I said when I was at the feature table, it was the theme to Channel 4's NFL coverage in the early 1980s.
Wow, you're old.
More runners this time.
I know that, Griffin. I don't need you telling me that.
I know, yeah. Yeah, they doubled it back in 2019, didn't they?
I didn't even think of
Last
that
year
we
as
could
well.
just put James in a satellite right now.
Oh, the last year did they get the double?
Just make him really make him really sing for his supper.
You can also put him in the turbo.
Yeah, but it's still 1,100 euros for the turbo.
Make
The
this
satellite's 100.
end.
600 people coming in from the turbo and max late reg, I'd say.
You think so?
Yeah, at least 500, I think.
I'm quite happy sat here.
No, no.
Keep getting kings, you won't be.
You won't be. You won't be there. All
Look
the
at our
kings
chip
are-
counts here.
Isn't that the guy who owns King's Casino with 20 bigs?
Just don't lose the head.
Tikananiuk?
Yeah, don't do that. It's on the table for it as well.
Pretty sure that's the
Leon Chikanuk?
That's the owner of TikTok.
Yeah, featured tables makes you blow up.
Oh, yeah.
Under pressure, you know.
We are still at the 200, 500 blind level.
Dolly Parton for Carter at the cutoff. Definitely seems like a player that's willing to attack in late position. Hasn't seen a lot of aggression from these players, at least not out of line aggression. Was able to correctly raise fold the ace-10 earlier, so I think has a pretty good read on these players and feels comfortable raising a hand of this nature. Very interesting flop. Is going to continue with position with that flush draw, which makes a lot of sense. You want to fold out those, you know, ace-high type hands. You're going to expect to get called a decent percentage of the time, as we do see the king-queen continue. Really hoping to just hit that heart, and that is just gin, baby. That's 5 hearts.
That's a flush.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So Damash thinks he's drawing to a straight. Damash is actually drawing dead.
And unfortunately for Carter, oh no, very surprised to see a call here. I would expect a pot-sized bet to be folded here when you could just be drawing dead, and there is the card that's going to do it.
God. The dumb machine is going to get wrecked.
Yeah, and Carter, ooh, I don't like the way his lips going. Like, I hope you're not thinking about checking back. Oh, no!
Wow.
Get me back in the spent.
Final table will be a bigger party forever who's here.
Bit too cautious there and shaking his own head at himself. The bright lights there, worried about being against. You know, it's not the highest of flushes, but it's also not bad either. 9-high flush, you're going to get, you know, paid from all those 8 6-high flushes. And, you know, hands like king-queen. King-queen with either the queen or king of hearts expected to call there on the turn. So your opponent's going to river to straight sometimes. They're going to have 10x they're going to call a lot of the time. So mistake there from Carter, in my opinion. Yeah, sometimes you're going to be betting into a better hand, but it's hard to make flushes, and if you want to bob and weave with hands like 9-5 suited, you got to get every street of value when you make a flush.
Yeah, I think one. Both, I think.
I'm well aware of my own nitty tendencies, but I'm pretty sure I would have bet the flush there.
There he is.
And then I would have got raised and I would have thrown up in my mouth.
Players and dealers in the main event. If you began the shuffle, complete the hand you're on. Next hand blinds are up. 300, 600, 600. 300 small blind, 600 big blind, 600 big blind ante in the main event.
Well, you heard the man. We've just hit the next level. Blinds going up after this. And Griffin, I think we're going to let you go because am I right in thinking that you're going to fire one more shot at this?
One more time.
You're going to play the 1D turbo flight?
1D turbo. Starts in 7 minutes. Gonna give her a go.
Well, we are officially at the 300, 600 blind level now, so we will release Griffin and wish him the best of luck in
Thank you
Flight 1D.
so much, James. Wish me, I need all the power of the chat to run up a stack here. You're all appreciated. Cheers, guys and girls.
And obviously, if you hear Griffin's voice later on this evening, you will know that the turbo flight did not go well, because that's how it works. So it looks like we have blind v blind situation here. No. There was an under the gun raise, or under the gun +1 raise from Gareth McMahon. It has been called by Porrig in the small and called by Alex in the big. And it's an ace-10-5 flop. Pair of threes still ahead and well ahead now with a set on the turn. However, the straight draw and the diamond draw for Alex. And we have an all-in here from Alex with that draw, but he is currently behind, and he is going to need to get lucky on the river. The set of threes for Gareth McMahon. The straight draw and the flush draw for Alex Tikoniak. 10 on the river. That's a full house for McMahon, and Alex is KO'd. Well, as we sweep away the remnants of Griffin Benja's sandwich, Nick Walsh is back in the booth.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me. Unbelievable behavior, honestly. Every time. Every time.
You should have heard what he did to Joe Stapleton's bed the other night.
Good Lord.
They would have.
He played them like fives.
But the fellow who had tens, though, in my hand would have beat me.
Oh, was that the famous other hand, was it? Tens?
I can't beat tens. Can't beat them. At the other side events, when I got knocked out, well, both of them were tens this week too.
The Mikeys.
If I get knocked out by tens in the Irish Open, something's strange.
So still an hour of play until the
You're not superstitious.
final break of the day. These
I
are
actually
long days, Nick.
They are very long indeed.
And I guess it's the nature of the beast, right? If you're going to have an event like this, which is so big, and you've got to get it done in 4 days effectively, you're playing over the Easter weekend, you've got to make sure you play enough levels every day to get it done by Monday.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, so many of the events that we've covered recently, especially during European Poker Tour stops like Barcelona, for example, not that quite recently, have just been growing in size. And we need to get through the days. If you want to play big field MTTs live, you got to play. You got to do the time.
Yeah.
Shane Schultz gets through.
Tony Murphy says Gareth is a very good player. Yeah, good at turning sets and rivering full houses. No, I'm kidding. No one ever won a poker tournament without getting lucky, but equally we know that there is a lot of talent on display in this tournament, and there's some very good players who we hope to see make deep runs over the next 3 days. Oh, and we talked about second and third in the free roll. Now we've got Gremlin22 says, sorry your Irish Poker Open journey came to an end, James, but thank you very much for the free roll. Managed to luck box my way to fourth for $498. As Joe says, nice.
Nice indeed. Just had word PokerStars Strag is still out there in the field.
That was a bit light.
Still mixing it up.
What about Brandon? Is he winning?
Good question.
They need this in the picture project.
Yeah, because of the camera, they have to...
They prefer to see our faces than the back of your head.
Well, I don't blame them for that one. Would they rather I just left?
We would, actually.
You tried that once. You tried that once before and it didn't work.
No, they caught me. Am I far enough now? Any more requests? Just let me know.
They might give you your own table soon.
Well, it's about time. At least they wouldn't have any aggravation.
He said raise, sorry.
Wait your turn, Gar.
How much?
When he said, I know, but he just said raise, I want to instantly just get rid of it.
You wait how much and then you can.
Oh, okay, sorry. I don't know.
This is the first time. Lesson 1, Gareth. Huh?
It's not bad. I don't want to do anything stupid.
That's sticky stuff,
What happened? You want to hear what he was just saying about you? You should hear what he was just saying about you.
You have the re-entry.
So we've got a new player taking their seat at the feature table. Also a dealer change occurring.
I wouldn't wear it for you. How much? He's Seamus. He's an absolute gangster. Rotten.
It is Lucas Golden from the USA.
Get that yet, Fenton. We're just going to talk to those lads.
Who's just registered.
Free buy-in. Do you get a free buy-in out of it?
I think a buy-in, a rebuy, but far more important, the pint of cards.
That's what I was going to say. I hate the pints more like it.
Are you off I thought you were off the drink for a while, were you?
No, but it's fine.
Welcome.
Nobody's off the drink when Fenton's buying.
You're not a big folder, no?
No, in fairness, he has a lot of faults, but he's one of the greatest drink buyers of all time.
Very true.
He may be in the top 50 in the world.
In the world?
For buying drink, yeah.
Would you be in the top 50 for drink and drink?
No, but a couple of the lads would.
So we got NA and a bunch of numbers on Twitch asking when are you bringing Shark Tank back. You want to be talking to NBC about their broadcast plans for the new season of Shark Tank.
Indeed. I was thinking the same thing.
Interesting start.
Neat.
That's the wrong order in this lot. God bless them.
We have gone three-way to this flop, which is King 7-3 with 2 clubs. Ace high still ahead.
Looks like Carter's going to use that gutter ball as a bit of a semi-bluff here, James. Doesn't need to bluff against 9-5 off. Excuse me?
What?
Right.
And now the problem you've got is you've now rivered the 9.
2 checks and Queen 9 will do it.
Queen 9.
Is that a...
Was that a misread?
Or is it a call with the intention of bluffing the river, and then when you actually river a 9, you shut down?
Actually, a Paddy Power hand, no.
Carter turns to him and says, "Guess you're not a big folder, eh?"
And just another club.
Didn't even have a club.
I know. I would have got to win on the club.
Wow.
Yeah, Winfeld makes a good point. I thought I saw 10-9 tabled there. I think there may have been a mistake.
Yeah, that makes more sense
with the graphics. I don't think he had 9-5.
Who was supposed to get the ace?
I mean, in an ideal world, we have
Thank you,
accurate information, but, you know. One of the cards was right.
Don't stop there.
And also, that's an excellent point. Sarnat saying folding your first hand at a new table is always a sign of weakness.
You can't.
I'm starting to think.
Never ever fault the first hand you play.
You're giving him the keys to the Lambo.
Absolutely. You're basically telling the rest of the table you can be pushed around, that you can be pwned.
Oh, these are long days, James, but I am loving the coverage, I got to say. Irish poker.
Yeah, definitely showed 10-9. Thank you, Tom, for rewinding the VOD and double-checking.
And he didn't know 2/3 of the people there, and neither did any of us. Everybody.
Was he buying drink in his own house?
No. But I was sick after this on poop.
Not today.
Can't show weakness. You're giving him the keys to the Lambo.
Just out of interest, Nick, is it still...
How many of them did you have, Porrick, though?
I know it's less egregious to call the turn with 10-9. It's still not great, though, is it?
No. I mean,
can't drink Sambuca.
didn't actually catch the pre-flop action. A couple people saying it was a limp in the first place, which is already a little bit unusual in the first place. But
yeah, I think it was a Gibbons. I think he limped under the gun.
Yeah,
but,
so really not advisable all round, but still, makes a bit more sense that way.
I find that hard to believe for some reason. I don't know why. Do you believe it?
I like that hat. Can I just say?
What, 6-3 of clubs?
David Brady's hat makes me smile.
Oh, hat, not hand.
Hat.
Okay.
A jack, a 6, and a 4. So pairs for both Carolan and Damash. Pair of 6s, suffice to say, ahead of a pair of 4s.
I think you can see bet the 6-3 here if you're going to play it. It's a hand that requires quite a lot of protection on this board, even though you do just have the second pair on the rainbow jack 4-6, James, as well, or 6-4 jack, whichever way you want to read it. There's not quite as many check raises as there's not quite as many check raise semi bluffs. You got to be concerned about getting blown off your second pair.
Future tables treat you well.
Oh, bless you, Vin Nolan. Bittersweet but comforting to hear Hardigan from the other side of the felt. That felt being the black curtain that divides us from the main tournament room. I can confirm, by the way, that you can hear the commentary out on the floor. I enjoyed listening to Joe get excited from time to time. I enjoyed hearing the occasional chuckle.
You get lost?
Yeah, right.
How did you end up here?
Ignition.
Ignition, you take steak too, right?
Yep.
Oh, nice.
It's the remix to Ignition, hot and fresh out the kitchen. Oh, really shouldn't reference that guy, should I?
Are you looking for another horse?
Whoops.
He doesn't eat much hay.
What part of Florida are you from?
East Coast.
East Coast?
Yeah.
I was in Sarasota last time. That's Florida, right?
I don't know what's worse, a conversation about people playing on an illegal gaming site or me referencing R. Kelly. It's a race.
Florida, I was there, I think. I did Disneyland. I was like 16, but I was in Sarasota. I can remember Sarasota pretty well.
Yeah, it's a great place, man.
Yeah, for sure.
You were only 16?
When I was there, yeah.
Last year, was it?
Last year, yeah.
It was last week. I already did. I mean,
you'll always look way younger than you are.
That's a good thing.
Which is a good thing, yeah.
Yeah, but the poker, the late nights, takes it out of you.
Well, if it hasn't taken it out of you yet.
Yeah.
Hello.
Running low on lives, maybe.
I'd say that's a fairly decent flop for Jack 10 of clubs, James.
You think?
I ain't got no scars.
Street Flash!
That'll age you.
Just like we rehearsed it, James. Well played. Oh, man. How do both players actually manage to find a top pair on this board as well? This is really spicy.
They were talking about how poker makes you look old. Friendship is Tragic says, poker does indeed age you. Dimash is 32.
Well, he's going to play this one real fast. Not sure if I approve of this, James. You have the effective nuts. I realize, obviously, that's kind of a silly thing to say, but you will have the best hand here an overwhelming amount of the time.
Okay.
And even if the ace of clubs is in Carter's hand, the 9 of clubs isn't even going to be no good for him.
Counterpoint.
Yes.
Is it ever a mistake to raise when you have the best hand?
Never a mistake, no. However, you may want to give your opponents a little bit more rope. Obviously, clubs are also an action killer. There's that too, but I don't know. If I'm in Carter's shoes, I'm thinking, this guy looks real strong right now. I'm not sure if he has a semi-bluff in this situation. Does this 32-year-old man have a semi-bluff in this situation? Good fold, good fold.
The machine wins the pot. And we'll never know if the street flash draw will have come in.
No club. Yeah, good fold.
No club.
Bunty.
From here?
Oh, just thinking about it.
Save there.
I think you need a miracle in that hand.
I think he's right.
I think so.
That was close.
That's it.
And just let the man abuse me with the ace X of clubs.
So obviously we've got StatTrick out on the floor, Nick, keeping an eye on things for us, including like what's happening at some of the Team Pros tables, and also what's happening with the clock, because right now, for the first time all day, the number of players is actually going down sharply. Previously, during the early levels, very few eliminations, lots of players buying in, so the number was going up rather than down, but now it's going down fast.
Yep.
Fewer players coming in for the end of day 1C, a lot of players now going busto. And I think there is a strong chance that this table will not survive the day. This table is likely to break during the last session of the night. So I think we might have a new feature table for our final 2 hours of coverage tonight.
All right. Obviously still an entire flight to come, James.
Yep, the day 1D turbo flight that Griffin's playing right now. And of course, players are welcome to fire another bullet at the start of day 2. So even though we've already broken the record, that number is going to go up and up. Right now it's about just shy of 2,100, but I think we can expect it to be close to 2,500, maybe even more than 2,500 total entries.
That would be absolutely fantastic. I'd love to see us return to Ireland and smash this IPO record. We've done it many times of late during our EPT circuits. More poker is better, in my opinion, James.
Yeah, we also need to get this thing done by the end of play on Easter Monday. So let's, you know, we want to break the record, but you know, let's hope we don't come too close to 3,000 runners.
That's all right. I'm sure the boys won't mind shaving off a few levels there. Poker players love when you do that, James.
100%.
Pocket fives are no good now.
It's a 5 or what?
It's 8.
Well, it's a good swap. Diamonds, wasn't it?
Ah, you did me some favours.
McMahon. Pocket threes raises to 1.2 thousand.
Oh, weren't you playing at a disadvantage? Especially when you started representing the hearts. Wouldn't have worked out too good.
Brady wants to try and get those trays on their own. Puts in the 3-bet, just shy of the 3x. 3 bets.
And it looks like Foster has followed the big blinds. Action back on McMahon, who calls with what is currently the best hand, a pair of threes, and these players will go heads up to the flop.
Yeah, they're pretty deep here. I think he can afford to set mime.
Do we have a flop? Ace high.
Ace high, no tray.
And the continuation bet from Brady gets the fold from McMahon.
Which one?
Next hand.
I don't know which one.
Did you hear that, James? The exclamation of "good call" from an outside table.
Well, it wasn't me for sure.
What's the delay? 30 minutes?
I don't even remember what it was.
So it is
Oh,
Stephen
someone
Foster,
to mention.
who's table chip leader right now with just over 60k, more than 100 big blinds. Dimash still the low man at the table, but has close to 40 big blinds. There are no shorties, and we are still at the 300, 600 blind level.
Yeah, it just goes to show you how luxurious these blind levels are, guys. He has just a little bit less than starting stack and still has a very significant number of big blinds. A very playable stack. Tournament poker rarely played above 100 big blinds at this stage of the tournament on average. Basically never. Otherwise, you're doing it really, really wrong.
What is still with us?
10 o'clock. Don't know what time it is.
10 o'clock?
Yeah. What time is it now? Must be on soon, so.
I don't know, they took my phone as well.
I don't know where I watch anymore.
9:45.
9:45, ah, okay.
Is that real fast?
The turbo, I think
20
it's
minutes.
20-minute blinds.
20?
And you can still
I played the Irish Open with 20-minute blinds. Would have been very long.
You can still buy in tomorrow as well.
What?
You can still buy in tomorrow as well.
7. Always coming.
27. Yep. Beat me to it, James.
I'd say
It's some minefield.
I know, yeah. There'll be 2.5 million in the middle, I think.
You could well be right. I hope there is.
Some legend's going to win it.
Whoa.
Some legend has to win.
So a bet of 2,000 with the set. Caroline does have a gut shot to Broadway.
Superstition's bad luck. He brought the chair from last year.
Oh, yeah.
There's no chance now.
Decides not to chase that gut shot.
My big blind? Or the big blind last time? Oh, sorry. Yeah, yeah.
I am.
Well, in fairness to him, he gave Fergal a bunch of money for his...
Foggy says this is live, right? As live as poker can be, bearing in mind that because you have whole cards up coverage from the Irish Open, there is a 30-minute delay, but the commentary is live.
Live. We're right here with you, buddy.
That's why I was able to read your comment on Twitch within seconds of you posting it.
Right there with you. We're saying it as we see it. And we're seeing it at the same time as you.
See what you see. What's Mr. Chips doing? Caroline, 7-5 of spades, the bond. Bit of a wobble there.
Earthquake at the Irish Open.
I assume he's here.
You can't fold the bond.
No, don't do it to yourself.
So round to the hijack, and Porrick Parkinson opening here with pocket threes. Golden in with Queen 9 of hearts.
That was a very sharp call there.
Very quick call.
He was absolutely ready to play this like it was king-queen suited, but Queen 9's good enough. How about the squeeze, buddy? Is this McMahon? Is that how you pronounce that, James? Help me, please.
Yes, McMahon.
McMahon, longer ah. Yeah, this is a very, very clean squeeze spot from the small blind. I think we know that Mr. Parkinson's going to give that up in the Queen 9 of hearts.
Now, this kid claims, I don't even fold my laundry. But he did correctly fold the Queen 9 to that re-raise.
Wait. Did we do an interview where he, and I quote, said, I don't even fold my laundry?
It's written on his baseball cap.
Oh, I see.
Uncle Mazzulu.
It's actually really funny, James. I was recently playing in a cash game in Brighton. This gentleman, the entire session, wore a hat that said, "My lucky poker hat," emblazoned on top. And when we said, "Hey man, that's a nice hat," he goes, "You won't believe it. It actually cost me £500.
That's true.
And we said, "Is there a story there?" He goes, "No, I literally paid £500 for this hat."
I'm pretty sure you can get a custom baseball cap for a lot less.
No, that's not the lucky one though, James. Yeah, anybody can print that on a hat.
You must have played a really
But
good
you
hand
gotta
there.
bless somewhere. Blessed by the poker gods.
It's too bright and I'm too hot and bright here.
Catchy stuff when your backer's watching all your play, isn't it? You know?
Can't think about it.
Well, if I played a really good hand, I probably wouldn't remember it. It would have been an accident.
Yeah, you got kings twice by accident.
Raise 1200.
I'm going to be allowed to forget that. But twice that you know of.
Oh.
Great response from River Yowie. I don't want to play poker against the person who sold him that hat.
Yeah, exactly. Aaron's asking, did it in fact bring him luck? He actually ran extremely well. So much so that people were offering him £1,000 for his hat by the end of the session.
Jesus Christ.
Yep, exactly.
I love poker players.
I know.
I mean, bearing in mind that Steve O'Dwyer has been dragging a chair around the hall with him, I mean, it tells you everything you need to know.
Doesn't have quite the same mystique. Oh my God, look at the flop for 9-7. Golden doesn't even fold his laundry, but is going to flop the joints.
That is a golden flop for this player.
Oh man, this is redonkulous. Caroline gonna come out firing.
Why not? You got two pair. Bet it. 1,800. Have some of that.
I really actually like the lead here from Caroline. I know it's not looking hot.
4,000.
Raise to 4,000.
I would just take your time a little bit, buddy. Slow it down. Slow the action down. You're looking wicked strong when you play your hand like this.
I mean, if Caroline folds two pair here, credit to him.
Oh, yeah.
There's your backer. He's probably going to tell you made a bad fold.
What?
Okay, he's going to call at least once.
The mic on, so...
Uh-oh, Hollywood is out in force. That might actually save him a few bucks, James.
Yeah.
Action killer turn, so I'm glad he raised that flop.
6.
Slow down.
I don't believe this.
You snap raise the flop. You snap bet the scariest turn, or what should be the scariest turn ever. I'm not sure how much more you can telegraph the fact that you have a straight, if not on the flop, on the turn. This is a really, really, really golden opportunity for Golden, obviously, but I can't help but feel like the pace here is letting him down. Finds a cooler on the flop, but...
Wait, is he timing?
Oh, ask him.
You're folding too quick.
Apparently.
You can get better if you hold up to it for fun.
Finds another call. Wow.
He must be onto something.
And on the river.
I don't know.
This board is about as straighty as they come. That 9 is still going.
What were you doing?
No!
Oh, straight.
What? No, you have the golden payoff river.
Checks it back.
You gotta bet the 9 here, my man.
I heard you got all the money there, no deal.
No.
In the Sporting Emporium.
Don't miss your opportunity. There's a straight on board.
I don't even fold my laundry, but I do check back straights.
Oh, this hand just really just thought he'll never get additional value on the river, and he was gifted the opportunity to get his opponent to call for the chop. I'm not saying it always happens, but good Lord, do not miss your opportunity there.
I don't know. I texted the Twitter page and they didn't reply, so I just sat and left it then.
Well, there's all sorts of problems, you know, with all this You're not allowed to
I mean, that is a spot where you just bomb river, right, hoping that...
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it might not be a spot where you bomb it per se, but it's the one where you never miss the bet. You got to have a bet there. You got to look for the crying call.
Strictly don't say anything about it.
I feel like against that individual, he might be good enough to find the fold, especially given the very aggressive previous 2 streets. But still.
It took me 7 years to finally win at the end of the month. I only win it for 4 grand.
Perhaps just some nerves. But, yep. Anyway, on to the next one, guys.
He's still in the tournament, I'm not, so just going to let that hang there.
Well, except for the length of time.
I can't complain about winning it, but if you win it in the fits, you're going to get nearly 3 times the amount. But much tough when the fits was around.
Well, if you win it the fits, now you.
Peter 213 says when James lost, he went all in pre-flop. The second time, yes, all in pre-flop with aces, which I'm advised by the experts in our team is not a bad play. However, when your opponent who has 10s or rivers a 10, it is no longer the best
It's still
hand.
there, nothing has gone into it yet.
You said there was something been done with it.
No,
fairly
well, they've probably been gutted
This is
inside.
a really tricky one, James, but
I drove past it
do you
today.
think you're supposed to call with 9s here, especially given the sort of disguised nature of your call pre-flop?
Yeah, nothing's gone.
I think he's just checking out the stack size here. It's reasonable to play this pot at this stack depth as a call. I think it's a bit too weak to fold.
Yeah,
Do you ever find a back raise? That would be interesting.
It'd be buzzing every week again.
Back raise him.
Never mind. Makes the call. I think this is fine. It's going to be really hard to play, though. It's a really, really awkward position here against the big blind who has position all the way through. It's much easier when you flop a set and they have top pair.
Oh, that's lovely.
That is a lovely flop.
It's like a really comfortable pair of socks.
Britain's being very lax. I took off the patch when I ran out of beer. Well,
Yes, keeping it smooth. Absolutely love this call.
We need a sweat, Nick. I need to see a club on the turn. Oh, just quads.
Oh, just quads.
Yeah, that's not that. I mean, of all the cards that don't give us a sweat, that is the key card.
Oh, honestly, I really feel like Brady's supposed to fire twice here as well. There's lots of clubs out there. There's lots of straight draws.
Oh, yeah, it is so.
There's plenty of random ace combos if your opponent's that kind of a player to flat and then call versus squeeze. I don't know if Caroline is one of those, but still, the 9 really feels like a relatively safe card in this scenario for sure. Sometimes you run into like 9-10 of clubs, I suppose.
The look back. The look back. Yep, just
double check. It is quads.
What's kind of there's 2 9s out there. Surely I can't have the other 2 9s. I must have misread one of my cards. That I sympathize with that mindset because that's what I'd be thinking right now.
Makes the call. And
the smooth call.
It was very smooth. You guys will notice now that the pot is inflated to the point at which Caroline has less than 1x pot behind. So it is not difficult to get the whole stack. Checks it. Does Brady take the bait here? This would be absolutely stunning if he can actually get the check to pay him off.
I mean,
oh,
no.
Misses it.
Hoping his opponent might shove river, but nope. Quad 9's good. And that is a huge pot for Caroline right now.
Yeah, this is one of the issues with playing from small blind versus big blind. There's not really a natural way to do that on the turn that doesn't look super strong, right? If you check raise the turn, your opponent gets away a lot of the time. Sometimes it's better to find the trap, but maybe that's why you check raise flop. You can still have semi-bluffs.
You're talking about me getting king.
Jesus, no block bet river.
Wouldn't have folded anyway.
I hate the line. Maybe you call turn and then lead river small, make it look like you got a misdraw. Sometimes they raise you. Sometimes they bluff you if they don't actually have the ace. I'm not sure. It's a weird one, but indeed a nice hand to have their quad at 9s for Caroline. Very, very disciplined check there from the ace-queen, though, so props for that, too.
2,000.
No. We have a new competitor.
Hello to Linda Larson from the United States of America, who has just taken the vacant seat, seat 6 at the table. And Gallery says, James, why are you here? You belong to the table. Sadly, they won't let you stay at the table if you don't have any chips.
Yeah, 2,000.
I discovered that not once but twice today.
How are you doing so far?
Hanging in there.
Hanging around.
Hanging around, hanging around.
Very little.
Linda's got alligator blood.
Sorry, a little bit more glamorous than that.
Oh, well, I'd have to agree with that.
Do we know if Linda played in the ladies' event yesterday evening?
I have no idea.
I see.
Why would I know that?
I think there was a. Well, you were in the room, James. First of all,
I did not peruse the tables in the ladies' event.
I think I might recognize those shades from the ladies' events, which of course our very own GJ Reggie. GJ Reginald herself managed to come final 3.
Georgina James Reginald continuing to crush ladies' events on tour.
Yeah, been having a real heater recently.
Thank you, Curling Master. Appreciate the kind words. I'm glad that people were entertained by my presence on the main stage for the first 4 levels of the day. As I've said multiple times, I was dreading it, but I actually quite enjoyed it.
Feels your home game?
It's almost like she's taking a home game.
Oh.
She's going to
And
know.
also, maybe it did have a positive influence over my play because, again, within hours of being moved off the feature table, I managed to lose not 1 but 2 stacks.
Yeah. I'm from California.
Fear not, James.
Online,
One can only do so much.
Package
I know.
to come here.
Very nice.
Yeah. So.
Are you enjoying it?
I'm sorry?
Are you enjoying it?
Oh my gosh, it's fantastic. I can't, yeah. Everybody always raves about Ireland.
It looks like you're enjoying it.
Everybody raves about Ireland, and now I know why.
Yeah?
I mean, yes, definitely want to come here again.
How's the level?
It's all about the people, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
How's the level of poker so far that you've seen?
Have you been watching the stream before you come on?
No, I haven't.
I thought when he said pretty shit, that must be why.
Oh, so.
How's the level of play here in Ireland? Pause. Long pause from Linda. Linda from USA. Linda Larson's got nothing to say. Speechless. I concur, Linda. I concur.
What I love is like people are here from all over Europe.
Yeah, we have a fellow American over here.
Oh.
A race as well, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said yes.
I think he won the.
Yes, call.
He has a Nishin sweatshirt on, and that's where
Yes,
I went.
race.
Yeah.
Did you have anything else in mind?
Steak or something.
Another good up for the 5s.
Yeah, 5s are hot today.
Fred says, I just sat right next to Linda in the APAT side event, which she cashed. Very kind, very good player. And it's confusing because there is a Linda and a Carter at the table, and I want to combine the two. I want to say that Wonder Woman's at the table, but she's not.
5 is good.
He has a 5.
Oh, 5. Come on.
Oh, he definitely had a 5. Betsy would have shown the bluff.
Ace King.
Say that with a straight face.
Isn't Gal Gadot Wonder Woman? Not to me. Wonder Woman will always be Linda Carter.
That's fair, although Gal Gadot.
No, don't get me wrong. The first movie, fantastic. The second movie, I can't think of a way of describing it without swearing.
It was poor. It made me really sad because the first one was very well done.
It was, I can think of one word, atrocious. There we go. And a lot of talent in that film as well. I'm trying to think of something else bad I've seen Pedro Pascal in. Oh, the most recent episode of The Mandalorian. Now I've triggered them.
Here we go. Divisive. A couple of hands here in this pot now. There has been a 3-bet from Ace King. Brady gets out of the way. Larson's going to try and flop a set. So is Golden. Carter's got one of those hands that could really do well if they see a flop.
If.
Yeah, he's coming along as well. Look at the value, James. Look at the value. Can't fold. Look at the value.
So here we go. All four players go to a 6-4 deuce crunchy board. Lots of clubs out there.
Golden just wants to double check. He's got an overpair with a club. This guy doesn't even fold laundry.
Well, it is going to be Linda Larson who has the other pair of sevens who bets here. 4,000. King of clubs. Got to play this. Yes, Nithrin, agree with you 100%.
Wow, wow, wee, wah. Ace, king, king of clubs just gives it away on the flop.
Dompree, I'm siding with you as well.
Definitely can't continue with this one.
All right, Larson absolutely flexing on him. Sevens, no club, gets many other hands to fold with equity.
Go, Linda.
Ace, king, king of clubs just gets out of the way right there. That was quite interesting. Definitely appreciate there was quite a few players stacked behind them as well, so I don't think it's as wild as it looks. Ace of clubs, on the other hand, I imagine was a very different story, James.
Well, there's a few WTFs in chat, and Ivor asking what on earth is going on.
I would agree that was a very unusual line. In particular, that confident bet we saw from Larson. However, Ace King, when you're drawn to the King High Flush, it's weird in a multi-way pot. If they're heads up, I'm sure it plays somewhat differently.
Who's your old hero?
Superman.
Clark Kent.
Sorry, Superwoman.
Right.
McMahon opening here with Jack-9 of clubs. And folded around.
All right, you'll get to see these hands later, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you'll.
If we want to watch.
So you might as well have to say pass instead.
You can watch and find out.
Easy game.
Yeah, it's simple. Everyone wins.
So we are coming towards the end of the session. There's about 15 minutes left on the clock.
Can't lose, really, can you?
And I think we referenced earlier on that we are going to be changing feature table during the break. And there will be a new table on the stage for the final session of the day. 2 more levels to play on day 1C.
Big blind and the ante and that kind of thing. That's the difficult.
And I think we've confirmed that a member of Team Pro is going to be at that feature table.
Oh, yeah.
Please tell me more.
I believe it's a member of Team Pro who lives just around the corner from this venue. That's right, Ali Shaban.
He's done it again. Finton hand. Let's go.
That's what I said, Finton hand.
Joe Stapes in the chat. Shabanimal, that would be exciting. If we actually could surprise Shabanimal, everyone, that'd be amazing.
Well, apparently, after winning pretty much every on on-coop event, Ali has invested heavily in Dublin property. So he does own a number of apartments in the vicinity of the RDS. So I wasn't 100% inaccurate when I said that he lives near the venue.
Check.
Everyone has a gut shot. Nope. Yep. Everyone has a gut shot. I read the first
I
time.
love that.
Confused myself there. It's getting late now, guys. It's been a long old day.
It's still 2 levels to go, Nick.
And I'm here for it.
I think same number of levels due to be played tomorrow on day 2. There's a very strong chance that the bubble hits tomorrow, so that will extend the day, but the dinner break should be shorter. I think it's a 60-minute break rather than 90-minute break. But yeah, we're certain putting in the hours.
Yes, indeed.
5-5. My addiction.
Okay, so the guy who claims he doesn't even fold his laundry has the potential here to make a hero call with a pair of 4s. I kind of get the sense that McMahon wants to bluff this, and he is. He's going to bet. And he's going to bet big. There's 15-5 in the middle. And he's gone 15. He's gone pretty much full pot. And quick fold from the guy who doesn't fold his laundry.
That'll do it.
5 every flop.
5 is not.
Seems to be harder to get the 5s nowadays.
They're talking about Gar playing.
I kind of feel that we should inform the tournament staff of what happened there, and he should be forced to remove that hat.
Again.
I don't think you should be allowed to wear that hat if you're going to actually fold the best hand on the river.
False advertising. It's an angle.
I like Nithran's rewrite.
Twitch chat. Okay, that's a copy pasta if I've ever seen one. Oh my lord, I love you, Twitch chat. Nice work. That's going straight on my Twitter. I'm sorry.
Dreamweavers710 watching on YouTube says first time participating in the chat. What up, Poker Fam? We're enjoying action from day 1C of the Irish Open. Welcome, Dreamweavers. The Snowmen's Num Num against the Ace King.
That's 3,000.
$3,000 the bet from Foster, called by Brady, who is 71% favourite here.
Check.
A double paired board. And another bet from Stephen Foster. 5,000. Called again, and there it is. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, giving Foster the best hand. You get 2 memes for the price of 1. You get the Snowmans and you get the Flaming Barry. Oh, and that price, by the way, is free.
For free?
That's such a stupid movie.
Tom Dwan makes for 25,000. Phil Locke is like 5 white chips or 1 blue chip. 5 whites instead of 1. He just folds it. You ever see the hand now? Never mind. High stakes poker back in the day. Do you remember? When did you get here? Had 9.
I got here on Tuesday. Yeah, and I played one event. I played.
Timothy Leary says, I am a long-time chatter but first-time viewer.
And I cashed it. So that was, yeah.
So
it was
you're
a
in
great
the
event,
YouTube
but I thought
comments
maybe I need to
chatting
go
about
play
the
something
action that
before
you're
I
not
play in the
watching?
basic.
Absolutely.
Get acclimated,
Sometimes I like to
yeah.
really challenge myself as a
Yeah,
as
so
a
that
viewer.
was,
Just watch the chat and try to imagine what's happening as we go.
Did you come up by yourself?
I come when my daughter's here.
Very good.
Yeah, yeah. So she's out sightseeing, enjoying the
1200?
city. She doesn't play poker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, whoops! I forgot to even.
Salander says, I hear James is out. Is there a clip of his losing hand? No, neither of them was filmed. I was at the outer tables for both of them. Thank Christ.
Makes my decision.
There are some moments in one's life that you do not want to have captured on video and be forced to relive for eternity. Tell the people who don't follow me on Twitter who didn't see the hand history.
I was about to say, from the man who's made a living out of capturing other people busting out of tournaments.
That's. I'm happy to be called a hypocrite.
Nope, it's all here. It's all content. Let's go, Brady.
Queen Jack of Strawberries all in for 24-4. And Carter with 10s would be taking a flip here.
Yeah, he's not going to love this spot. Might still find the call regardless, but very strong play from Brady here. Definitely putting 10s in a bit of a tricky situation.
Wake up. Have some coffee.
How's your bedtime, is it?
24-4.
Hard to believe we can get
24,400 betting discs.
But apparently
It's about 40-ish big blinds,
They come all
James.
the way from California.
It's a lot of big blinds at this stage in the tournament. It's a lot of chips, but does
I mean,
Brady ever do this with a hand like Queen Jack of Hearts is the question. Oh,
This is a huge result for Brady, by the way, if he gets a fold here.
Yeah, no,
Huge result.
Really, really, really big.
Yeah, I'm really.
Yeah. Still catching up.
Yeah.
Well,
And then it's like I wake up at 3 in the morning. I'm like wide awake, you know, and I just can't. Yeah.
I think if Carter has jacks, it's probably like, yeah, nice, very, very, very clever play there from Brady. Does actually get a hand with significant equity to fold and is going to pick up a nice little pot at non-showdown.
Good shout.
I bet we an ace king.
Nick, would you like to hear a joke from Frankie B123? Don't look at your screen.
Yes.
Okay, I'll
What
keep that
is
in
the
mind.
laundry capital of the United States of America?
You'll find them at the bar.
I don't know.
Golden something.
Washington.
We could talk
I was
poker
reaching for like the
strategy.
Golden Gate Bridge, but that didn't work because that's not a city. I thought you were going to say San Francisco, and I was going to say why. And you say because the Golden Gate. Never mind. I don't know. There's something there.
Level 10 as well. This is level 8.
The machine.
This one, and get after this one. Then will be level 10, and then you bag your chips.
Probably move us though, will they?
Oh, we're not on the feature after this anyway, that's for sure.
A dealer with a sense of humor.
Raising it with ace king.
But during break, you probably will get more back to your...
Joe, because Golden's on the table. He's the one wearing the hat about the laundry. That's where the laundry joke came from.
You'd be happy about that.
12 well, so laundry...
At least they won't
It was thin. Yeah, I will agree. It was thin. Absolutely.
Small blind
Carter playing the nines is still ahead. Checks. No, it's Dimash who's out of position here. He's first to act.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And does continue.
Better hope she's not outspending it already.
Telling you, it's the light sport that make you feel jet lagged, probably. Gives you a headache.
Oh, probably is.
Yeah.
Well, it's Good Friday here. A lot of the shops are closed. That's what I learned.
But all the pubs are open.
Yeah.
Yeah, that probably didn't help much with all this lighting.
Does not fire a second time. Checks the action to Carter, who's now a 9-1 favourite with the pair of nines.
Yeah.
Might feel like a little turn bet. Keeping it nice and small is good enough to try and get some protection from overcards. Not sure if Domash ever really has a queen when he checks his turn.
Dehydrated.
So 5.5, 3.5 on the turn. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I haven't drank enough water today in general, so. You'd have to be seriously unlucky to be on the feature table the whole weekend, wouldn't you? Like, well, at least you're still in.
I would consider it pretty lucky to be on the feature table all weekend.
Yeah, that's so. Yeah.
Especially Monday.
Yeah, it's not the best though either way.
Gets the fold.
Knocked out. That would mean you didn't get knocked out if you're at the table all week.
That means you're not going to start spending that money.
We're all flying blind.
You're the one that's jet lagged.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, folks, you've got 1 minute and 36 seconds to shine if you haven't done so on the feature table yet.
I've already shined, so I'll let you guys shine.
Who hasn't shone yet? Ramona, it's up
I'm not going to mention any names.
I'll have my moment.
You're right.
Don't do your dough in the last 1 minute, Gar.
Just want to do my dough.
Oh wow, Domprey, that joke promised so much but delivered so little.
No fives here.
But thanks.
Jacks are better.
Aces.
Oh, you're playing.
Golden. Opening with Jack 9.
Could be the last hand. It's looking like it.
Shane Carter, Ace 7 of strawberries. And he is going to re-raise. That's a 3-bet from the cutoff. And now, Linda Larson, King 10 suited, folds the button. Small blind is out. Brady folds the big blind. Back on Golden Pond. And he calls. Out of position. Jack 9 offsuit. Okay. Not rewarded. Queen 5-4, all diamonds.
If you began the shuffle, complete the hand you're on. We are on a 20-minute break. 20-minute break in the main event. Players, we ask that after the hand is
Last hand of the level, as you can hear from the public announcement system.
Don't worry, you get to play with me after the break. We're on the same table after the break.
What?
Not this one, but we'll be moved over to another table.
Oh,
We still
okay.
get to sit beside each other.
Oh, all right.
Don't worry, you can tell me more about your daughter.
And Carter's continuation bet wins him the last part of this session and the last part that we will see these players compete in, because this table is going back out into the field. When we come back from break, new feature table for the last 2 levels of the night, headlined by Finton Hand, a Dublin resident, a member of Team PokerStars Pro, the poster boy of this year's Irish Open. He'll be here when we're back in 20 minutes' time from the Irish Open, brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. Rambaswani with ace-jack, and that is a call, ace-king for Rory Liffey.
You know, I'm glad these highlight shows are back, James, because when you watch live poker, you see that, yeah, you see that blockers are a thing, but when you watch highlight shows, you realize every hand's a cooler. Just fold ace-jack.
Yeah, but there was one hand where ace-jack got there against ace-king, so there's that.
Rory's all in.
Domination Nation, here we go.
4-10.
Opportunities.
Turn card. Is a king.
Looking good for Liffey.
Opportunities.
Only a queen would be bad for Rory. Last card.
It's a deuce on the river, and that is going to be a diamond flush for Rory Liffey, and we'll see him double up through Rambaswani. And that means we are still three-handed at this final table. Liffey now chip leader with 407,000. Vaswani second in chips with 225k, just ahead of Jamie Drummond, who's got 185,000. And the blinds are going
when
up.
You were
6,000, 12,000.
Sorry, James. Spraggy, when you were a teenager, were you into Evanescence?
No. Although they'd had that one song that was on the music channels all the time. Bring Me to Life or whatever. No, everybody was into that, yeah.
Just to be clear, that was their single. That was their one song.
Called by Ram.
What else was that? This is probably a little bit pre, like, Wheatus and Teenage Dirtbag. That's it. Probably there's a little bit later.
No, I think Teenage Dirtbag was before this, because I remember listening to that in college, I think.
Wow, you are old.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
15,000.
Sick brag, you went to college.
It's a 9.
Aces
I only went for,
and nines here for Vaswani.
I only went for 3 years.
Rory bets 30,000. And all in from Ram.
Wow, the nonchalant all in. Trying to look weak to be strong. Will Liffey fall for it?
Shows a 10, Rory folds, and the pot of 113,000 goes to Ram. That's many.
Shows him what a tough laydown it was. Thank you very much, Mr. Liffey.
The winner of this final will not only win 93,000, he also gets a paid entry into the final, Monte Carlo.
Ooh.
In March next
Oh.
Yeah,
I've added spice.
Forgotten that for the first few seasons. That was part of the prize for winning an EPT, is you got the buy-in for the grand final in Monte Carlo. So it was very much the culmination of the season because all of the champions would be free-rolled.
Call now by Jamie. Ram checks. Flop is 10, 4, king. Jamie is first to act.
So this was a limp check. King high flop, pair of fours for Vaswani. A lot of limping at this final table.
4.
Trip fours now for Vaswani.
Jamie bets 15,000.
Drummond undeterred, making the bet with the ace-6. Vaswani, of course, coming along with the 4-star hand, the 3 of a kind.
Jamie checks. Ram.
Drummond checks river. Vaswani's going to bet, and you would imagine we're going to see a fold here most of the time, and we do.
Goes to Ram. 93,000. This was the last hand in this round. We're raising the antes and the blinds and change the dealer.
I love the fact that they would advertise to the crowd that the dealer would be changed.
Look, the dealer's a person too.
10 points, Joe, with no cash value, unlike these ones. Can you name the dealer at this table?
I haven't seen him or her yet, so I can't.
It's a she.
Ram is first.
I would know that manicure anywhere.
Ram bets 10,000.
3 hearts on the flop. I cannot name this dealer, James.
That is Marina Rado, who is the wife of Thomas Kremser. And Marina was the original dealer on late night poker in the late 90s. Thomas, of course, the floor man on that TV show.
To 50,000. And Ram falls. Money goes to...
I feel like a husband-wife dealer tournament director wouldn't fly at this point on the same table.
Well, no one's flying right now.
He loves it.
So still three-handed at the final table of EPT 1 Dublin, October 2004 at the Merrion Casino. And that looks like kings.
See, if that were me, I'd have wished that I hadn't been laughing when I looked at the kings, because now I'm all serious. What do? Keep laughing? Get serious? You're screwed either way.
Well, I was going to say unfortunate timing, but looks like not, because 10-10 for Donaldson.
Jamie's already...
Well, I mean, it's unfortunate for that.
Yeah, let's go. And called by Rory. We have an already...
Yeah, let's go. That means the call. Rory Liffey all in with the kings. Drummond at risk with the tens.
Rory shows pair of kings.
Out of 10.
Oh, God, don't. At least wash them.
Pair of 10. Flop is 7, 3, 9.
See, you look at a flop like this, you're like, you know what? My tens were going in anyway.
5.
No help on the turn.
And last
2 tens once.
9. We're losing one more player, Jamie.
And we are down to 2 with Jamie Drummond exiting in third place for 23,000 euros. We're going heads up. Rory Liffey v Ram Vaswani.
And the band played on, even without the Drummond. This guy pretty handsome for a Ram.
Rory Liffey's certainly enjoying his time at the final table, isn't he? All smiles, all giggles.
Well, he's got the chip lead, 514,000 plays, 311,000 as this heads-up battle begins.
And as we know, nothing could go wrong.
Ram calls. Rory checks. We see a flop.
Another limp pot.
Flop is 6, 3, 6.
6-6 tray, 2 hearts. King high lead. Sorry, pair of threes winning. Saved.
And a pair of threes betting. Rory Liffey coming out for the lead. Heads up. Hand needs some protection. Seems good. And Vaswani counting out chips.
Double the bet.
Raising chips. Raising up chips. Thank you, graphics.
Something
Mikey's going up.
Not many people find themselves saying during these Season 1 shows.
Check out the poker being played. The flop 3-bet. Both players bluffing. Liffey wanted it more. I saw a king. What else? A 9, and they're both hearts.
Raise it to 36,000.
Up against AQ. Will we see a 3-bet? Even though it hadn't been invented yet? And it was technically illegal to do if you had worse than queens?
This is the first recorded instance of a light, quote-unquote, 3-bet.
Call by Rory.
No, just a call.
72,000.
Got to take a flop first. Flops poorly. King-9 taking a substantial lead.
Rory checks.
Not a board King-9 of hearts is always going to love, but heads up, much stronger. Check, check. 3 clubs on the turn. Liffy.
Living Liffy on the edge. Makes the bet.
That's 50,000.
No spades in sight. You'd imagine once Ramvaswani's checked, he won't be going anywhere just yet. But it's 2004, anything could happen. Could be all in, could fold. Could be playing for points, chips, money.
172,000. River card.
Glory.
Make the call. King River.
Glory, trophies, and big monies. They're up for grabs when you play on the EPT, Spraggy.
All in.
Wow.
Liffy shoves as a bluff and gets snap called by Ramvaswani. And that is going to decimate Liffy's stack.
Whoa.
And arguably the biggest pot of the final table so far, and the crowd unusually silent.
Yeah, it's hard to gauge how long in real time this has actually taken. You know, because we've seen that with final tables that go the distance. No matter how enthused the crowd are at the start, after 8 or 9 hours, fatigue sets in. I think we can already see that the number of spectators has dropped significantly. This could have been one of those epic back and forth heads-up battles, which has just been reduced to like 4 or 5 key hands for TV.
I mean, if they're limping every pot, that story totally checks out.
I think you observed at the start, Spraggy, that they were relatively deep as well. So again, this could be a full-length final table rather than a turbo affair.
Yeah, absolutely. And we mentioned the more passive play style as well. You see there, like ace-queen doesn't get 3-bets, so naturally all the pots are going to be limped deep. You know, you're not really creating action, driving action. So I'd imagine it took a little while to... and that's interesting as well, James, in terms of like structures over time.
Yeah.
Like how to adjust structures so that you're coming in at reasonable times. But as playstyle changes, I guess the structures kind of, you know, are going to be affected.
You know, I just recently had to create a tournament structure for a movie I was working on.
And you can listen to the Poker in the Ears podcast to find out more about that. Ramvaswani has shoved. And even though they have the same hand, they're drawing to the same straight. Liffy
it reminds me of a scene in this movie I've been working on.
Well, here is a trivia question, by the way. Can you recognize the gentleman who sat behind Ramvaswani, currently peering over his shoulder?
I was trying to flick him over.
Lara Flynn Boyle.
Gentleman.
Might have been winning. I might have been winning.
Okay, next time...
Rafe Fiennes.
Next time there is a shot of Ramvaswani, I want to see if anyone can recognize the gentleman who is sat directly behind Ram and occasionally is peering in to see what's happening at the table.
Okay.
We said there'd be some familiar faces in the crowd. I appreciate that his face may not be that familiar, but when I tell you his name, you will recognize it.
40,000.
And now they've changed the angle on Ramvaswani just to thwart me.
All in by Ram.
Are we going to flip for a win here? Potentially for the win.
There he is.
Oh, that is a Scheinberg.
That is Mark Scheinberg, one of the 2 founders of PokerStars.
A rare on-camera sighting of a Scheinberg.
And called by Rory.
Oh, we've got a call from Rory. And Vaswani with the ace-5. If he wins, he is your champion.
So this is a unorthodox race, but it is 2 overcards against a pocket pair.
Like Ash G's versus GeoCities.
And it's an ace high flop, and that sees Ramaswamy move out in front.
Turn cards. So 7.
It is always coming 7, but unless it comes a 4, which it doesn't, Ramaswamy will win the Dublin EPT. 3 events, 3 winners. Alexander Stevic, John Shipley, and now Ramaswamy, the second Brit to win a European Poker Tour title.
Just over $100,000, 93,000 euros.
A member of the Hendon mob takes it down. And yes, it was a final table populated exclusively by players from the UK and Ireland. It was the UK versus Ireland heads up, and it was the UK that triumphed.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the Irish Poker Open, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. Day 1C of the main event, the record-breaking main event. Joe Stapleton, Nicholas Michael Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
Last session of the evening. Final 2 hours of play today. There is a 4th starting flight happening concurrently with this one. Day 1D is a turbo flight. Don't ask me how it works. Don't ask me how it all shakes out.
It's fast.
It seems like it might be fast. James Hardigan off for a level, no longer in the tournament. Unlikely to have that free roll tomorrow, unfortunately, with James having busted out. However, I am trying to figure out if there is a way we can get James back in tomorrow. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to pull it off. There is a major Ocean's 11 style thing behind the scenes, and I honestly don't know if I'm going to be able to make it happen. 2,206 total entries for all 3 flights, all 4 flights, 2,206 entries. That is obviously, as we said, a new record. So it's me and Nick for this level. I think we'll have James back for the last level of the night. Everyone's shoving their faces into some spice bags right now.
Oh, yeah.
As recommended by Fintan Hand on the Poker in the Ears podcast.
I think James said it best. I don't know what this is, but it's great. And I feel exactly the same way.
We might as well plug the next event while we wait for cards to get back in the air. EPT is back. Obviously, a little detour for the EPT here. The Irish Poker Open, first time ever under the PokerStars banner, but the EPT is back April 26th to May 6th. There are main event satellites running online. 7 days of coverage on Twitch, on YouTube. Same as you're watching here, my babies. But Monte Carlo is a prestigious. It's prestigious! As long as we're doing Jack Black cameos all over the place. Yeah, JD's got it right. Spice bag equals salt and pepper chips. I'm not going to lie, it's good. But spice bag makes it sound fancier than it is. It's fries and some chicken tenders and some peppers and onions.
And spice.
It's what English and Irish people consider to be spice. New feature table. One final feature table for the day. And right there, talk to the hand. Feel like that flag may be in error, considering Fintan Hand from Ireland, lives in Ireland, is the face of the Irish Poker Open. Probably not from the United States of America, but we're all American at heart, am I right? If there's one thing Europeans love, it's being mislabeled as Americans. Fintan's got 103 big blinds to kick off this final session. I can see why, by the way, because every other flag or thereabouts is Irish here. We do have one German and one hopefully legitimate U.S. flag there? Not really sure. Card's back in the air.
There he is, the man himself.
Race 16.
I've really grown to love Finton over the years. Oh, I didn't see that Romanian flag somehow. Interesting. Niascu out.
Is there something we need to lead the
And a Danish flag? I'm not really sure what we were looking at
Okay.
before.
Yeah, I think we should.
There's another I don't. Wasn't it all Ireland and U.S. Right? Okay. We don't need to. It's been a long day for everybody. We got Italy in there now. I think I saw Mexico. What is that? Malta?
You guys, wait a second. Can I just say something really quick?
Yeah.
This might be the first time we get a chance to do the song.
Oh yeah, we haven't had the Chop Hot song all day today.
All day. That must be a new record.
It is. Honestly, it probably is a record. I don't think we've ever gone this long without having a Chop Hot. Now, we don't cover a ton of day ones, but even still.
Yeah.
Even still.
I mean, you'd think that in day ones we'd probably get even more
Chop
opportunity. Yeah,
Hots,
because
right?
there's
Yeah.
even more multi-way action and all kinds of silliness like that.
Thank you, Elliot Hackney, letting me know that that's Austria, not Malta.
By the way, you're banned.
Elliot, by my way, is one of the moving pieces that I need to possibly get James Hardigan back in tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd like to hear it. I really want to hear about this plan. Elliot Hackney obviously has joined us. I think he's back home now, but he was here in Ireland for a little while. Lovely, lovely guy. Always a pleasure.
Very nice fella.
Yeah, real slayer.
And Adam and Rory, too, for being such famous people, are really sweet, gracious fellas.
Yeah, went out to lunch, had a little lunch. It was wonderful to catch up with those guys. Always a pleasure.
Make me look silly on the very first time.
McCloskey with a bet of 6,100, 1/3 pot. Probably not enough to get this top pair to fold. Par? If I listen to an accent all day long, it sometimes seeps in accidentally. I can't do it intentionally. Like, I couldn't go top par.
Top par. Yeah, my accents are always better when they're off the cuff. If you ask me to do an accent.
Finton makes the call. This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Fair enough. Is the commentary singing right now? They are, but I every time that Joe and James ask me to do the jingle, I get it wrong every time, and James gets so upset. So I'm not. Everyone loves the chop. See, this is what happens when I do it with Joe and James. We're out of sync. This was my chance, and we fucked it up, man.
Well, I wouldn't say that specifically, because if I did, I would get fired.
Yeah, makes the call. Doesn't make him look silly. To Mother Hand watching.
Yeah, my mom's
your
gonna
boy
be
done
mad 'cause
good.
I cursed. Just getting in trouble.
But well played, Finton.
Die kommt hier, ja. Das ist nur weggestellt, ja.
On to the next one, guys.
Fritzler. Now that is a German name if I have ever seen one. Makes it 1,800 with pocket sixes. That's just the big blind to get through. Finton hand, king 4. Well, this is right on the line, huh, for a big blind defend?
Yeah. I mean, Finton obviously done a lot of work on his game in the last few years. Got to feel really confident about defending hands like this, right? You know, king 4 off can be a difficult hand to play. He probably knows it's going to be in there. It's good enough equity to continue, especially with the big blind ante already invested and dead in the middle. It's not the best flop, though. Check, check. Fritzler has sixes, but the backup with the diamonds.
Wow. Finton with the offsuit king on the turn. Jumps way out in front. Checks through to the river. There was already a 4-liner out there. Now a
for the big blind. King.
Different one. King's good.
Nuts. Wait, 2 for 2.
Yeah.
We chopped the first one, so.
That counts.
1.5.
Go ahead, try to make me eat while I have a spice bag in my mouth. Sorry, speak.
The chairs are much more comfy.
I'm used to speaking with a spice bag in my mouth.
A little bit. Aren't they?
Zarek out, Fritzler out, McCloskey out, Borza
Am I going to get the walk?
out,
Never.
and Fint in hand with
I didn't give you a walk once before.
the
we
Kevin
came here. I can't
Collins.
start now.
Oh, speech play galore.
Yeah, but I get to see a flop maybe.
And he actually is supposed to get a customer here. How could you possibly fold a hand as strong as King 6 of diamonds here?
When, I mean, especially when it's not raised.
Check.
Check.
Quite right. Sorry, I thought the speech play was that he would never give him a walk.
And the Asku is flopped to 6, which is going to be the best hand here a lot, just not right now.
Check.
Another ace on the turn.
Check.
Oh, wow. Quick check from the King 6. Thought we might see an additional barrel. I think Finton knows he's going to get some value at this stage. I would like to see him go relatively big here.
Bet 55.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. The full pot 55 scenario. Slight overpot, in fact, but yeah, King 6 can absolutely level themselves into a call here, and that's why these polarizing bets are so nice in situations.
I know that your wife's watching, and I would not bluff you. I have some honor.
He does have honor.
Yeah. But I'm still going to call you.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Tried to tell you.
Niaksu. What? Zoinks?
Listen. Your wife is watching. I didn't want to bluff you.
And Niaksu is going to be left with not many chips after that. 10 big blinds.
If I win the full first orbit, I'm going full Ryan Giggs with my top off around the table.
All right.
Is that a promise?
Don't go after his wife.
Oh, she's going to kill me for that call. do you know, joking. My mum watches all the time, and if I play a hand badly, she texts me, and she says, was I bored of playing? Her way of saying I played bad.
It's more of a dad comment than a mom comment, but that's brutal from a mom.
That's funny. My mom is also somewhat critical of my play, and also sometimes my commentary as well.
My mom, I can do no wrong. Not only would my mom help me bury a body, but I think it would excite her sexually. My mom loves me a lot.
Raise 25.
Pocket aces for Zarek.
Sometimes I'll get a text and she'll say,
streak is over.
Hey, honey, nice stream. Were you tired today?
No, yeah, no. No. My mom will be like, I think the audience was tired, hon.
Sometimes I'm genuinely tired and hungover, and she'll be like, hey, great stream. You had great energy today. And so I'm not really sure what to believe anymore.
Raise and take it for the aces. Disappointing. We either want to see a win with aces or a brutal bad beat. Want to address this comment on YouTube from Dinger, who says, having Steve O'Dwyer as the thumbnail and then Finton on the feature table is highly disappointing. Guess what?
Hello.
You're highly banned.
That's all right.
Hey,
Thank you for your comment.
Aaron Paul Kramer, Nick's mom is way better than Nick. I agree. No, I'm just kidding. She's very supportive. It's just funny when moms come up with those little gems. Glogar.
I want to address this comment from Twitch from Pieface Poker. It says, addressing a YouTube comment was the first mistake.
19.
You're not wrong, Pieface.
You're not wrong. Surprised to see the King Nine of Spades go in the bin, but Borza does have the 10s and is going to open UCG +3.
$2,165,000, Dara.
Yeah, we're going to have a nice little sweat on that one,
For
aren't we?
those who are at home, if you can hear us.
Yeah.
I have the over on 2.5 million. Dara's got the under.
Yeah.
Total prize
Big
pool,
high
that is?
stakes bet.
Yep.
20
I mean,
quid.
We've got the turbo tonight, and then Day 2 entry is open.
Yeah, one of the things they did really well in this setup here in Ireland is that those big, beautiful, vibrant screens, so everyone knows what's up at all times. They've done a great job managing that stuff, which can be very confusing in other card rooms.
So? You think it's over for Dara?
So those guys glancing over at that huge prize pool that's stacking up. Still, the final flight, the turbo flight to be played, we might break 2,500 entrants, Joe.
I think this is my second favorite room that we play in, other than Salle des Etoiles, which is coming up in May-ish, April and May. April 26th to May 6th.
Oh, yeah.
But this is pretty cool. It's like a train station in there. I like the brick.
Yeah.
I like the screens. I like all the green. I know it's kind of an obvious choice, but there's something very cool and inviting about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Puts you at ease. It's well lit, vaulted ceilings, really, really high ceilings. You don't feel claustrophobic. Honestly, when I walked in, I was sincerely stunned at how beautiful it looked. Very excited to play cards.
And you haven't lived until you've heard an impressionist do a 15-minute bit. Do 13 celebrity impressions in just under 17 minutes at the start. I mean, the acoustics in here were fantastic for that. Sorry, they weren't all celebrities. Some of them I think were like his family members. I don't know. But he was good at them. That's the takeaway. Sorry, Nick. Flush draw for McHugh.
No.
Deuce ahead for right now.
You're quite right. No, don't apologize. 2 overcards and a flush draw going to 1 street, 30% equity. Queen of Hearts is not going to be the one that they want to see.
Check.
Fritzler. That'll do it.
Nice answer.
Yeah,
That's so brutal.
That's the other one you pull out.
Yeah, the nice hand, sir, when you just brick 47 outs twice. Frosty Nug Farms asks, any idea when the next PSPC will be and when steps will start for it? Here's my advice to you. Start putting away $5 a day, and by the time the next one happens, you'll probably be able to buy in directly. That would be my advice.
Invest $5 now in Dogecoin.
All right, this is not financial advice.
And by the time Elon changes the Twitter icon to be the Doge again, withdraw at light speed.
The only thing better than an April Fool's joke, which are all terrible, is an April Fool's joke that your engineers can't get done until 6 days later.
Not financial advice. Absolutely right. Please gamble responsibly.
Is there an hour and 44 minutes left? Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
If we make it to the last level, are we going to have a Guinness?
Absolutely.
Wait, were we supposed to wait for the last level for that?
Yeah, wait. I didn't get the memo from Finton.
Ooh.
Doesn't have to be a Guinness, but if you don't choose Guinness, I won't get it for you.
So the one time I was lucky enough to visit Hawaii, I made sure to eat pineapple every chance I got. Every meal, anytime pineapple was available, I had pineapple. That's what I do in Ireland with Guinness. Anytime it's available, anytime I can get away with having one, I have a Guinness in Ireland. It's just one of those things. It's not the same.
Cheers, Joe.
Anywhere else in the world.
Cheers. Ah, yeah, that's the good stuff.
Thank you, dealer.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, dealer. That's nice. I always thank the dealer.
Cheers.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay.
Irish Smurf says, I had too many last night myself. I don't know how you have too many Guinness. My body can't take in more than 3 of them.
It's like, you can only eat so many eggs before your body just starts
exactly.
rejecting
It's like drinking a gallon of milk. It can't be done.
I think I had about 12 on Wednesday, but it was over the course of like 12 hours, which seems like a reasonable pace.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of poker involved. Long stretches in between. It was probably the whiskey that was too much. That was the top. KCD in the chat says, I was unbanned. How long can I avoid writing something stupid this time? Guess what, buddy? You banned.
Not banned yet, but it is. Oh, wait. Nope. Nick got him. I was going to say that wasn't bannable yet, but it was still kind of stupid. Ace-Jack for McHugh.
48.
And
No,
is
48, sorry.
3-betting the Ace-Jack suited. Very little respect for the early position raise from Finton hand. And Finton with a hand that's very unlikely to fold, and occasionally will be a 4-bet. I don't know what the frequency is. But it looks like one of those frequencies might be meow. Nope, just a call. You'd think I'd learn the denominations at some point, what the colors mean, but it's not for me.
And domination rotation on the flop. Ace-4 now the best of it. McHugh got 16.4 behind, only a little smidge over pot.
Very easy call now for Finton, I think. McHugh with not a lot of fold equity left behind in this stack either after this bet 4,000. Does not have a pot-sized bet left behind. A little more than half.
Yeah, this is one of those spots now. Nope. Does go check, check, and Finton's got to feel really good about his hand on this river now, Joe.
Was that a last name pun?
Not intentionally, but I wish it was.
Hand checks his hand?
No,
sorry.
Might be a blocker bet
check
scenario.
Mark.
Might be a blocker bet scenario.
A little blocker bet, a little blocker B.
Yep, that looks like it. 2.5 into 19.6. So I was going to say before I went snap, check, check, McHugh really on that turn has to make up his mind right then and there. Am I going to try and rep the overpair that I was repping pre? Does slow down. I think it might have been enough to get the 4 to fold, but once he slows down, I think he knows the game is pretty much up.
Masterfully played by one of the faces of the Irish Poker Open. Finton hand. Finton face.
Aces again there.
Something like that.
We'll just keep getting aces.
10-9 suited, the Grafton. Finton on a bit of a hot streak right now at this table. I assume he's going to play the rush, and that assumption is correct.
Raise to 16.
Fez says, you guys are hilarious. Best commentary compared to any other poker stream providers so far. How dare you insult our colleagues? You're banned.
Pass, 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 pass.
Costello with a hand that's beautiful to pick up in the big blind because you really can't play it from any other position. Queen 10 offsuit. Let's go. Out flops Finton hand. Top pair for Costello. Second pair for Finty. Transmusic asks, is the Canadian bearded man playing today? Yes. Griffin Benger is in flight 1D. Going to try to run up a stack in the last starting flight. Of course, people can direct buy at the start of day 2 tomorrow, so who knows?
Check.
I think we're likely to have people starting tomorrow on par with the people playing 1D tonight. I think there's going to be a whole lot of people that buy in tomorrow on day 2.
Definitely.
A whole lot of people.
Definitely. I mean, when they see that prize pool and they realize that they could have a little spin, late game, find their way to some portion of that 2.5 million prize pool, or thereabouts. It's getting there now.
And Finton did pay off Costello there on the end.
Yep. Yeah. All in.
Guys all in.
Neaksu all in from under the gun with Jack 10, decides wants to shove while he still has a little bit of fold equity. Probably not going to be enough to get Zarek to fold 9s.
Cool.
And Neaksu will be lucky if it's just the two of these players headed for it. Because at least you'll be flipping. Oftentimes you're not flipping with Jack 10. Uh-oh, Costello in the small blind with Queen.
Ganz schön Durchzug hier auf einmal.
Bisschen was? Kühl?
Durchzug, ja.
And King Queen folds, King 5 folds. So Neaksu folding for his racing first tournament life.
Scared me there.
Gotta take that.
Like crack versus feck. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. And away we go. 9s holding. Neaksu still needs to hit a jack or a 10. Current turn card is a 4. Needs to hit it on the river. Is a jack.
Oh, he's done it.
The miracle Jable. The JS, the Joe Stapleton, to the rescue on the river. Double up Neaksu. Year of Romania.
Year of Romania.
I wonder if they could turn up those announcements a little bit.
Looking good, but still alive.
Not sure they can hear them in the parking lot.
Looking better.
T-Banks wants to know, Nick, this is a question for you. Any big make players? Can you field that one for me? Sorry, I'll repeat. Sorry, I might have got... Any big make players?
Any big...
Come on, it's a serious question, Nick.
Any big make players? Yes, thank you for your question.
57. 57.
Fritzler opening ace-jack. Excuse me. Zarek opening ace-jack. Fritzler re-raising ace-jack.
Finton hand, the biggest make player there is.
Whoa. Zarek, a Danish word for sticky. Calls with the King 10 offsuit. And somehow does not connect with this board.
Yeah, I think Fritzler's going to like a C-bet on this texture. Obviously, still has that gutter ball. It's got about 40K behind.
Hello,
Pot is 3.4. Nice and chunky. Gets the fold, and the best hand wins. Absolutely no messing around there. Just wants to bang it in.
Jetzt verstehe ich, wie der Stuhl funktioniert.
Gabriel on YouTube says, Joe, you don't remember me, but in 2018, I asked you on Twitter for a quick Q&A about the poker media for my graduate thesis, and you mocked me because of my poor English. I'm from Brazil, but I don't hate you. If I was on a broadcast, then maybe I might have read it aloud and kind of had some fun with it, but there's absolutely no way that I would have replied to you on Twitter and mocked you for your English, because I've actually replied to many, many people about graduate things, and I've done tons of surveys and tons of interviews helping people out with their school papers, graduate, whatever. So I find that hard to believe. Maybe your English is so bad you wrote to a different Joe. That's all I can think. Maybe a different Stapleton. Now, here we're doing a show. We're trying to goof around every once in a while. I might have done it for the purposes of the show, and if so, I'm glad you don't hate me. Thank you for your comment. Fritzler opening again, this time King Jack. Costello 3-betting, 10-10.
Pieface Poker says, maybe you wrote to Joe Mama instead?
You might have written to Joe Mama.
Solid.
And we both know the kinds of things she's into, as I just
what was
stated.
the name of that coffee shop you said had the best coffee in Vienna?
The Empress, my friend.
Ah, he's got the hat.
So cool to be such a big fan of the coffee shop.
You are sponsored by PokerStars. I'm sponsored by the Empress.
Whereabouts in Vienna is it, just in case we have any people at home that might end up there?
In the 7th district in Emperor Street.
I look forward to visiting.
It's always coming, 7th District.
I actually would love to visit Vienna one day. Sounds lovely.
My first EPT I ever attended was EPT Vienna. Dan Dempsey, who says boring commentary. Boring comment. Thank you for it, and you banned. Martin Svensson says, best commentary, and I hate a suck up. You're also banned. Pocket fours versus A7 suited, and that is a set of fours. Now, A7 does have a gut shot.
People love a gut shot, Joe. Costello's going to feel really, really good about firing a bet on this texture, though. Sticky decides to get sticky.
Yeah, tough to get this array fellow to fold. That is a boat for Costello. That gut shot draw, NG, no good.
No good, and also obviously a decent turn for ace high to still be the best hand. Zariak is going to lead. Very interesting. That's a big lead as well, 4.7. Costello's like, this is going really well. I really hope this guy has a 3 and or a straight.
Fantastic. What a dream.
I think the thing here is, Joe, that they're quite deep stacked, and if they want to win like entire stacks, there has to be a raise in the turn. But also, when you're this deep, I don't know if you just try and win the max within a more reasonable range. I think he might be thinking the former. Yep, there is a raise indeed. He's going to raise the lead from Zariak. 14,000, and you'll notice, guys, making it much, much easier to put in more chips on a later street where the pot is already inflated. Zariak got to be hating this now with his ace high.
You were advocating for this raise, right? From
Yes.
Costello. So what sorts of hands, and there's always an answer to this, right? And
yeah.
I'm always wrong, but like what sorts of hands can call that raise?
Well, a 3 is definitely going to be in there, so the trips, and then also just the flop straight or something like that.
Over pairs, I guess, sometimes too. Like would nines ever call that raise?
Yeah, I mean, I think the takeaway really is that the lead from Zariak is quite unconventional. And I think that also a lot of players that have a lead there will just have a considerably decent made hand that will call the raise.
Yeah.
It's just whether or not you want to let the hand sort of pan out naturally, just, you know, based on more of a sort of formulaic standard pattern, or if you want to be like, I'm going to try and play for stacks here. I'm going to try and stack this guy for the max. And I think usually going for the latter is going to be the best way to go when you're trying to acquire all the chips and win a tournament.
I'm the first to admit I'm heavily influenced by knowing what all the cards are, right? So I see what the hand is, and I go, well, you should just flat here. And you're much better at that, obviously, than I am. So I'm glad that you broke that down for me. Thank you. Jack Carey writes in to say, just saying you're pronouncing Costello wrong. In Ireland, it's more like Costello. Sorry, Nick, can you tell me how this is pronounced? Why would you say this is pronounced in Ireland?
Your band.
Oh, your band.
Yeah, see, that's different too. Yeah.
Perfect, yeah.
Jeez. We always get that one right.
You're completely banned.
Grand, your band. It's grand, your band.
Hey, that's grand, your band.
I haven't banned people. I didn't ban someone until like hour 4 or 5 today, so I got a lot of make-up calls to make here.
Oh yeah, I mean, actually, chat was being pretty cool earlier.
It's because they were all chill with Hardigan.
I think it was actually just prior to the free roll. Then that's when all hell let loose. That's when it really started to decline. When the non-regs showed up.
Sleepy man, this is past my bedtime.
Yeah.
Free roll was to quote.
I told Joe Stapleton that I'd do the commentary at this time if I was not playing, so I'm lucky. I would have fallen asleep in the commentary bit and Joe would have got mad.
He's lucky he didn't have to deal with the likes of you. Don't fall for it. It seems like a trick, Nick. Don't fall for it.
I was still mouthing it there, trying to sound.
I don't know what it's supposed to be, but it can't be. It seems like a trap.
Yeah, it's a trap. Yaksu, Ace Jack, still quite short stacked, less than 20 big blinds.
Jay Gandhi asks, when does the day end? At 12? You wish. The day is going to be over around 1:15. Got about an hour and a half left to go on this day 1C.
6-5.
Uh-oh.
6,500.
Zeriak does wake up with a dominating ace. Nyaksu might be tempted to bust. Now he's sub 20.
Let's do it.
Again, I'm trying not to let the hold cards influence me.
Yeah.
But I'm not a guy that goes broke with Ace Jack anymore.
Well, the last time he got the speech play, he paid off Finton. Now Zeriak's trying to do the same thing.
Nice one, Nyaksu.
Change up, please.
This is weird. Thirsty Base says, I'm playing tomorrow. Put me on that table. But in his photo, he's holding a fish. Why would you call yourself Thirsty Base and then hold a fish in your photo? People on the internet are weird, man. Were you pointing out the fact that we've got some big names in day 1D in the turbo flight, like Parker Tonka Talbot and Georgina GJ Reggie James?
Yeah. I guess I was. And now you guys know. Couple known pros regging. GJ regging. Day 1D.
Poor guy says base is a fish.
No.
Like sea bass, Joe.
No, it's a musical instrument. I have no idea what
What's
you're
a
talking
sea
about.
bass? Is there an underwater version? Oh, like from Back to the Future, like the enchantment under the sea bass.
Yeah, yeah.
All your sea bass belong to us. Thirsty Base says largemouth bass the fish. I feel like if there was a fish called bass, I would know about it. I'm not a fish expert though. What is that? A fish
16.
Ceologist? I don't even know what that is.
16.
16.
Cool. This guy says Stapes the ultimate trawl. What is a trawl?
Raise it up.
Raise it up.
8,100.
Aficionado. Good one, Coffee Wanna. First time chat. Clap.
That is the clap.
What's happening? We got a 3-bet to 8,100 from Glogar. Now, Glogar, that's the coffee guy. Empress Coffee. Plugging it on the stream.
Getting real close to 3 million.
Yeah, very close. So anyway, my first ever EPT was, so I was recording the big game, and Daniel Negrano made the final table of EPT Vienna that year and flew me and Amanda Leatherman out, who he's now married to. He was madly in love with her, and he said, Amanda, come out to Vienna, and she said, I'm not coming unless I can bring Stapes.
I'd say it'd be at least 200 people. I'll be putting
So
all my relatives in to win that 20 quid.
he bought us tickets to Vienna. It was Halloween weekend,
it's not about money.
and I'd spent a
It's
lot of
sending
money
a
in my
message.
costume. So I was like, I'm coming to Vienna, but I'm bringing it and I'm wearing it to EPT Vienna.
Okay.
Now, this is before Halloween had caught on in Europe. I was quite literally the only person in costume on the rail of the final table, and it was of the Zach Galifianakis character from The Hangover.
Okay, got it.
I had the fake baby, I had the Bjorn, I had the sunglasses, obviously I had the disgusting belly. It was prosthetic. And Daniel and I'm finishing 6th or whatever, but that was my first trip to Vienna, and it was Vienna's a very cool city is my ultimate point.
Yeah, no, I hear
super cool
I
city.
hear great things about Vienna. So you really represented America well with being the only
I look
one
like
showing
a
up.
complete idiot. Yeah. Okay, so Thirsty Bass is saying it is not pronounced like the instrument. So like Thirsty Bass.
Is this,
Oh, maybe it's bus. Thirsty bus.
Is this like the Irish pronunciation? Are we talking about that now? Is it a thirsty bass?
Thirsty Bass. Yes.
Oh, a thirsty bass. Sorry, that's where we've been going wrong this whole time.
Would I be able to get you to take a round?
Takes this one down with a bet on the turn.
Excuse me, Grace. Could you pass me that thirsty bass over there? That should be grand.
Okay, Charles is having me get to the bottom of me. It's boss. Thirsty boss.
Is everyone
Like a
want a drink?
noisy sheep.
Like the sheep?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'm gonna offer Guinness if someone wants champagne. Listen, man, I offer it, and like I've opened up a dangerous line of credit.
Know all about that, Vinton. Got to get the drinks in. It's your duty as an ambassador
18.
to provide for the table.
Charlie, are we allowed to have a drink on this table? I assume so. What?
Yes, you can.
I thought so. It would have been quite sad if Irish Open if you couldn't, but I didn't want you to be the one who caused the issue.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, call back to earlier. So, do you remember the Lot and Things game we played?
Yeah.
With Steve O'Dwyer and
Yeah.
how many flips he's
Right.
been involved in? So, I asked him, I said, look, we did Lot and Streams and the things. If you had to guess, how many would you say? He goes, yeah, I heard it. You never defined involved. And I said, involved is being one of the two people flipping. Come on. And he says, no offense, Nick. It was one of the most absurd answers I've ever heard in a Lot and Things game. Now, Nick's answer was 458,000.
It's something ridiculous, yeah.
458,000 flips. And he goes, it's like 3% less absurd if involved meant I was dealt into a hand where two other people at the table ended up flipping. He said, I guess I've played 8 million hands lifetime.
Okay.
And that would mean I'd flipped 5% of them.
Okay. Right, but it should also be known that the actual number of hands I thought he would have actually played was more than that.
40 million?
Well, I mean, I know people that have definitely put in that kind of volume for sure.
Look, I don't mean to mock you. It's just funny.
No, and of all people, Steve O'Dwyer would know much better than I. Absolutely.
Well, you'd certainly know how many hands he's played.
Yeah, which immediately helps, doesn't it?
Would you like
Steve just says, the only Lawton thinks answer I can remember being more absurd is Vivek Rajkumar answering 100 degrees when asked, what temperature would you bake a pizza at? I think there was a pretty amazing answer too. I think wasn't it like Lucky Chewy who said like the distance from the distance around the world was like 30 million miles.
I really tried to come at this from a somewhat scientific angle, but I appreciate that it was a bit off the cuff, so I apologize, Steve. I hope you'll forgive me.
4 Guinness, 1 beer.
In fairness, chat was in agreement with me that you would have played at least 10 million hands, so that immediately already changes a significant amount of the number.
And by the way, to the one person asking, are we going to hear any actual commentary on the hand? We're hearing from the reigning Irish Poker Open champion. It's relevant. Asifo in the chat says, evening all, question mark? It is evening. Thank you for your question. Good guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you, Steve, for indulging us.
Seriously, thank you for the contribution, Steve. I apologize for my ignorance. I still think it's definitely not as absurd as 100 degrees, but I'll take it.
Now I can make a fool of myself. I played that one okay. I'm choking.
Ja? 2003 habe ich angefangen.
Ja, ist genau richtig eingestiegen. Nee, ich bin später. 2007, 2008. It's hard. Yeah, when you come in with cold four, especially min cold four as well, it's not min. It's best case scenario. I'm flipping against ace king. Best case, but I don't think you even do. No, you would.
A lot of conversations going on at the table. Hard to follow them. That's cool, though.
That's good, though.
We like that.
Now I can lose. Yeah.
All right.
I love Steve.
19.
I'm somehow grandfathered in with Steve. That he's very cool to me, no matter how grumpy he gets. He's always been very cool to me.
I've never had the pleasure, but thank you for your contribution tonight. That was beautiful.
It's hard to be grumpy here too at the Irish Poker Open.
You get knocked out and giving your point to Charlie. Yeah, okay.
Uh-oh. Sourdough suited. Artisanal sourdough in play.
Not really an all-in calling hand, however.
No.
A hand you like to be the aggressor.
I want him to have his pint, you know.
Quite right.
Couldn't do that to him.
It's a good one, yeah.
It's ICM for the Guinness.
Sorry?
It's ICM for the Guinness.
I had aces, but I couldn't do that to you, you know.
Yeah. Had to fold.
McCloskey with pocket queens. No action, no action, no action. No action. No action. No action, not even from the ace-4. Not going to defend. I'm a little confused. Is ace-4 defend there or no? I'm not saying it's bad if you don't. Is that one you can go either way on?
I think it depends on the opponent, but also from that position, you're going to be dominated a bunch, and we're starting to get to the stacks where that can be really punishing, right? You know. Defending.
Okay, so folding that is okay.
I think it's fine.
Sometimes I really want to fold that there, and I'm like, oh, am I just a nit for not defending ace-4?
You know, just feel it out. Just feel it out.
Sound advice. Use the force.
Use the force.
Use the force.
It's pretty straightforward, Luke.
Pocket nines for Costello.
Finton does want to see a flop here. Looking for a tray for that set.
Set miming. Hold on, I'm going to set mime. What'd you think? James gave me the thumbs up. Queen, queen, 4. No sets up here. 9's got a feeling pretty good. 3's not loving it, not hating it either. It's hard to make a pair.
Yeah.
Oh, another low card, but not a tray.
Not sure if Costello, doesn't want to inflate this pot any further. 2 checks. Queen on the river. Costello now feeling real good about those 9s. Immediately makes it a lot more likely that Finton just has a pocket pair that he can still get value from. Very frequently might have 3-bet a bigger pair as well. So might try and target some 4x, some 5x, some trays, some deuces, some 6s, some 7s, some 8s. There's 8K in the middle. I really like the size, 5.1 into 8K.
Nice. Good.
Makes
When
the
you
call.
buy the Guinness and you're value betting me on the river while I'm waiting to go buy them. Sorry, how much was it?
20,000.
Give him a discount at least if he's going to get beers.
Sorry. Thank you very much.
Gents, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nick Cade on YouTube says hi.
Ja, wir brauchen ein neues Deck. Die Karten waren echt scheiße.
Oh, he says hi to me too. Hi, Cade. Hey, a little rundown of where the chip stacks stand here at the feature table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a lot of players at the table. McHugh in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Costello way up
Thank you so much.
top.
I'll take it, yeah.
168 big blinds. Very cool.
So can we get Steve O'Dwyer to actually give us his answer, his guess?
Yeah, he's avoided giving his own guess here.
Oh, it's all absurd until he has to give the real answer. I see how it is.
Thank you.
This is when he sits down and he goes, oh my God, he's absolutely right.
I mean, he's probably playing like a mega high roller or something and texting in between. So.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
Italian bar was born in
such a
Dublin.
good one.
I'll ask James when he's on in the next level what he thinks the answer is. I'm going to guess 25,000.
You can have the milk.
No, it's got to be way more than that.
It's a small town between Rome and
I mean,
Naples.
I should also highlight as well. I was assuming that there was a lot more hands played online, which obviously immediately changes things, which Croaks immediately dispelled. But then also not just that.
No, it's tiny.
If we're talking about actual exact flips, are we talking about 50-50 flips? Maybe he's also adjusting for that. I was including some 60-40s.
All right, I was asking about pure flips. Hey, look at all the beers arriving, huh? Guinness.
Welcome to Ireland.
Guinness, yes. The Irish Poker Open, the reputation precedes it. Well played, Finton hand.
Thank you.
All right, question from the YouTube. Any recommendations for books to read or study for live poker tournaments? Yes, definitely. Nick?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for your question. Settled?
Settled. And that's that. Anyway, straight on to the poker.
Back to the
McCluskey.
poker. Fritzler opening the button with 9-8 off. McCluskey defending ace-jack off.
Yeah.
Have a chair there, yeah.
Thanks. No problem at all.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Was it yellow?
Jim asked, what was starting stack? That's actually the number of chips that players begin the tournament with. That's what's known as a starting stack. Thank you for your question.
It was 30.
You basically bought these points, Sarah.
Actually, you paid.
Queen, 5-4, 2 diamonds.
What I would say is a little bit more. I want to go flying backwards. No. Thank you.
Do you mind changing that?
McCluskey checks. Fritzler bets. And McCluskey folds the ace high.
Thank you.
The power of position. That's something you can read about in one of the books Nick and I could recommend.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Yep.
I much prefer to give you chips than.
Yeah, I think definitely slightly wider open, but if you can get those through a little bit more frequently, makes sense. The power of position indeed.
Yeah, no matter.
Clarky asks, what's the blind start at on day 2? They actually start from the very first hand. Thank you for your question. Right at the beginning of the day. Blinds right away. Emily says, Joe, I love PokerStars commentary with you in the booth. How do I get banned, though? I've been wanting to for a while. Ban me. Ban me. I got you, boo.
Cowboys for McCluskey.
Try to get him to fold these on the flop, you button raiser.
I think not. Glogard getting real wide here with the queen deuce off. This is fairly ridiculous.
Isn't there a Magic the Gathering card called Glowgar? It's like a 4/4 with flying.
Could be.
All right. This is an announcement for all the spectators in the room. Guys, I know you want to stop and chat to your friend and see how they're doing. Yeah, keep it under 15 seconds because the other engineers at the table do not want you there. So please, if you're chatting your buddy up at the main event, please exit the area. No one cares anymore. Please exit the area. Your time is up. If you're wearing a blue jacket, hand in hand. Standing right in front of me, sir. See you later.
This TD runs a real tight ship, let me tell you. I've never heard of a 15-second limit for saying hello to your friend. I mean, I'm glad it's some amount of time.
So you can get back in the game.
Wow, really called that guy out, huh?
That was an announcement for one person.
It was effectively for one person who didn't get the hint. Wait a minute, was he talking about Tonka?
Maybe.
That's the Irish version of a gamble responsibly message.
Yeah.
Wow, I feel attacked on that guy's behalf. That was pretty savage to a room full of about 1,000 people.
Respect there now. You're getting the respect now.
Yeah.
Also, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but I have this new strategy.
Some people are watching on the stream.
If you never
my head's a
fold,
cuff.
never be bluffed.
I like to
probably shouldn't tell you that when I'm playing against you. But I like to let the cards do the
Well,
work.
let's see if I
Joe Stapleton told me about it.
Try to behave, okay?
It's solid. If you just don't fold,
no 7-4.
You don't mind losing the cards, you're not bluffing.
Exactly.
And every now and again you get to be a hero.
Check
Solid. Maybe. Just got to get that starting range right.
Not meant to tell people that's my strategy, though, but I've had it.
The whole is fish already. You know, I would imagine it's a well-kept secret.
Good luck, mate.
Woody says the floor was so passive aggressive the past few days. Yeah, there was a little of that going on in the Finton hand tournament. There was a fellow there who seemed pretty intent on swinging his weight around.
Cheers.
You must respect my authority. He was kind of funny, I'll give you that. American, obviously.
Look, the glass. You'll get the check or listeners.
Nick, when people take shots at Americans, do you...
I think we're flipping.
Oh, I didn't see any.
Yeah, it went so quick. I think there was a
you are right,
raise
Nick.
and a
Sorry,
ship.
excuse me. Thank you for keeping this train on the tracks.
No need to apologize. It went so quick. I barely spotted it myself, but Costello is going to be getting it in against the AJ
It's a
of McHugh.
domination situation. Yeah, with the cards are on their backs, though. Well spotted. Ace high flop. Spade's a bit of a factor. McHugh would love to see a spade on the turn. No spade.
Three or a jack?
Ace.
Oh yeah, 3 or a jack. Board's
Nice
already
to meet you guys.
paired.
Okay. Best of luck, everybody.
No
Yeah, I'll be.
no
I'll
dice.
Touch bet that bet. Don't worry.
Costello
You will.
knocks out McHugh.
Yeah, GG to McHugh.
But didn't he take off?
On his way out the door, one less player on the way to that massive payout. As we see the chip counts here at our feature table. Costello now 180 big blinds. Borza 17 big blinds. Not quite danger zone territory just yet, but one to keep an eye on. One of the players that's going to need to make some moves to remain in this tournament.
I mean, if you have unlimited funds, you can gamble up here and buy back in tomorrow for a...
Well, today and then tomorrow if you want.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. You can still get in 1D.
Yep, you can late reg that. Obviously, the turbo flight goes pretty speedy, though. I heard it was 20-minute clocks.
So they're going to catch up to the main event. Let's see. What level are we on for the main right now? Level 7? So in like 2 hours and 20 minutes. So we're actually pretty close to them catching up, right? Since it's almost 12:20.
Yeah, I wonder how long.
Started at 10.
I wonder how long that's going to run for, the 10 o'clock flight. Still a lot of poker to play, even 20 minutes at a time.
Fenton with kings again gets to 3-bet the open from Costello.
No action, though.
3-betting in that strategy, I never folded.
I folded your favourite hand.
Once I put chips in, committed.
No, you just assume flat, flat, flat.
No. I'll try and make people fold occasionally. I just won't fold to a bet. I'm not saying I can't be aggressive. That'd be a silly strategy otherwise.
The feel about it
wasn't sure parameters. That's what I can figure out.
I was kind of shocked. I was okay with a flat or a fold.
Yes, it's not feel. Nobody's perfect.
It sounded like it, but I didn't want to say it because I'm a dub, and if I get it wrong, it's like the fucking dub doesn't know what he's talking about.
It's clear as
You were one step short of saying Langer there, weren't you?
Someone will get caught when it's on stage.
Fritzler, king 7 under the gun, folds clubs. Glogar folds clubs. McCloskey, the flat tire.
But you can speak kind of, you know the way he speaks a little bit like quiet.
Yeah.
A little bit like Roy. That's because the
Costello, pocket sixes. Into a 9-6 suited. Oh, baby.
That's up Guinness now, mate.
He's going to put in a 3-bet here.
Oh, excuse me. Neoxy with queen jack suited in the small blind. His spidey sense is tingling, but can't pull the trigger.
Uh-oh. Wait a second. What's going on here?
Zarek with 10s.
Yeah, he's got one of those looks on his face like he had a hand
And he ain't a folder, we know that much. He's a trapper keeper. "17 years into doing this, just came up with that right now, guys."
Trapper keeper indeed.
Zarek calls.
He is a fantastic ring binder.
Somebody clip that? Can you clip that? Ooh, a 6 right in the window. And that is the K6. One of those 6s is in Finton Hand's hand.
Yeah, it's a weird dynamic now that Finton is the 3-better here, though. Check, check. Finton probably hating life. Depp just takes the check, just takes the free card. Knows he's probably going to be in a lot of trouble here quite often, or just has the best hand with the 6. No need to go crazy.
And you heard the staff announce the blinds are going up after this hand, which means we're going to bring James in for the last level of the night. And I will let Shikes answer your question. Excuse me. I will let James answer your question, Sykes, about how did James bust. But I assume it's going to involve all of his chips being put in the middle and then not having the best hand at the end. But I'll let him tell it.
He called off 99% of his stack and then folded.
Right, that would be the one exception.
6 is just opting to flat here. And the 3 of hearts, no change, of course.
No change, but a card that is not going to make Zareg any more inclined to fold. So in essence, a very good card for Costello. Brilliant mistake. Is that an Elvis Costello song? Cool, 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 cool.
Cool, 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 cool.
I didn't know James was such an Elvis Costello fan. Most people are into the other Elvis. And Costello, as I'm told it's pronounced, going for some very cute river value here. Into a pot of 32.5, bets. Give it to me. Make me look like a real jerk here. Something 28, 25? Did I hear that? Yeah, 28.5, yes. Zareg pays it off. Huge pop for Costello.
Wow. Was not expecting the call there from the 10s.
Costello will cost you.
185.
Zareg's stickiness does him a little damage there. Now would be a good time to bring James Hardigan back in for the last level of the night.
Hello, Joseph. Hello, Nicholas.
Hello.
My friend. Did you want to answer Shikes' question about what happened to you in the tournament?
Which bullet? The first one or the second one?
I guess we'll start at the end and work our way back.
The first one is a bit more complicated, but I think in both instances it was unavoidable, especially when you have aces pre. If someone shoves on you for 75 big blinds effective, you should not be folding aces.
Did you consider folding aces?
No, I snap called. I was very happy when he tabled 10s, but I wasn't happy when the 10 hit the river.
Yeah.
I no longer had any chips, and that's why I'm here talking to you lovely people.
Live Twitter. Lovely girl.
Would you
and she
have preferred to come on the flop?
Ever. She thought I looked like my mum.
Or just having that hope for a few extra seconds?
Yeah, I guess if it comes on the flop, it's kind of alpha. But then you know you might still hit on the turn or the river.
There's no redraw.
Yeah.
Pop off your mum. I couldn't stop it happening. Bye. Yeah.
But we even call it girls. Bye. Are they playing?
Yeah. I heard. It's great. I love it.
Exactly. Where was Barry Greenstein when we needed him? The bastard.
I've never been on a proper night out then.
Yeah, it's a good.
I've been
shooting night during the week and then your weekends obviously as well.
So Hardigan, we played.
Student night, what are you talking about?
We played lob and things earlier.
Who was the brain?
Nick was the brain.
Right.
And you're going to get the benefit of having position here.
Okay.
And the question was, how many flips has Steve O'Dwyer been a participant in his poker career? And here's how you get to have position.
We went down there.
Nick's answer was something like 458,000.
The last week before the World
And Steve
shut
O'Dwyer
down,
said it
that's
was
where I
one of the most absurd answers he's ever heard in his entire life. The only more absurd answer was when someone asked, what temperature would you cook a pizza at? And the answer was 100 degrees. And this was a North American. So we're talking 100
Fahrenheit.
We're talking about 2 degrees hotter than the human body.
Maybe he meant 100 degrees Kelvin or something. I don't know. Is that really hot?
My mom, and she laughed at me and said, "You didn't, I just forgot."
So is Steve taking the over or the under on 468,000?
Under.
Okay.
He's saying that he figures he played about 8 million hands in his life.
Right.
And Nick's answer would mean that he flipped for 5% of them.
By the way, 100 kelvins is minus 173 degrees Celsius, so that doesn't even work, I'm afraid.
I would just stop and accept that it was a really stupid thing. By the way, there is a classic race underway at the feature table, and let's see if this is indeed the year of Romania.
Like 458,000 flips in your life versus cooking a pizza at 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
King
these two hands
on the flop.
Just driving home in a panic. We have to get back to Dublin.
His hand's so cold, might be 100 degrees Kelvin.
Jack?
You hit the jack on the river last time.
Yeah.
No jack on the river.
Thank you, guys.
What a horrible thing to happen in the year of Romania.
Yeah, that's weird.
GG.
That pizza line is amazing.
You live in back in Ireland, full time.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you.
Pew says what we really want to know is how that sweet American woman is doing. I'm assuming you're referring to Della from Oklahoma. I did walk out into the room a short while ago. Della still at table 20, still in the same seat.
Got your internet sorted?
Yeah. That was the biggest ordeal of my life.
What was the issue?
I bought an apartment.
I'm trying to tilt you, obviously.
I bought an apartment actually in Sandymount, and before we moved in, I looked it up and it said there was internet.
Oh,
And I
Vincent's
called
internet
them,
story.
They said there was internet. Joe and James will be listening to this and they'll be sick of hearing me talk about my internet.
No, I love it, Vincent.
Yeah, I love
like
the story.
I got in and it was the only house in Dublin that apparently there was never an internet line. I don't know. But in fairness, the internet company got it sorted, digging a hole in like 9 weeks. And I have no issues since.
Ah, nice. But there was no online?
Literally no line.
It was just so amazing the fact that Vincent had all these problems in Malta with power cuts and like crappy internet service. He moves to Dublin and finds the one building, the one house in this city, probably in this entire country, that doesn't have any internet connection at all.
Yeah.
They've had so many issues, I didn't assume.
2,500.
I was posting on my Instagram.
He had one of those phones that you had to pick up and tell the operator to connect him to the ship to shore.
That's a Fiore.
Queen on the turn. Done does improve.
It's all right.
The dial-up, if you're looking. I'm a classic dog. I'll lean into it.
Anyone outside of Dublin. Say I work in a hotel and there's a load of lads at the moment from Dublin, Thailand, and this is like just people's view of the world, people's view of the country outside of the city is ridiculous.
The Cork lads think that they're an independent state down there.
Well, it's the real capital. You know, it is. Like, if we were to,
And we are done with this hand.
Cork will get it.
Population. Okay, is it?
450 there.
Up to nearly 121,000. That's a lovely stack to have at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, sure is.
Second in chips at this table. Costello, the biggest stack with 190k, 190 big blinds. We are playing 500, 1,000 at the moment.
James, I can't help but notice, but we're streaming one fewer day than we usually do, and we're starting one day earlier than we normally start, right? We usually stream 5 days, and we usually start on day 2.
I used to always say Galway is my favorite, but Kerry might actually be my favorite.
60-minute levels rather than 90-minute levels.
Right, but like, there's still a lot of big blinds.
If you're asking me,
am
I concerned?
Yeah.
The answer is yes. Even playing 12-hour days, I am very, very worried about the fact that there's a lot of entries, a lot of chips in play, and this needs to be done by the end of Easter Monday.
Deep.
I have no control over this.
I understand, but okay. But you answered my question, and the answer is yeah.
Yeah. Tomorrow, once we actually have the final field size, I might break out the widget.
Yeah, get that widget. Why don't you wet that widget a little bit?
You heard it here first, guys. Widget coverage.
The difference is when I employ the widget on the EPT and it basically sets off an alarm and raises a massive red flag, I can go running to Toby Stone and say, can we do X, Y, and Z to ensure that we don't get screwed down the line? I don't think that's going to fly here.
You might be able to go out to the guy and he'll give you 15 seconds.
I missed this. What's happened?
He made an announcement. He's like, I know a lot of you want to go talk to your friends. Keep it under 15 seconds because the other people, they don't want you there. Get out. You, I'm talking to you. Get out.
I mean, you might go out there and ask for them to, alter the schedule, and they might provide you with another impersonator.
Yeah, I hear Roy Chubby Brown's flying in tomorrow to open day 2.
Fine, James. We'll have another impersonator if you insist. No, I was thinking, no, it's fine. We've got it all figured out. On the way. We know what you want. We got it all figured out. Now go back in your booth.
Stack your chips.
Right, it's just random.
It's very, honestly, no idea. I just get in the way of my hands. You have a nice little system going on there.
I don't. This is the thing. You're the wrong person. And even the stacks of 20s, I'm the clumsiest man ever. Man, I've been knocking them over. I hate when I have them.
What's the patch?
This is one of Finton's things, the monster. Yeah.
Finton, you know what's so sad?
He's a pimp.
I'm not even the most well-known Finton in bloody poker because I can Finton Gavins.
So,
he actually sat down in his seat.
Oh God!
At our table, yeah.
Undersea Monkeys just reminded me that tomorrow's Saturday.
Yeah, I was hoping you would notice that. I think we got to give Chat Pro Saturday a go.
I vetoed it at the last event, right?
Yeah. So.
35.
Yeah. Raise 3.5.
I forgot I bought you a beer, mate. I bought the beer and I've got it.
Hello.
Caught.
Tredan's got a good point, by the way. It's Chat Pro today.
Finton getting really spicy here with the 5 tray off.
Trying to do maths in your head there. I started to panic.
Tearing it by your head.
$25.
That's 2,500. 2.5.
Nice and small. Love the c-bet size here from Finty.
Had to get a really good hand to win that one as well.
Would you like a report from one of the outer tables next?
I cannot wait to hear this.
So,
yes.
Stat Trick was watching Table Spraggy, And apparently, Spraggy is now down to 65k because Jessica Pilkington doubled up through him while Tonka watched and laughed.
They're so mean to each other.
They really are. It's borderline bullying.
I would not be able, I honestly would not be able to handle that. I had a friend just like call a 3-bet with like suited connectors against me, and I took that personally. He didn't even laugh. I was just mad about that. I can only imagine if someone actively laughed at me while I lost at poker.
Are we done after this level?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's probably what, Big Deal O'Neill is right. That's probably what the announcement came from about get off the rail if you're sweating your friend right now. He was probably talking directly to Tonka during that hand.
You're allowed to laugh at your friend's misfortune, but only for 15 seconds.
15 seconds. Mr. Bucky, where you been all my life? Welcome to the stream.
What a stream. So, opening raise from Fritzler with ace-king, flattered by Glogar with ace-10. The squeeze from Costello with king-9. And action back on Fritzler.
Wait, so did you have a guess, by the way, for the Steve O'Dwyer? How many flips he's endured in his life?
100,000.
I made a guess, and he wrote, that seems close, question mark? My guess was 25,000, but it was with the knowledge of that position on Nick.
He's played millions of hands.
8 million, he reckons.
So yeah, in my defense, the whole point was I thought he played way more hands than he did,
Okay.
which was immediately like confirmed by Croaks not true because he hadn't played as much online as I thought. And also, Steve O'Dwyer was indicating exactly flips, so must be a 50-50 scenario. I was including 60-40s.
No. Flips 50-50. Come on.
Well, I mean, you know, there are certain... Yeah, okay, well...
Talking pair versus overcards.
I wouldn't know how many hands over time are flips.
I figured there would probably be at least one flip per tournament. Minimum, right?
Yeah, but how many flips per 100 hands, for example?
Yeah, well, exactly. And then also, what's the structure of the tournament? If they're long-form tournaments, then there's going to be a lot less flips. There's a lot of moving parts, and I think
it's okay. I wasn't trying to embarrass you.
No, I know that's not the case, but I think my guess probably would have been massively altered by those moving goalposts. I was keeping it lighthearted, but I appreciate the contribution.
Look, it doesn't matter. You're the brain. You were right. Whatever answer you said is the right answer.
Well,
you're Laden.
Both ace-king and ace-10 called the pre-flop 3-bet. Both ace-king and ace-10 have missed this flop. Costello has bet 7,200.
Somebody plugged in their Atari.
And that is another win.
Thank you.
Gosh, can I say someone's spice bag is getting to them?
Was glaubst du, hat er?
I have to.
Ja?
Ja. Und du glaubst nicht, was ich hatte.
Nearly 200 bigs for Costello.
Ich glaube, der
Borza, 14 bigs. We have a player in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Ich habe so nicht mal geführt, bitte.
Ich hatte Ass 10 suited.
Ich glaube, der war richtig stark. Aber
ja, er hatte was.
Ja.
Kevin's on your side. says on the podcast Chasing Poker Greatness, they said a 2,000 player tournament would require approximately 10 flips to win. And Kevin's of the opinion that you'd have to include 60-40s in that.
I mean, not exactly. You know, I'm talking about the really close ones. You know, like the
Ace-Jack versus King-Queen kind of thing.
Sure, you know. All in situations that are close is what I was including, and then I figured you'd probably do a few of those in each tournament. I also gave him too many tournaments probably because I said he probably averaged about 30 per day, 5 days a week on average. That might be an over-exaggeration, but yeah, as soon as you start to discount some of the stuff we're talking about, it gets a lot smaller, a lot quicker.
When you crush live poker the way Steve O'Dwyer has, he doesn't have to grind the Thursday thrill.
Yeah, I mean, or the answer is he's literally never flipping. He just always has the best hand or gets the bluff through.
Yeah, that too.
I mean, you know, this could be a flex from Steve. Not that he needs to flex.
Under the gun raise with ace 3 of diamonds, 2,300. Fritzler in the big blind.
Mr. Fritzler. Mr. Fritzler. Herr Fritzler. $200 big blinds going into day 2. Have you ever seen such a thing?
It's a bit silly, isn't it?
This tournament's not going to be over until next Friday.
So Laura big blinds.
I don't know how they roll here. Maybe they just cut out a couple of blind levels.
I mean, if it's the guy that was just on the microphone, he just shortens the levels to 15 seconds.
That.
Average.
Just get him to stay on the mic.
Look, we all know you want to play in the poker tournament, but ain't nobody else want that. We're going to have 15-second levels.
John, it's been on you. It's on you, John. It's on you.
Blinds are up.
Steve, he's clearly bluffing. Just called. Nobody cares anymore.
Sorry, we got quiet for a second. There's a good copy pasta happening.
Chainmail.
Good flop, huh? Good flop?
Oh, good enough for it. Happy.
So we highlighted the fact the Borza is the short stack of the table, 10s under the gun.
He has exactly 17.1 big blinds.
Opens to 2-1.
Oh,
and
boy.
Oh, is dominated by Finton, who's got the jam jars.
The Joe and James. I think he's one of the first people to call it that, actually, I think.
This is not the
This
Joe
is not the
and
Joe and James.
No. Also, that sounds wrong. It's always been James and Joe. We always go alphabetical, and to say it the other way around, it loses its cadence.
Yeah, it's alphabetical. That's why. That's why your name comes first.
Oh my days! Glogar wakes up with the kings.
Okay, this is domination, double nation. I'm working on it.
Wow, big cold 4-bet. More than 3x the 3-bet. Although he is out of position.
Tom says you might want to rethink that logic. Puts Griffin above you all. Yeah, but he's Griffin the Unicorn Bencher, and I choose to alphabetize him by his nickname, so he comes last.
Yeah, easy fold for the 10s actually might have been a trickier spot.
Man, I was so happy about this setup when it was jacks versus 10s, but now the shoe's on the other hand.
Can you call?
Looks like you can.
That's what Vincent's doing.
Set miming, jacks.
Does have position. One overcard.
I guess it's better than no overs.
Pot is already very inflated. 34,000 in the middle. Glogar can quite easily get this in 2 streets if he bets this flop.
Oh, rude.
Check it back. Check it back.
Oh, he said something, which was a check.
Okay, this now becomes...
You might even get to showdown now that there's an ace out there.
Or... Nah.
Yep, ace was a real action killer for the Kings.
But actually, that's the card that sees Glogar bet and get the fold from Vincent. Saved by the ace.
Saved.
Wenn ich den Flop nicht gesehen hätte. Preflop war ich auch als König, aber okay. Gut. Bevor du lügst, sag gar nichts. Nein, jetzt brauchst du nicht.
Er hatte die zweitbeste Starthand. Aber sag's jetzt nicht.
Ja, ja, klar. Hätte ich jetzt nicht gedacht, ja.
Ich wollte, dass er im Flop einen Fehler macht.
Shout it at your coffee shop, and then I get what's going on. I'm buying drinks for people, and I'm getting code 4 bet. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Life is not fair.
Nearly. I didn't. 2000, right?
This hand with the potential to have some fireworks pre and post. Looks like we're just going to call pre with the ace-5 suited.
Borza, don't fall for the memes.
No, the memes work, though. I think you can get... Oh, wait, Borza doesn't have a ton of chips. Never mind.
Well, Vincent was the pre-flop aggressor. And I thought I saw Vincent fire a continuation bet. Yeah, 1,500. Gets a fold from one ace and a fold from the other. So Adam Griffiths was the newest addition to this table a short while ago. Seeing a lot more movement of players now as we are finally seeing tables being broken as we thin through the field as we get towards the end of this starting flight, day 1C of the Irish Open main event. The day 1D turbo flight also taking place right now, and registration open until the start of play tomorrow, day 2. So we'll get the final field number tomorrow, and of course, to be confirmed, but I suspect we will play into the money tomorrow. Bloody hope we do. I mean, we're going to get to the final table on Sunday.
Yes, indeed.
2 pair, aces and 9s.
Wow.
Did you check?
Snap check from the top 2.
And Klogar bets 2,000.
Ace, deuce, 9, rainbow. You're not worried about a whole lot when you got ace 9.
No. Just the call from Zarek, and
I said 4.
oh, I've been there before.
He min check raise with ace 9.
Well, that's getting called.
Klogar calls. Obviously has some backdoor potential here. And
Give
is
him a
facing
club.
an absolutely teeny tiny check raise. $6,000 now. Backdoor's not looking so hot no more for Klogar. Yep, lets it go.
Is the Klogar a very powerful Pokemon or just like a middle of the road one? I'm not a Pokemon expert.
Managed to get the mic off, did you? I hope so.
Mid-tier Pokemon. Thank you, BH.
The wrong end and it was coursing my whole way up. So I hope it was off. And I was thing in the top.
Avis says, is it fine that they talk German at the table? Ich weiß nicht.
Ich habe keine Idee.
$23.
Keine Ahnung, meine Freunde. Keine Ahnung.
Basically what they're saying is because they speak German, it just sounds like English to them and they hadn't noticed. What day of this tournament is it? Is it still the first day?
Yeah.
That can't be right.
Yeah.
It's Saturday.
I'm looking it up.
Chat Pro Saturday. Confirmed. Woo!
It is the early hours of Saturday morning, but it's continued action that started on Friday. Friday being day 1C. So officially, Wednesday was the first day, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it's rinse, repeat.
No, I get what you're saying. I'm not trying to get you on a technicality here. This is definitely at least day 3.
No, it's day 1. Day 2 is tomorrow. Registration closes just before the start of play.
Tomorrow? Then what was yesterday?
I say tomorrow, I mean later today, because we are officially in Saturday. Saturday, Saturday, Saturday.
Saturday.
Because every day is tis was.
Monster trucks, monster trucks, monster trucks.
Have you lost a hand yet? One time?
X-Preds asked, how do they actually combine one turbo with 3 regular day ones? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know how that works.
What do you mean?
First time I've ever seen that.
It's not uncommon that you would have a turbo flight, especially if you're doing multiple flights. I think the FPS main event in Monte Carlo is the same thing. It's basically a last chance to get in. If you don't have...
I understand it's the last chance to get in, but what I don't understand is...
You play exactly the same number of blind levels, so that's why you're going to end the day at exactly the same point, but you're playing 20-minute clock rather than 60-minute clock.
And it has the same number of eliminations, like the same percentage?
Yeah, because it's based on mathematics. It's based on average stack. It's based on big blind.
The widget, you know, the widget.
Look, I'm a science guy. I don't go along with this mathematics mumbo jumbo. You know what I mean? I need hard data.
The hard data is the players who survive each starting flight combine on day 2, regardless of whether the blind levels were 20 minutes or 40 minutes or 60 minutes. They all played the same number of levels, so they'll all come with like their stacks and start at the same blind level they were due to play next. Snowmen's.
Mathematics is a myth. Let's be real, guys.
Things getting real here.
Captain McCluskey.
All right, how about this, right? What if you just buy in at the very end, like the last minute of the turbo flight?
Yeah.
And then you just get to go right to day 2.
Or you could just buy it at the start of day 2.
Wait, what?
$4,500.
I know I must have said something completely bonkers if Asif is agreeing with me.
Maybe before there was a meet-up game.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, no, I fired one bullet yesterday. But I was actually, you know, Rory Jennings, Adam McConnell? Yeah.
Diesen Match-Wiederholung?
We played football.
Du kannst auf YouTube schauen.
I did my ankle. And it didn't feel that sore.
Gibt's dann einfach
As the day went on, I like
Irish Open Livestream.
Day 1 C.
Okay, ich wusste nicht.
McCluskey!
Das heutige ist noch online. Gestern wahrscheinlich nicht mehr.
I made a reference to a Captain McCluskey. To be fair, that character's name was spelt with a U. Which film?
That's Airplane.
No.
Captain McCluskey, Captain Over, Captain Under, and Captain to the side.
Played by Sterling Hayden. There's your clue.
Do not. I had a better chance of getting Sterling McCluskey. Captain McCluskey. Captain McCluskey. Captain McCluskey. The Poseidon Adventure.
No. I'll give you one last clue.
Yeah.
Police captains have to say where they are at any time so they can be reached in an emergency. He signed in at Louis' Restaurant, the Bronx.
Godfather?
Yes.
Ace King just ships the turn, not afraid of that 10.
Salazzo's protector.
Not even a little bit concerned about the 10 there.
My parents met at a high school called Cardinal McCluskey.
Broke Michael's jaw.
Did you play when you were younger? Oh. But you just 5-side AstroTurf thing, is it?
I know. I said it's spelt with a U in the movie. Jesus Christ.
I mean, he's tall.
So, also, by the way, if you're going to say it's misspelt, maybe don't call yourself Gosfather.
I've not seen him play too much.
Little pot and kettle there.
Did he?
What did Salazzo recommend that Captain McCluskey have to eat at Louis' Restaurant?
The best in the city.
6'4", you know, you throw him in the back, you might want to head him.
His first touch wouldn't be all that elegant, like.
Kann sein.
All right, King Jack v Ace 7 and a king on the flop. Ya cha 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 cha.
Where did Michael shoot Captain McCloskey first?
In the face.
Close, more specifically.
His chin.
His throat.
I almost said neck.
I would have accepted neck.
Well, that's what Look to Windward said.
What is interesting, though, is that this is a kind of hashtag fun fact. You thought that Captain McCloskey was an airplane.
Yeah.
Captain McCloskey, played by Sterling Hayden in The Godfather. Sterling Hayden is in the movie 0 Hour, which is the 1950s disaster movie that Airplane is a remake of.
That must have been what I was thinking
Need to be going to. Can't be called Javi and having 2 left feet. Like, are you Spanish?
Have you ever seen 0 Hour, Nick?
Javi.
No, I cannot say that I have.
It's almost as funny as Airplane.
Really?
It's basically the same script, but played dramatically. So they basically bought the rights to this 1950s disaster movie. Okay, they exaggerated some parts, they added a few gags, but some of the lines are word for word the same.
Oh, wow.
The nun slapping scene is disturbing in the dramatic version.
The fact that the doctor in this disaster movie actually says the lives of everyone on board this aircraft involves finding someone who can fly this plane who didn't have fish for dinner. That is not said as a joke in the original. That is said as like a line where you're meant to go,
oh, God.
Oh, wait, 6s get out of the way. I don't want to flip with the ace-jack.
I did, but like...
We're starting to get to that time, guys. Everybody wants to make day 2.
I just over. I was in,
Are we going to see anyone knitting it up?
Has there been a draw for hands yet?
Don't need to double up at some stage. You don't need to double up at some stage.
You don't get a caller yet. Yes,
I don't mind.
Look at the range right down. I bought beers and I never had any ankle injuries. I got a lot of knee injuries.
Close, was it?
Well, yesterday,
That's right, Craig Connick. Frisked him already. Just didn't know about the gun taped behind the toilet.
Yeah.
They got one of those old-fashioned toilets with the chain. We're back to The Godfather, by the way. We moved on from Airplane and 0 Hour.
In America, you don't even have to hide a gun in the toilet. They're just there.
Yeah.
They give you one at the front door. It's like umbrellas. Gun, sir? I brought my own.
Mike H. pointing out that Lloyd Bridges plays Steve McCroskey in Airplane. Johnny, how about some coffee? No thanks.
That must have been what I was thinking of. Maybe some trouble here for McCroskey. Neeners for Finton.
I think it's just when
it's always coming McCloskey. He's going to flick it in.
Looks like I picked the wrong week to quit set mining.
I'm back tomorrow, hopefully. I don't know if you'll make it.
Scrape, I'll scrape it. This has been insane since we came here.
Right?
Like, I've started I've got since we came here. It's insane.
Got 10s 3 times.
Where do you play?
Got 10s 3 times. Twice there was a cold 4-bet. Never hasn't been a cold 4-bet since. One was your hand.
Yeah, and the other was no spot well.
Yeah.
I just jammed on you. You obviously played a lot when you were younger then.
No.
That hand, no?
Joey, do you like movies about gladiators?
No, I raised Finton 3-bet.
Never been to a Turkish prison?
The guy here 4-bet.
I was aware of that.
Small blind.
So apparently the whole Kareem Abdul-Jabbar gag in that movie is that in the original, the co-pilot is played by like some ex-footballer, I think. Is like some NFL star who was like trying to get into acting. So they just thought, then we have to have the co-pilot be a famous sports star.
My dad says half the time you don't even run up the court.
Yeah, right. That's funny. Underrated bit from that movie.
Listen.
Damn, I don't.
Listen, kid.
They're busting my ass every night. Oh. Here we go, drawing for hands. This is what you wanted, Joey.
Big money, big money, big money, big
3,
money.
4, 5, 6.
Big money, big money, big money, big money.
3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pick a card, pick a card.
That's straight. Watch them.
That looks like 3. 3 more hands.
Komm schon, Big Blind.
Great.
Sag, ich komm schon mal nicht in
Thank you.
Big Blind. Das ist schon mal
good.
Last 3 hands.
20.
Well done, man.
Sorry, guys.
3 war die niedrigste, oder? 3, 4, 5.
There was a choice of meat or fish. What did the doctor have?
Hit the fish.
Hit the fish.
He had lasagna.
Now, from what I understand, they drew a 3 there, but we're not ready for the 3 yet.
What do you mean we're not ready for the 3?
They drew it early.
What?
That's just what I'm hearing.
So we just bought in one second.
They drew the 3, but the 3 haven't started yet.
Oh, right. Okay, so when does it start then?
Wow. Go ask 15-second guy.
Onto the feature table.
In 15 seconds, they're going to say that it's 3 more hands. I'm glad Vincent enjoyed that.
Ashton Kutcher will jump out around the corner now in a second. Yeah. Yeah. That's good crack.
I look like a super net.
You'll be able to watch it on YouTube for because it's a 30-minute delay. Just went in there.
Huh?
Yeah, it's not kind of
I had a very nice time, but I don't know, it's the first hand he played, so.
Second.
Second, is it? Right. Oh, then that changes things.
I kind of feel, I get it, that they've basically done the draw, but they haven't announced it yet. But this table was under the impression that they had 3 more hands to play, right?
They were under the impression that someone drew a 3.
Thank you so much.
The dealer is confused because she thought she had 3 more hands to deal.
Missed the big blind anyway.
Tarpy 10 says commentators focus on game.
That's
We do.
exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, thank you.
think
No, I
she's
think that
saying,
he's
yeah,
making
yeah,
a statement.
Oh.
Notice there's no comma after commentators. He's just saying commentators focus on game.
That is what they tend to do.
Right.
I agree with your statement.
A lot of people getting upset over folds. Pocket 6s fold. So nitty. Why do they fold 10s? Fold ace queen suited.
Because we're coming to the end of the day and everyone wants to make day 2.
Nobody wants to text their friends and say, hey, you won't even believe this unbelievable bad beat story right at the end of day 2, or day 1. It's really sad.
Everyone wants to find their bag.
Absolutely, and I'm not just talking about spice bags around the back.
It's not too late. Yeah.
3 players.
Everybody wants to double bag. Bag the chips, acquire the spice bag. Go home, repeat.
Who ends up on the table tomorrow? After this half day.
So 3 more hands after this hand. Oh.
At the completion of that hand, you're going to deal 3 more hands.
Okay.
Then we're going to back.
Start counting now.
Starting from now.
I lost count.
3 more from now.
3 more from now?
Yeah, 3 more hands. Exactly.
After this ends, 3 more.
From now.
No.
Last one.
No, last 3 now.
3 hands from now.
No, it's 3 from now.
Oh, God, Jesus Christ. It's been a long day for all of us, right? But
Is this one of them?
yes, Fenton.
So how many are we
I think
playing?
he's trolling the rest of the table.
Correct.
Fenton.
Muss ich nochmal zurückkommen.
Fenton.
Finton's sense of humor has like really developed over the years, and unfortunately, we don't always give him credit for it because of the old Finton.
Fenton!
But new Finton is quite funny.
The old Finton who was seeking out When the Dust Settles on iTunes.
Right. Poor guy. By the way, I think it was never the same. I don't think he's ever forgiven us for that.
Yeah, but that was all on you. I think he's forgiven me. I played a very small part in that. Four-way to the flop.
This was limped, that's why.
King, Queen, 8. So it started with a Gibbons from Griffiths?
Yeah. Like Finton couldn't even fold 8-3.
He has paired his 8.
Yeah, well, trips for Griffiths. I mean, how amazing is this? You limp ace-queen and just drill it.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if he's going to get much action. I mean, if the 6s aren't doing it, and Jack-9 hasn't bet yet, seems unlikely. Oh, I'm not sure that mic is even on.
It isn't. The one guy trying to say something into it.
That was 1 of 3, right?
That was 1 of 3, yes. No, you have to have the buddy system on this sort of thing at this late, this late in the evening.
Oh, Finton, you're good.
So the
You're
last one
good.
counts. This is the last one.
Sinistar 23 says, James, did you enter into any of the flights? Yes. Thank you for your question. The bigger question is whether I will be back tomorrow.
It might be too late to get this done.
Okay. Well, either way, I'll be here tomorrow. Either.
Yeah. You'll be in the building.
Yes.
This one's going to be fast, guys. Zeriak just rips. 20 big blinds,
Rare
all in
pit,
pre.
Rare pit.
In fact, it might have even been more. Was that 30 big blinds?
He just wants to go home. I get it. It's like everyone wants to go to bed now.
So is this the last hand?
This is the last hand. After this, surviving players, bag and tag, come back for day 2. They will combine with the survivors from flights 1A, 1B, and that turbo flight 1D that's playing right now. Plus, there'll be some players buying in at the start of day 2. Field will combine. Play will start tomorrow, and we are live once again at 12:30 BST.
Zarek, let's really focus on the action here. Folds, under the gun. Fritzler, 4 deuce, folds. Glogar, 6-3 suited.
Please let us know. We still have to bust them out accordingly. So if you have a bust out,
6-3 suited. Nay. McCloskey, 9-4. Borza. Nope. Costello, Hand. Queen, 8. Obligatory raise on the button, last hand of the night. There goes the hammer. Done, dominated, and we are done.
We are indeed. We're done as hand wins the last hand of the day.
This lad pays 29 quid a month.
And all these players will be returning for day 2, and we will be back for day 2 as well with more live commentary as we expect to play into the money. That's right. World famous bubble coverage tomorrow is going to be coming your way. And those are the stacks at the current blind level, but of course the blinds will be up tomorrow. I think it's 612 is the first blind level, so anyone coming in with a 30k stack will be starting the day with 25 big blinds. But congratulations to Finton. I think Spraggy's going to be joining him in day 2, and of course Tonka may still fire yet another bullet and join them for day 2. And hopefully you can join us. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Hope you enjoyed my brief but meaningful appearance at the feature table earlier today. 12:30 local time, that's 12:30 BST is when you can see day 2 of the Irish Open. But for now, from Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh, Griffin Bencher, and me, James Hartigan, it is good night from Dublin. We'll see you tomorrow.